I think we have quorum present in the room, and so I want to welcome everybody back, and hope many of you got a chance to enjoy that magnificent championship celebration outside for our Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts. Now, I'll just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, both the committee members and councillors, that we have agreed to deal next with the item 29.36, the establishment of an Indigenous Affairs Office at the City of Toronto. And we're going to hear a deputy on that later, but we're particularly delighted to welcome all of the members of the Aboriginal communities, our Indigenous peoples who are here for this item, but also in particular to welcome and to say that we have the honour of having the Toronto Council Fire Native Cultural Centre's All Nations Drum present to ground our discussions. And I want to begin because we're going to hear from Tashunka Sugar, a youth speaker who is going to conduct the opening, to be followed by the all-nation drum. And so I'm going to stand, as I ask you all to do as well if you're able, for the opening and for the drum.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank you for having us here and for allowing us to bring our drum within the circle here. It's a big step forward in the right direction, and I give thanks for that. So I'd like to acknowledge the land that we are here on and that we are occupants of. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Huron-Wendat people, the Anishinaabe people, the Haudenosaunee people, and most recently the Mississaugas of the New Credit. Just starting off by acknowledging the people, the relations, and the good spirits within this room, and I'd like to give thanks for that. Another thing I'd like to acknowledge is the Argos. And I'm gonna hand the feather off to my big brother Kevin here, and he's gonna let you guys know about the song we're singing and the drum that we brought forward today. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanka. This drum here in particular, we had our youth at Council Fire. They asked them what's the one thing that they would like Council Fire to do for them the most. And they said, Kevin, you have to have a bigger drum to put more families around the drum. So we did this when we built this big drum here, bigger, a lot bigger than most drums. You can't fit it in a regular car with the back of Andrew's truck. Right? And that being said, the name of it is called Bring Families Together. Right? So this circle here is like a big family between all of us here. So we're glad everybody's here, and we're glad this drum's able to bring families together. The song we're going to be singing today is going to be "Come On Fighting." Doesn't mean we're going to go fight. It's an inspirational
Jeffrey has gone around with the smudge. That smudge has gone out now, but I just wanted to say a little something about that smudge. We use our smudge on a daily basis. Well, I do. I use this smudge every day, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. I use it as much as I need to. And I need to use it because it cleanses me. It cleanses my thoughts. It cleanses my body through any bad energy, any anger. And when I smudge and I bring that smudge towards my body and I breathe that smudge in and I breathe it out, I let go of those bad thoughts, of that anger, and I breathe in good energy and love. So I just wanted to say that about our smudge, and maybe you'll get another opportunity to smudge again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask everyone to please be seated? And may I just say a word of thanks to Tashunga Sugar and also to the All Nation Drum Group. We thank you very much. It was a very meaningful part of our deliberations here, and I hope it's not for the last time that you'll be with us. And I think that will ground our discussion, and we're going to move forward with it now. But we thank you very much for being here. And may I also take this opportunity to recognize Frances Sanderson, who's from the Anishinaabe Homes. She's the chair, but also not more importantly, but important to us, the chair of our Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. You're most welcome here as always, Frances. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank our young knowledge keeper for bringing a strong message to this gathering. I want to thank the Drum for continuing to share the heartbeat of our community and giving us such a strong way to begin this presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee and members of the Toronto community. My name is Frances Sanderson, and I am the co-chair of the Aboriginal Advisories Council, along with our co-chair, Michael Layton. I have been a member of the AAAC for more than 15 years. It has always been my pleasure to serve my community in this capacity. The Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Council has recognized and emphasized the need for an Indigenous office here in Toronto for decades. For the past 24 years, we have been stating the same case. We need an office specifically designed and staffed to support the city and community working together to promote Aboriginal inclusiveness in Toronto. The proof of this is available in a 1993 report recommending just such an office. It is important to note that the new census puts our population at 45,000 in Toronto, whereas there is clear evidence to suggest we are vastly underreported, and new data to indicate our population ranges as high as 74,000, as per the Well Living House report. Indigenous issues have not fared well under the EDHR. A case in point, the EDHR does not include a plan for Indigenous people in their 2015-2018 strategic plan. In fact, we're barely mentioned. The city has had years to show progress on the statements of commitment to Aboriginal people, Aboriginal education strategy, and Aboriginal employment strategy, and yet there has been very little action. The City of Toronto recognizes and affirms the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and supports Aboriginal peoples' unique legal and constitutional position in Canada and honors our right to self-determination. We are hopeful now that we have the support of Mayor Tory, Peter Wallace, the city manager, and a number of city councillors. We can move forward with instituting the first City of Toronto Aboriginal Affairs Office. This office will be a hub of activity working with city officials to educate and inform regarding Aboriginal culture, tradition, and ways to support the city's response to the Truth and Reconciliation's 94 calls to action. It will also be a guiding light for members of the Aboriginal community wanting to navigate and negotiate through the city's employment opportunities, social service network, and political bureaucracy. There will be no longer a question of who should we call to clarify questions regarding Aboriginal protocol. The answer will be in-house, as Aboriginal staff will have the resources to respond in a very timely manner. Our hope and plan will be to work closely with city officials to develop a symbiotic relationship designed to assist city and community alike. It is our hope to take our rightful place alongside other communities living in Toronto, the most diverse city in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. We would now, in the ordinary course, as we would, revert to the manner in which we would deal with an item like this. We have one registered deputant on this item, and I would ask him to come forward now and make his deputation and that on this item 29.36, and that is Miguel Avila Velarde.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome, as always.
Congratulations to the AAC for this historical day that we celebrate with all the members of the community, my friends from the Council of Fire present here today, a regular of the Council of Fire as well. I want to touch on the issue of that we'll be discussing after this item, which is EX 2910, enhancing security for City Hall. As you can see, the Council of Fire has brought some drums and some instruments of ceremony. My question is to you, Mayor, and to the corporate security. Will these items be permanently allowed to come to City Hall without asking permission to security? Do we need to ask do we need to make some kind of presentation request that these items do not represent anything that should be afraid of? But these are instruments of peace and honor our ancestors. As a member of the Quechua people of South America, I want to congratulate and say that this is a great opportunity for other groups that are not underrepresented, such as the Aymara, the Quechua. Perhaps through this Aboriginal committee, we can work together as we are allies, working together in many areas of indigenous recognition. One of the things I would like to ask to Michael Layton, is that can we have access to the YouTube channel of the City of Toronto, because these meetings are not currently recorded live. So perhaps since we have 45,000 registered First Nations, they can see us in the YouTube channel. And perhaps a kiosk in the main door of our building, the City Hall. This is the home of the peoples. So maybe at the main entrance, we should have a kiosk that talks about the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, what are they doing, what are they contributing to our society growth. The other issue I want to say is that during the conversation that we have at the AAC last month is that the desire is that the employment are for First Nations people. We hope not to see any other member of the other communities who don't represent us being hired. So to the general manager who is busy typing his iPad, I want to remember him, please hire members of First Nations. Okay, thanks so much. And what else I want to say? I just support this motion. I just support whatever initiatives you want to go ahead. Thank you so much. And congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for your submission. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay. There are no other registered deputants, and so it means we could move to questions of staff. Questions from members of council who are visiting with us at the Executive Committee today? Any wishing to ask questions? Okay. Questions by members of the Executive Committee? All right, those wishing to speak to the matter, and may I just say, in introducing you, we introduced your co-chair just I think before you came in the room, to say thank you on behalf of the council for all the work you continue to do on this very important file. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for your work, Councillor Layton, and I want to thank you and ask you to make your remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, by way of thanks, I just wanted to extend a quick thank you to Brother Sugar who joined us at our Aboriginal Affairs Committee meeting and opened it in such a good and a positive way. and at a very important moment for that committee, where we all were really coming together in a journey that we've taken over the last, at least I've been a part of that journey for 7 years now. I know that there are many who have been on the road for a lot longer than me, and it was a very powerful way to open that session, which is why I thought it was so important that we open up this session too in much the same way. And so thank you, Brother Sugar. To my sister and co-chair, Frances Sanderson, for helping provide guidance to us along the way. There are many occasions I have to call her to seek her advice about one matter or another, and she is always very generous with her time and her expertise on such matters. We also have other members of our committee here, including committee member Andrea Kristoff, and I should just say that her tireless efforts for the Indigenous community in Toronto, I think, are unmatched amongst Christian. My apologies, are unmatched amongst many that work on any issue in the city. Her tenacity is becoming quite well known amongst the halls of this building in a very positive and very encouraging way, as we need to be challenged to do better and to do more. And then finally, if you don't already know Crystal, this is an individual who I believe will be a major, but will increase in her status as a very major player and changer in our city. And this is Crystal Bassey, who's played an important role to this point, but even previously has served for many organizations in our city, and has served us very well, and will continue to do so, I hope, in whatever capacity she chooses. Although I certainly think that that her leadership will be reflected in the future of this city. I was given the opportunity in our former administration, and again in this one, to serve as the co-chair. It's been a great honor of mine to be involved in this way. But even after 7 years, after a trip to Edmonton for our the final event from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I got to admit something to you. I still don't think I understand what reconciliation means. I think that I probably share that sentiment with many people in this room. There are calls to action that have been made. There are statements of commitment our city has done. I have regular conversations with the Aboriginal community in Toronto. I don't know what reconciliation will mean to this city. I know what it means to me personally, but I don't know what it will actually mean and what actions our city will have to take. And therein lies the need for not only this committee, but this office. One of the first acts I got to do as co-chair was author a letter to the 2010 budget process. This was the #1 ask. This was the one thing the community said: if you're going to do something meaningful in the year of Truth and Reconciliation that you're declaring, this is what you need to do. You need an independent office, you need a well-resourced office, you need someone to put action to the words that you're saying. Because we as a city do a really good job in the ceremonial pieces, for the most part, in the ceremonial pieces. In the years of declaring the year of reconciliation, in drafting with the community a statement of commitment. But where we do a poor job is in the delivery of what we commit to. Through this motion moving forward, and through the work that our city manager is committing to doing, I believe that this is the strongest foot forward that we could take if we were a city that wanted to pursue a path towards reconciliation and an equitable and a fair and a just relationship with the Aboriginal people living in this city. As one final note, I would like to thank the city manager and his team at Equity, Diversity, and Human Rights for the faith and the trust they put within the community in examining what was going on elsewhere and what would work in a Made for Toronto solution. They showed great openness. and have moved forward in a way that I think both reflects the needs and the desires of the Indigenous community living in Toronto with the realities of how our city works. And they did that in a very, I believe, respectful way. And so I would like to thank them from very deep down for making the recommendations and bringing them forward to the committee and bringing them forward for you here today. I'm over time, but thank you, Mayor, very much for the leadership you've allowed us to show. Really?
Yeah.
But
Okay, then. Well, thank you.
Out of respect to, ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll remember from this morning, we passed a 3-minute limit, but out of respect for not only the item that you were speaking about and your work, which I acknowledge, but also recent events in your family, which are cause for great celebration, I just let the clock run.
And very little sleep. I would point out, if I could in 5 seconds, just thank the mayor and his staff for their contributions to this point. I know that behind the scenes they've been working hard, and you, Mr. Mayor, have been working hard to bring this forward, and I thank you very much as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, that was the beginning of speeches by members visiting with the committee today. Councillor Cressy would be next then.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I do want to extend my thanks to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, our 2 co-chairs, both of whom have now spoken today, the City Manager's Office, and you, Mr. Mayor. I just think very briefly, truth and reconciliation, which is talked about a lot, is a journey. And truth and reconciliation, it does require us to reflect on both the past but the present. It also challenges us to dig a little deeper and to look at some hard truths. It took me a long time to come to terms with my own family's history as fathers of Confederation in this country and in this land. And I began my career living and working in Fly and OG Cree reserves in Northern Ontario. That's where I started doing literacy work. And when I began my career, I thought I was going to help. I quickly came to the understanding that I was there to listen and learn. And I think that ultimately is what truth and reconciliation requires us to do, is to listen harder and to learn. And I acknowledge that in that long journey, this office today is a key step. And I want to thank committee members for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Are there any other visiting members of council? I don't see any hands. Members of the committee, rather, wishing to speak. Councillor Ainsley and Councillor McMahon, I see. So we'll start with Councillor Ainsley.
Sure.
Right, then we'll start with Councillor McMahon.
Chivalry lives. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I have to say, I believe, and I've only been here since 2010, that this is a first, that we've actually started executive committee with a drumming, a song, and smudging, and people in the middle of the circle, and I think that's fantastic, and I think we should embrace that and encourage more of that, and I think it's a great start for education and awareness raising, and we still have a long ways to go, but I think we are getting there slowly but surely, and I really appreciate all that you've done. And Councillor Layton and Francis and the whole committee, that's fantastic. I want to encourage councillors to reach out and to continue the learning and to encourage their residents to do the same. And there are many opportunities around the city now. And one is Thursday night, right? The IRSS at Daniel Spectrum at 5 o'clock, I think it is. So I'd encourage everyone to come out there. And also, it's over for this year, but next year for the sunrise ceremony, it's a little early, 5:30 in the morning, but you can do it. It's well worth it and moving and very informative. Come out to, Councillor Layton and Francis would welcome you, as the whole committee would, to come out and join the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and see firsthand and learn firsthand what the great things they're doing, and be a part of that. And when this new office starts, which is so exciting, then reach out and do a meet and greet with the new staff and bring them into your office and introduce them to your staff as well, and talk about it in your newsletters and talk about the work we're doing. It's not enough at all, and it's long overdue, but it's, as I said, trickling along. I learned a lot from Lindsay Kretschmer, who used to be here, and also from my intern in my office, Craig Wabus, who was here. We had 4 interns, Indigenous interns in the city in councillors' offices for 6 months, which was fantastic, and we need to continue that program. As well, on the executive committee agenda today, you will see EX 29.37, where we're looking at Indigenous cultural competency training for councillors and their offices. I know city staff, it's already started for them, so lots of good things happening slowly. So happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm very happy to support the recommendations in this report. I want to thank by saying miigwech to the drummers and for the smudging ceremony. As a city councillor in Eastern Scarborough, Native Child and Family Learning Family Services has a facility at Kings Road in Galloway. They have a daycare center in the south end of my ward. We have the Gabriel Dumont complex, and I'm very proud to say we have one of the few powwows that have been taking place annually in the city of Toronto for the past 15 years. So it starts off with a sunrise ceremony. And today, I think we're, with this report, we're approving the establishment of 4 staff in the city manager's office for an Indigenous Affairs office in the city manager's office. It's not tucked away somewhere. It's in a very prominent place in the city manager's office, which I think speaks a lot about how far we've come and where we're going when we talk about truth and reconciliation. But I also think to other times when I've been at the homeless memorial across the street at Holy Trinity Church, and I've met people from the Indigenous community that have people, their friends and family, whose names were on the memorial shelter that didn't feel that they had a place in this city and lived on the streets and died on the streets in Toronto, which in the largest city in Canada, any city in Canada, should not be happening. And I still think we have a lot of work to do, but this is a huge first step. I think this is a momentous occasion, and I'm glad that I could be here to vote for it. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank the co-chairs and the community for all the work that you've done, and especially the community that have pushed us for so many years. And this is so long overdue that it truly feels like a special moment, because as it was said here, it's about listening, but it's about bringing you to the center of decision making. It's not telling you what needs to be done, is bringing you to help us getting it done and telling us how to do it and telling us what needs to be done. And I think that is the meaning of this office, is at the highest level with our city manager. We're going to be working this together. We're going to be learning from you. It's not about the city telling you. It's about us listening, learning, working together, and making it right. So thank you so much to the community for so much patience with us. But I think we have a little bit of hope with this office. I think this is the right step, and I'm very proud to be able to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow, Deputy Mayor. Is there anybody else on the committee wishing to speak? Well, may I just say a concluding word then before we call the question on this? It's interesting to hear the discussion of reports from 1993 and discussions from 2010 that sort of place this from our Indigenous communities at the top of the list of things we might do, and yet here we are in 2017, I think, about to do it, and of course going on to City Council. But I'm actually not that surprised at that, because I had the privilege of being the Secretary to the Cabinet Committee on Aboriginal Affairs in the 1980s in the Government of Ontario, and there are things just being done today, I think thanks to the Truth and Reconciliation process, that finally got done, and that's what, 30, 35 years later or even more. And I think Frances Anderson was kind enough to not make mention of the fact that while she did say we were the most diverse city in Canada, and in fact I think we may be the most diverse city in the world, that our real goal is to be the most inclusive city in the world. Diversity is a fact. A goal is inclusiveness, and how can we possibly even think, as well as we're doing relative to other places, that we are on the way to the goal of being the most inclusive city in the country, if not the world, if our first people are not completely included. And so, as others have said before me, this is a small step. An office will not solve the problem, but I would like to say that it goes beyond flags. I think it was a very important thing that was done also during this term of council, that we put the flags in Nathan Phillips Square to join other flags in recognition of our First Nations and of our Indigenous peoples. But this goes beyond flags and gives us now an opportunity, only an opportunity. Putting an office in place will mean nothing if we don't, seek out the opportunity, as Councillor McMahon said so well, and others have said, to take advantage of the presence of those people, to listen to what they're saying and to take action. And I, for one, will be turning to the city manager. I'll make no bones about it, and asking that we request of that office, once it's put in place, a very specific set of goals that they want to try and achieve themselves in the early going, and that we hold ourselves to account, but also hold them to account for having a measurable plan to achieve progress in this area. But we have the opportunity now. We can, I think, begin to make up for lost time, and I just think this is something, and I'll just say to those, because there have been some, not many, fortunately, who have questioned this, that I believe that when the communities themselves, our Indigenous people themselves, name this as the top priority that they believe will get them on the road to being fully included and to the kind of reconciliation we all seek, then I think we had a responsibility before now. But here we are today, answering that in a way that I think will be something that will pay substantial dividends to us going forward in many, many different respects. So, I thank you all for being here, and thank the members of the Aboriginal Advisory Committee, including Frances especially, because you are a volunteer. The others are volunteers. Councillor Layton, he's doing it and doing it well, but it's his job, just as it's my job to be here. But you're doing it as volunteers and as citizens, and we very much appreciate that. So, I thank you for your patience in listening to me, and I think we're ready, if there's nothing else that people want to add, to call the question on the recommendation that is in front of you.
Recorded.
It will have a recorded vote.
All those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Balau, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? The motion carries, or the item carries, pardon me.
Thank you very much. Now, in all of our discussions earlier this morning, we agreed we would deal next with the matter of enhanced security measures, the report on enhanced security measures, item number 29.10. And there are 9 deputations on that item, and so we'll begin hearing those deputations now, as we would. And the first person to speak to us today will be Dave Meslin. Yes. Are they going to well, oh, come on now. No, thank you again for being here, and we'll give you a moment just to...
close properly.
Oh, yes, of course, and that was my fault. We were supposed to ask you to close the... Please do. Are we to stand as well for that?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
I'm going to close this off with my prayer. And first, I'd like to say thank you for letting me share my prayer in this room, in this building, and with you guys. So, I'll start off. Conscious Grandfather, Creator, I give thanks for this good day. I give thanks for my son, his health, his happiness, and his love. I give thanks for Mother Earth and the things that she provides us, the food, the water, and our relations. I'd like to give thanks for the people in this room, for my community that is in this room representing so Coachella, I'd like to pray for good health, happiness, strength, and understanding for our community, for our people, and for the peoples in this room as well, Coachella. And I'd like to pray for good relations and for true reconciliation with our peoples and the different peoples of this city. And once again, I'd like to say thank you, Lamia, and Wamagash Kawiyasit, all my relations in Kawiyasit.
Thank you. And we'll just pause for a moment while you Before we ask Mr. Meslin to begin his deputation, may I just say at the outset of this item that it is quite likely following the deputations, which will be in a bit yet, we would likely move into an in-camera closed session because there is a confidential report that has not yet been made public, and it may be the committee wishes to consider that. So I just mentioned that to the people in the room who are not members of the committee so that you'll be forewarned of that possibility. And on that note, Mr. Meslin, we'll welcome you here today and ask you to, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I fell in love with this building in 1996. I've been coming here for more than 20 years, longer than anyone on this committee has been working here. And I've seen a huge transition in the way the building feels and measures that have already been implemented up until now that make the place, in my opinion, feel more hostile and unfriendly. So when I first started coming here in '96, and the debate I was watching then was about should we ban smoking in restaurants, which was a very radical idea back then. And then following that, the Adams Mine campaign I got involved with and was here watching that. What I learned quickly was that even though we were watching the debates in the council chambers, the real magic happened on this floor, in Committee Room 1 and 2, and in the city councilors' offices. And that aside from maybe Josh Matlow, most councilors go into the council meeting already having decided how they're going to vote. It's all about this floor here. And at that time, this floor here, you could walk into the councilors' offices easily. There was no glass doors, there were no check-in, there were no stickers with names, there were no escorts, there were no bag checks in the council chamber. The only time we had barricades outside was if OCAP might be coming and they'd set up barricades and leave an opening. And then at some point, those just began to stay there all the time. All the doors were open on the main floor. There were no locked doors by the press gallery or on the side. There were definitely no security guards watching over everyone as they came in. And there were cookies in these committee rooms. If I invited any of you over to my house, I would serve something as a gesture of you being welcome here. No, it was a small thing. It didn't cost a lot. It was nice because we have to wait here sometimes for hours if an item isn't timed. There was coffee and snacks. And that's like all these little things add up. So you have to look at the trade-offs anytime you're looking at a security measure, and we have to look at data and actual risks. In my mind, there's 3 categories of risks that take place in terms of terrorist activities and violence. One is political targets. So someone goes and shoots up the parliament buildings because the federal government is actually involved with foreign affairs, dropping laser-guided missiles in other countries that makes people angry, and they do really stupid, disgusting things. You guys don't have a fleet of CF-18s. You have a fleet of Zambonis. No one's targeting Toronto City Hall as a political target because of the activities you carry out. I know some people are angry about the Bloor bike lane, but they're not going to kill you for it. Number two, people target places that have very large crowds, big rock concerts, marathons, etc. And again, with all due respect, you don't exactly get a huge, massive turnout for your meetings. Number three, lone wolf, unstable people. And I think we would all agree that one of the most unstable people we see here on a regular basis is Councillor Mammoliti. And he's going to be on your side of the wall. You're actually keeping him inside, away from us. The data shows, statistically, councillors, politicians in North America are 3 times more likely to get hit by lightning than to get hurt by another human.
Dave, I have to ask you, we had the 3-minute
Sure.
limit, so you have to wrap
I
up.
just encourage you to consider how this place feels for someone who's new, not a lobbyist, not a regular insider like me. They want to check out the political culture, what's going to make them want to come back. I just want to close by explaining the photo here. I run a nonprofit project called the Downtown Defense Project. It's an award-winning project. It was recently featured in a documentary. We offer free fence removal, opening up neighborhoods. People phone us and say, take down my fence. I want to live in a place that feels open. I encourage you to do the same thing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Burnside?
Thank you. Through you. Your last statistic, politicians are 3 times more likely to...
In North America, in the last 50 years, politicians are 3 times more likely to have been killed by lightning, or statistically, if you look at the number, the percentages of people who are killed by lightning based on population, and the number of politicians who have actually been injured in North America, which we can all think of the stories, they're terrible stories, but there's actually only about 12 or 15 over the last half century in all of North America. It's not, and again, municipally, they're actually the most...
Okay, I got the number, thanks.
Municipally, it's
Just
0.
I have time.
Except councillors killing each other. This is like
So,
milk.
fair enough.
I mean,
so...
well, how come you guys don't have to
my
go
next
through these metal
question,
detectors?
just because I'm on a
Yeah,
timeline
sure.
too, right? My next question is, what's the likelihood in the comparison to lightning with actually being on a plane that explodes?
On a plane that explodes.
Because we have all these security measures at airports.
More
so I'm
recently,
just-
it would be much lower. Into the 80s, it would be higher.
Is it 3 times more likely or 5 times more likely to be struck by lightning, or? Do you have that? I'm trying to make a comparison, right? You give me,
To planes?
yeah, so.
Yeah.
Because there are all these, or at a concert. Are you more likely to, what are the, what's?
Oh,
you're
concerts
sort of
would
throwing
be-
out numbers. You're
concerts would be
making
pretty close.
comparisons with concerts and other targets, and then you throw out a number about politicians.
Yeah.
And so I'm just trying to understand the comparisons.
I could
about
get that data
likelihood.
for you. I think there's always a trade-off, and if you're looking at private sector examples, we could find lots where, for example, someone was stabbed to death in a Shoppers Drug.
No, I was just using your example, so I was
We
just trying
haven't
to.
responded
I was
with-
just trying to understand from your examples the comparisons. If you can get that for me, that'd be great.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Councillor Palacio, I think, had a question for the deputy. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to have you here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for those amazing murals that you're painting out there. Within the report there are some recommendations that to create these glass partitions separating the public with the rest of council. And you gave your examples years back, but moving forward, what's your main concern in terms of creating that, in terms of accessibility to the public, in terms of connecting with your elected officials, if not here, at community meetings, out there, at community council, and so on?
Yeah. So I'm writing a book right now about democracy, and I have a chapter about user experience. And the private sector, any store or restaurant, will invest a lot of money into how a place feels. Everything from the carpeting, to the color they use, to the music that's playing, to the size of the doors. And the idea is to make a place feel very welcome and very comfortable. And I think that needs to be done here as well. It might sound counterintuitive for me to be saying, as a democracy activist, we should be running government like a business. But I think there's a lot to learn from the private sector in terms of when they make decisions of risk versus comfort of their customers, they tend to err on the side of making sure that the place is comfortable. And I think we need to look, so for example, the bollards that are proposed for the square, that makes sense. I mean, that's not going to infringe on anyone's sense of comfort, and it might stop a heavy vehicle from plowing into a large crowd celebrating an Argo game. No one's going to disagree with that. It's very unclear what a glass wall, whether it's waist high or higher, is going to do to stop anyone from doing anything, whether they're armed with a gun or whether I'm throwing water balloons at counselors. I just don't get it. All it does is create an environment that we're watching some kind of spectacle, that you're on that side, we're on this side, and we're not on the same team. We're just a passive audience. And that somehow we're a threat. I mean, it almost will make us start fearing each other, right? I mean, that's what the security guards do. When they're looking at everyone one by one coming in the front door now, it actually makes us scared. What are they looking for? Like, who's sneaking through? And there's no evidence that there's ever been any threat here other than whatever confidential documents.
On that point, we do have a security system at the moment that, in my opinion, is excellent in terms of protecting the integrity of this iconic building, as well as protecting citizens and those of us that work here as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that security system that we have is sufficient? And if not, why not? Or is there anything else that you'd like to see, perhaps?
I actually think that a lot of the resources are currently being misplaced towards visible barriers that don't actually increase your security versus forms of security that actually reduce threat. For example, these sign-in tags. I mean, I don't get how that improves your security. Anyone who wants to come here and hurt you, first of all, they could do it on the other 28 days you're not at council. You guys are in the public all the time. If someone wants to get you, you can wrap this whole place in a 20-foot iron wall. It does nothing to protect you. If you look at the 15 councilors who have been hurt or injured in the last 50 years, it's either been, again, at home or by fellow councilors at City Hall. There's just, it doesn't, none of these things do anything. You should have armed guards around. I believe in having, I mean, if you look at Parliament Hill, what stopped that guy who charged in there with the gun in 2014? In the end, it was armed police who were able to respond with fire. If someone's in this building shooting, there needs to be security around. But the idea that everyone coming in is a potential threat, and that you can identify that threat by having a security guard just looking you in the eye to see what kind of person you are, all that does is make people feel unwelcome.
Thank you.
That was your final question, Councillor Palacio. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Meslin. Thank you very much, Dave, for being here. You mentioned that your first time in the building was 1996, and so it's 2017 now. Given the conditions that around the world in general and so on, are you suggesting that this particular building or the security experts shouldn't really be considering opportunities to ensure that there is enhanced security here? You may disagree with perhaps some of the suggestions and so on, but are you suggesting, though, that from 1996 to 2017 that conditions have not really changed such that we should do nothing? I just want to make sure I understand.
No, of course things have changed, and we're all painfully aware of it. Every week there's a new story. It's the security expert's job to let you know what the highest level of security is you could implement. It's not their job to worry about me being comfortable in this room. It's our job to come here and be the counterbalance and say, we think this place should be really comfortable. It's your job to listen to both and find the balance. And
Right.
I respect that that's your role. But your job definitely isn't to just take the advice of the security experts.
Right.
I mean, because it's a never-ending spiral. There's always going to be a way to spend more money to make this place more secure. But
enough.
I could wear a helmet every day and be safer. I don't do it because it just the comfort doesn't.
Fair
The
enough.
lack of
So I have
comfort
another
doesn't justify
question. So I don't disagree with your response. So you would then agree that this body will have an opportunity to review and assess and make some determination based on the information that's been provided. And so that information, that decision, would you then agree that that would be, and again, you may not agree with some of the things that we do, but that's a fair way to approach decision-making based on information that's been given to us to then decide what is the type of security that we'd like for this building?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think, not committee, but council, I actually proposed in the book that there should be an arm's length Department of User Experience that has capability to make certain decisions about the level of comfort in the building that can override council, but that's not about to happen. But I just encourage you to really look at each recommendation and make a distinction between terrorist safety, which of course there's been an increase of, and just worrying about, you know, some activist throwing something. Because again, I don't see any of these barriers, the plastic barriers, the walls, the stanchions, the sign-in badges. If a terrorist wants to get you, no you know, waist-high glass wall is going to do anything. It's just, it's
Thank you.
silly.
Thank you.
The bollards outside make sense. The rest of it are just limits civic participation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor DeGiorgio?
So just to clarify for me, and I'm sorry I missed the first part of your deputation. So do I hear you correctly when you say, you know, you should focus primarily on measures that can be put in place that focus on someone that is intent on doing harm? The majority of people coming here have no intention of doing harm, even an activist a peaceful activist. But someone like, I hesitate to use the word terrorist, but someone who brings a firearm in here, who is intent on doing harm to not only, let's say, councillors, but anybody in the public or anybody in the building, what are the measures that you would implement to address that issue?
As
Do I have
a preventative measure or to be able to respond?
Because at the end of the day, enhanced security talks about preventative measures.
Right. So again, I went through the 3 scenarios of types of violence that I'm reading in the newspaper all the time, and none of them seem to fit a building like this.
Okay.
You're not a political target because of decisions you're making as a local body that deals with municipal issues. It's not a high crowd area, and I haven't seen any evidence of terrorist attacks on municipal buildings anywhere.
Agreed.
Except councillors killing each other, which has happened a few times, which makes me wonder why the proposal says that councillors shouldn't have to go through the metal detectors. Is this really about safety or not?
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor DeGiorgio. Any other, Councillor Crawford?
Hi, Dave. How you doing? I think first of all, I'm coming at this because I do agree with everything you're saying, suggesting. This room in particular, and I think these 2 rooms are where the democracy happens. So I understand that, but I'm going to sort of look at that, and it's not that it's you versus us, so to understand why I'm saying this, not that, but you did mention the lone wolf scenario, and that you wouldn't think that anybody, you know, would be coming into this building, this room with a gun or anything like that. Wouldn't you agree that there are decisions we make in this body that impact individuals all across the city? And they may not be large, you know, world issues, but they're issues that impact people on a daily basis. And that would not suggest that one of those individuals could potentially, you know, want to come in here and do whatever. So you're saying no, but I'm saying, couldn't there be a situation that could take place?
Yeah, and sadly, the reality in history shows us that those will take place regardless of what this building is like. If you look at the political assassination attempts or violence in the last 10 years, the ones we can all think of that were in the news, one was a baseball field, one was out on a road, one was in a grocery store parking lot. The Kennedy assassinations weren't in legislative building. The FLQ kidnappings were on people's front lawns. I mean, if someone is crazy enough to want to hurt you, Councillor Crawford, you can put tanks around this building. You're a public person, you've chosen a public line of work. Increasing security in this building does not protect you, it affects me.
But again, as Councillor Thompson said, this is not about the what, because I agree that we want to put up a plastic barrier that helps. So I'm not getting into the what and the hows.
Yeah.
But I mean, would it surprise you? And I've sat in that chair where I have had to, in 2 occasions, feel very unsafe and had to have security come and deal with an incident that put me and the people around me in jeopardy. And the only reason I knew about that is because I was sitting in that chair and I could view everybody, because that would be my role.
Do you guys have a button you can press to call security?
We do, but again,
That's good. You should.
all I'm suggesting is that putting us on our side, and
Yeah.
I'll put myself more in a chair because that tends, and that's what the mayor's role is to assess everything. We need to ensure safety of everybody in the room.
Yeah.
And what that is and how we do that, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I think we have to recognize that there always needs to be some sort of form of security. And I don't know what, it could be somebody checking before they come in, but that does and has happened in this building in the past. Thanks.
Any other members have questions of the deputant? Well, on that note, Mr. Meslin, well, thank you very much for your sharing your thoughts with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Miroslav Glavic, please. You have 3 minutes today, and we thank you for coming.
Okay. I'm going to bring cookies for Dave Mason for next month, Fane, if you want. I partially agree with some security measures. I disagree with what's it called, the wall thing, metal detectors, and it's called the X-ray machines to back. Security and police, when they were outside, many times they have asked me to check my bag. I open it, I have nothing. And when this agenda item that's being came out, there's been articles in the Toronto Star, Toronto Sun, and Councillor Karygiannis mentioned that somebody showed him a switchblade. What's to stop somebody coming here with a knife? You know, there's nothing. Many other city halls have metal detectors. I was at Parliament Hill 2 days before that incident occurred. When I go to see my member of Parliament, I'm going to go to a security system. It takes less than 5 minutes. One of the problems if you put a metal detector on X-ray machine downstairs in the front, there's the second entrance to the building for the cafeteria, and there's that one in the back and a couple in the side. This could be a lot more expensive. Are you going to put metal detectors on X-ray machine, or even those ones that they have at the airport? There has been some crazy times, especially during the previous mayor with some aggressive people. But you don't know what people are having. You know, I have my keychain right here. I have never been stopped, and technically speaking, I could wrap this around any of you and choke you, but I won't. What else? You know, and I'm sure ISIS is going to send a threat, but when there's more people, there's barely any people, and there's going to be more. I'm sure if there's threats, there's going to be more threats towards the mayor than, let's say, with all due respect, to Councillor DiGiorgio, because all these wackos, crazy people, terrorists out there, they want to make a scene, and injuring the mayor versus Councillor DiGiorgio, he gets more brownie points or whatever. You know, he's more important than you. I'm not saying anything bad about, you know, but you were a police officer. You know how not every threat is going to be made public that you guys get. I am sure Rob Ford, when he was the mayor, he must have received a lot of threats during those years, you know. And I worry sometimes when some people who are very aggressive that come in the building. I don't know what they have. They could bring something, and there's nothing stopping them, you know.
We will thank you very much on that note and see if there are any questions for you. Any questions for Mr. Glavic? Thank you very much. Appreciate your deputation. Mr. Riley Peterson, Budget Lead, Toronto Youth Cabinet. I'm sorry, it's Miss Riley Peterson. Sorry about that.
Hello, members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Riley, and I'm the Budget Lead of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the city's official youth advisory body. I'm here today to express our concerns over the proposed enhanced security measures at Toronto City Hall. One thing we take pride in at the Toronto Youth Cabinet is that we bring young people from across the city together to meet here in City Hall. For many of them, this is their first time ever visiting the building. And for even more of them, they don't think that institutions like the city are spaces meant for them, much less open to them. Enhanced security measures could discourage youth from entering a space that is already unfamiliar and intimidating for most people. This call for enhanced security measures comes at a time when there are so many Torontonians struggling to get by and are dealing with long wait lists for things like social housing and recreation programs. I would like to echo what Tim McGuire, president of CUPE Local 79, said in a Toronto Star article earlier this week. The $774,000 a year plus the $500,000 in one-time capital costs would be far better spent increasing the number of subsidized recreation spots for low-income Torontonians who are facing a huge waiting list. While we understand that the necessity of keeping everyone here, the councilors, city staff, and volunteers safe, we hope that moving forward in this decision, we do not lose the openness and transparency that makes City Hall so fantastic in the first place. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Peterson. The questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I will thank you very much for being
Thank
with us
you.
today. Appreciate it. Neville Park, please. Hello, you have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming.
All right, so several years ago, I should probably introduce myself, but honestly, if you don't already know who I am, then you probably have no reason to take what I say seriously. So, several years ago, David Simon, the creator of The Wire, said, "The day I run into a Huffington Post reporter at a Baltimore zoning board hearing is the day I will no longer be worried about journalism." Well, thanks to the openness of City Hall, anyone with a phone or laptop can be a City Hall reporter. And we do go to boring board and committee meetings. I went to Committee of Adjustment once. I learned about a Darth Vader house. Many of us peanut gallery members have gone on to become editors, reporters, columnists, writers, professors, etc. Many don't, because every day there's less and less of a future in traditional journalism. You might have heard yesterday about the dozens of local and free papers that were closed in a post-media Torstar deal, including Metro Ottawa. Maybe you also know about the dismal newsroom diversity stats that show that a great many people can't get their foot in the door because, well, it's a positive feedback loop, because the people there don't look like them. So when you put up barriers before members of the public, you are shutting out tomorrow's journalists. You're also shutting out tomorrow's politicians and scholars and activists. By all means, make Nathan Phillips Square safer from attacks like the vehicular terrorist attacks that we've seen around the world recently. But metal detectors corralling the public away at committee meetings instead of, say, having this meeting in a bigger room like council chambers, keeping up those hideous metal fences at the front doors rather than just like locking them. If you must, why not just leave them all open? Having more armed security. This is just a pretext for intimidating, racially profiling, and keeping out the people who hold you accountable. That's all. Any questions? Okay.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I was just speaking with the clerk for a moment. Yes. Have you finished your deputation? Thank you very much. Sorry, I was distracted momentarily. Questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Derek Moran, please. You know the rule, sir. 3 minutes. Thank you.
I just want to say by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, and doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. So Miguel Meritori apparently at lunch told me he hadn't heard Desmond Cole's comments on his radio show this past Sunday. So what I told Miguel was, he said that these measures were meant to be an increased buffer zone between us and you people, meant to discourage interaction, dialogue, and answering questions of our public servants. So, of course, now I've got some Supreme Court case law to read to you about this. So this is from Committee for the Commonwealth of Canada versus Canada, 1991. Supreme Court of Canada said that, in my view, the methodology set out in Irwin Toy dictates the test for constitutional protection of expression on a particular state-owned property. The test for whether 2B applies to protect expression in a particular forum depends on the class into which the restriction at issue falls. If the government's purpose is to restrict the content of expression through limiting the forums in which it can be made, then this, as Cox says, is usually impermissible. The result under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is that Section 2B applies. If, on the other hand, the restriction is content neutral, it may well not infringe freedom of expression at all. In this case, the jurisprudence laid down in Irwin Toy requires that the claimant establish that the expression in question, including its time, place, and manner, promote one of the purposes underlying the guarantee of free expression. These were defined in Irwin Toy as 1, the seeking and obtaining of truth, 2, participation in social and political decision-making, and 3, the encouragement of diversity in forms of individual self-fulfillment and human flourishing by cultivating a tolerant, welcoming environment for the conveyance and reception of ideas. Only if the claimant can establish a link between the use of the forum in question for public expression and at least one of these purposes is the claimant entitled to the protection of Section 2B of the Charter. Now, I just want to end off by telling you, Mayor Tory, to take notice that this is from your own code of conduct that you came up with before you while you were running for mayor. Making City Hall more functional means making sure council is accountable and working for you every single day. Toronto's elected officials work and answer to you, not the other way around. The code pledges to run an open government, emphasizing the basic democratic requirement for having elected officials answer questions publicly. I will introduce real penalties for elected officials and public servants who abuse the privileges, responsibilities, and trust that accompany public service. We work for Torontonians, not the other way around. Tory's Code of Conduct also addresses at length his commitment to use City Hall as a vehicle for progress and positive change, not a congested fortress, which is what these measures are basically going to eventually turn this place into.
Thanks very much for the deputation. Are there questions of Mr. Moran?
Take notice that the Crown is the surety for Mr. Derek Moran, the person I have.
Are there questions for Derek Moran? Okay, hearing none, I'll thank you very much for being here, as always. Tim McGuire. Welcome, as always.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. First, I'll read out, shortness of time, I'll read out the recommendations and I'll talk about some of the background. One is that the Executive Committee we recommend the Executive Committee reject the report and vote against the staff recommendations. And 2, the Executive Committee and Council redirect the proposed $774,000 operating funds for security staff to much-needed city services, specifically the creation of 20,000 new spaces in community recreation programs. As Mr. Meslin and others before you indicated, this is a beautiful place because of the access and the openness and transparency. Municipal government in Canada has a proud tradition, proudly recognition of being the most accessible level of government in Canada, and Toronto City Hall is not just a government building, it's a community hub where activities, weddings, cultural events, celebrations, demonstrations, visitors, and much more being part of the daily life of one of Toronto's most historic sites. The security recommendations before you are alarming on many levels. One, unknown information. I know you're going to have a private meeting afterwards, but it's hard to assess whether there are appropriate security measures being taken if we don't know what those security threats are. The installation of physical barriers and delineation of public and reserved spaces will create obstacles to individuals with physical disabilities and those with mobility devices. And again, the openness and transparency of City Hall should be championed because it allows community groups and others to speak to councillors about city policies and reaffirms the city's goals of inclusion and accessibility. The report states that permanent security measures are needed due to the Canada-wide threat elevation from October 17th of 2014 from low to medium, but there's been no indication of actual number or nature of security threats made against City Hall that would necessitate permanent security installation of permanent security measures. Patron screening recommendations will have a significant impact on members of marginalized groups through additional policing of individuals who may already be heavily policed. The report cites security of employees as an area of prime importance, yet Local 79 here has not heard of concerns from the union's thousands of members that either work here or come here for meetings. I've checked with our full-time health and safety representatives who have not been contacted by our Health and Safety Committee in this building about any threats that have been, security issues that have been raised, any incidents. And as I indicated to the media, the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee is the legal place, the place where the city has a legal responsibility to discuss the potential safety issues with our members, your employees that work in this building and elsewhere. And from our understanding, that has not happened. This report has not been reviewed. From our understanding, there have been no recommendations discussed with the committee in this building in order to make recommendations to make this place safer if there are threats that need to be responded to.
I'll have to ask you to conclude on that note, unless you had 2 more words to say, but if you're...
Well, whatever the threats are, it needs to be dealt with parallel to what those threats are. The Health and Safety Committee needs to be consulted from our perspective. That's your legal obligation. And secondly, whatever the threats are, has to be balanced with maintaining the openness and transparency of this place. That's what has made it a great place to come and make deputation and an impact on city policy. If you don't have that interaction, then you don't have a good policy.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Are there, no, they had questions, and Councillor Perks was first.
Thank you very much, Tim. I want to make sure I've understood this. So you've checked with the shop stewards and the Occupational Health and Safety Committee for the employees that you represent in this building and ones who come to this building, and they have not told you that they feel unsafe working here?
I've had our full-time health and safety people that work out of our office contact this committee, and we've not heard back with any security arrests that have been raised.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, I want to understand. So you're asserting that if the Corporation of the City of Toronto believes that there is a safety risk for its employees, the City of Toronto is contractually bound to raise that with you directly through the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee?
I believe it's legally, legislatively bound and contractually bound because that language is incorporated into our collective agreement. But back to your first point, when I did check with our Occupational Health and Safety Committee, they talked about threats, threats of violence in other workplaces, and we've not seen this same response. I was threatened with my life as a caseworker a few times, one time with a sledgehammer. Those things happen when people do make decisions out there, legislative decisions, other decisions. You don't see the same kind of threats. And in fact, in Tess offices now, the partitions have come down over the past number of years, not up. This was 15 years ago. This happened to me. Unfortunately, the man did not come back twice. He came back once to get a check that was prepared. The appropriate policies were followed in terms of making sure that I was safe. But he didn't come back with the sledgehammer that he was wandering around the streets with. So the same response is not accorded to when our members, employees of the city, run into troubles, potential threats in other workplaces. This seems over-the-top response to some unknown threat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Palacio, did you have questions? And then Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. And Mr. Maguire, how do you feel about the vehicle mitigation measures or to protect the main square with some sort of safety? How do you feel about that?
Sorry, I didn't...
Within the Nathan Field Square, the main square, city staff, they're recommending some vehicle mitigation measures to put some concrete barriers or whatever.
Are you asking me about the measures that have already been taken?
Well, no. There is something that's been proposed here.
I don't have any specific thoughts in terms of the... I have thoughts in terms of the metal detectors and screens in this room, et cetera. I think they're over the top. I don't know what the security risk is, but I think the people, the experts on health and safety should be consulted in terms of what those threats were, and if they need advisors from a security standpoint, then have the Health and Safety Committee also apprise you in terms of what the response might be.
Now, in terms of consulting, you mentioned that the Health and Safety Committee has not been consulted and you haven't been able to provide input on that. How about the public in general?
Well, that's as the question was asked earlier, that's what you were here for, but I think the other body that you need to hear from before you make decisions are the Occupational Health and Safety Committee that represents the employees in this building.
With regards to the existing security systems that we have within the corporation, do you think that's enough?
I think there should be a risk assessment done involving the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee to determine whether that's enough.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for coming, Tim. I've run from another meeting. I chair the Occupational Health and Safety Coordinating Committee for the city, and we do have a violence in the workplace policy, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it a requirement of the policy that risk assessments be done with the Joint Health and Safety Committee in all workplaces?
Yes.
And in fact, there is a Joint Health and Safety Committee for this building. It took some time to form and to get their terms of reference confirmed, but they have the responsibility for determining what responses there should be to address violence in the workplace here. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's from the committee, and I think that's there because it's legislated that it be the case.
Right. We did have one complaint from residents, from workers here on the second floor at one point that came up through the ranks and to the coordinating committee as a result of some of the commotion that swirled around our previous mayor. And is it not the case that that matter was resolved as well about a year ago?
I'm not sure of the resolution, but I remember the incident where it was an employee that felt intimidated by the mayor at that time, yes.
So I don't want to go any further on this, but that's the only recollection I have of workplace issues in this building. So it would be normally a very different process for determining risk in workplaces. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Are there any other members not of the committee? We've got Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Burnside.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, I've heard your comment with respect to how best to utilize the funds that would be allocated for the security measures. I'm just wondering then, are you suggesting that no security measures are necessary at this particular point in time? Are you, and just second part of the question, are you suggesting what we have is adequate or is sufficient?
I'm suggesting we don't know what that threat is or those threats are. They haven't been discussed with the Occupational Health and Safety Committee, the joint, and do an actual risk assessment, so we don't know. If there are threats, then what are the policies in response? And I suggested that the money go to recreation. And I'm just going to bring back to my mind a letter that I wrote you, Mr. Mayor, well over a year ago. In response, I was inspired by a Globe and Mail article about terrorist activities in Brussels. The main point of that article was to suggest the way to keep people safest is to deal with inequality in communities. And providing recreation programs is one measure to provide more equality in communities, and that is an anti-violence.
So the report that's actually here in front of us, are you suggesting that the experts who would prepare this report, who would, and I agree with you, we should afford an opportunity for the Occupation and Health Safety Group to review this, but are you suggesting that the information that's here, that group would be able to either independently provide their own assessment of risk and or that the report that's here, you're not taking that seriously? Is that what I'm hearing? Because I'm conflicted with what I'm hearing from you.
I think you would be putting words in my mouth to suggest it's not serious.
Not trying to. With great respect, I'm not trying to. What I'm simply asking is, so there's a report here. Let me just finish, so maybe clarify it a little further for you to answer, to be fair. That there was a report here that gives us information, and the assessment of risk has been done in terms of how I read this report. Do you read it the same way at all?
I don't think the report tells us anything about what the risk is. You will know later today what that risk is. No one else knows.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, to Mr. Maguire, are you suggesting that there shouldn't be barriers to the public?
I'm suggesting there are barriers now, some. I'm suggesting that if there are increased barriers, according to the actual risk that's there, we have to maintain as much as possible the openness and transparency of this place to ensure that people can still...
So you concede that there need to be, that on some level, there are barriers to the public, and you don't have a problem with that?
I'm suggesting that if they, that increasing them...
No, I just want to, sorry, I'm not talking about increasing, and sorry for interrupting only because I have 3 minutes.
It sounds like...
I'm not talking about I am interrupting. It's not about increasing. I'm saying there are barriers currently to the public. Are you satisfied with that fact?
As they are now, yes.
Okay. So you have more historical knowledge than I do, but were there, what sort of threats were there to anybody above the second floor? Because as you know, you can't get into this, you can't get above the second floor in this building without a pass, and you can't get onto any of the floors.
Are you asking me if I'm aware of threats above the second floor?
Right, because there are all these security measures we have above the second floor. I can't even get up there. And I'm just wondering what measures, because that's a barrier to the public, to our city staff, and I'm just trying to understand what threats there were that led to the city going down that road, because you have a lot more knowledge than me.
But there's public access right to the top floor.
You can't get onto the floor. You can't get on.
You can get to the floor.
Okay, but you can't get onto the floor to speak to city staff. So I'm wondering what that threat was, because obviously there must have been threats.
I don't know.
Okay, thanks. My next question, thank you. Are you suggesting that we only react after something occurs, or you just want to know the information, the threat assessment? You just want access to that?
I want those that have responsibility under law, the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee, to have knowledge of what those threats are so they can be part of reviewing what those threats are and determining whether there's a need for further measures or not.
Would you concede that most attacks that have occurred, whether they're sort of ISIS-related attacks or attacks on churches in Texas, they were just sort of unexpected, that there was no prior knowledge by any one of the, and there have been 13 attacks that have been thwarted in New York City where nobody had any idea where these people were coming from. So what my suggestion is that we don't know what we don't know. Would you concede that there's an element of that?
Are you asking me to delve into the question of terrorist attacks and gun violence in the United States with
No, that's not what I asked. What I was asking you, maybe just ask the question again. Would you concede that we don't know what we don't know? Most of these attacks, we don't know where they're coming from. Would you concede that?
So build the iron wall that the previous speaker talked about.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions of this deputant? Well, Mr. Maguire, well, thank you very much for your answers and for your deputation. And we will go to Miguel Villa-Velarde.
Thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee on this ridiculous comment to raise walls and barriers to citizens of Toronto. I've been coming regularly for 7 years almost to this city hall. I love my city, I love my city hall, and I disagree with the recommendations made here. However, in the issue of raising up boulders to avoid any potential trucks coming in or a car driving into the public, that could be a acceptable solution in my mind. But before we do that, we have to sanitize what's currently happening at the police board meetings. Does anybody here at this committee knows what's happening at the police board meetings? Well, if you're not aware, we have to get a screen out. So in other words, we have to empty our pockets, be a screen without our consent. It is only because Chief Sanders put up a tweet about someone coming into a police headquarters screaming, or someone who has, emotional disturbance. That's the only reason why police headquarters right now is a fortress. And many of us deputants have been selectively targeted. I say that word because Dion Rene was tackled down by a police officer, and that police officer is currently not under suspension. My friend Desmond Cole has also been arrested for deputing. My friend Chris Langfield has been given 1 year to be buried from coming back to the Police Services Board to depute. And that's a shame. It is really a shame. Who is going to be next? Me, Derek Moran, or anybody else? So please, don't push the panic button here. This is not acceptable. You know what? I would advise you that the money that you're recommended to waste, instead give it to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, because if you see recommendation 2 from the Aboriginal Affairs Committee says that we don't have the money to build this office. So if you're going to waste $1.2 million, please do not. Give it to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee so they can have money to hire First Nations people and have this office operating this coming year instead of waiting. That's all I had to say. And please fix what's going on at the police board before you have any idea of implementing the same strict barriers at City Hall. We don't want to see that happening. I love my city, please, and don't make it look into a police state, which is not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you. Emily Daigle, please. Now, were you going to use the, oh, okay.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm kind of scared to go after that. So I'm here at the table that I fought very, very hard for. You notice I didn't accidentally bump into it and throw it over again. This is our city hall. This is the most basic of democracy we have in this country. This is the only fully accessible part of democracy that we have. The Ontario legislature is really clamped down to a point where people with disabilities can't even watch question period properly because we're all the way up in the galleries where we can't even see what's going on. A member of Parliament can't even invite us to come see it from near their area or watch question period because guess what? It's not accessible. The biggest thing you must think about if you're going to bring in any sort of these measures is this: accessibility. That's the word I'm using. Accessibility. And I'm going to explain why I say that. I'm a very well-liked and very respected person that comes here. I don't try to be on either side of the political spectrum. I like everyone equally. I try to work with everyone equally. The security staff in this place has gotten to know me, has gotten to appreciate me as a human being, as someone with a disability, with many disabilities. Right now in Chambers, I don't sit where the accessibility spots are because they're always covered by staff chatting with their counselors, and you can't hear really what's going on, and you're on TV, and if you have the body dysmorphic issues I do, I hate what I look like on TV, so I don't like being there. And you get these really bright lights, and they hurt your eyes. If you put up glass around there, how are we supposed to see when we're visually impaired and there's glare on the glass? I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and each and every one of you on council. Not one of you is in a wheelchair. Not one of you that I know of is legally blind. Not one of you on council is hearing impaired enough where you have to fight for an FM unit. There's only one working FM unit in Chambers. The security staff in Chambers are very special people. They know what they're doing. The only way I can get safely into City Hall without having to go through hordes of people and busted up sidewalk and grates that aren't built very well and having to go through accessibility issues of Nathan Phillips Square is to go through the parking garage. The security staff downstairs are wonderful. But I'll tell you this much, we already have enough problems security-wise of those of us with disabilities getting in and out of the back door where Wheel-Trans picks up and drops off. There's only one door they can open. The door buttons no longer work. And if you're after the time the G4S people leave, you're SOL. If I stay for a late city council meeting or a late executive meeting, we have issues getting in and out of the back of Wheel-Trans. So I ask you this. The sky is not falling. You guys want to sit here and say, excuse me, Mr. Cressy, excuse me, Speaker, thank you.
And I'll just ask you to wrap up fairly short.
That's great. I will wrap up, but I'll say this. The sky is not falling. Don't try and see ghosts where there are not. And I thank you, Speaker, for what you do at Council. And I thank our security staff, and I thank our Sergeant of Arms. But most of all, I thank the public that are willing to come down here. Because without their input, how are you going to govern properly? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Desmond Cole. Welcome, Mr. Cole. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. As has been mentioned already, on September 21st of this year, a Toronto resident by the name of Dion Renee was attacked by a police officer inside the lobby of the Toronto Police Headquarters at 40 College Street. This incident happened very shortly after the Toronto Police Service introduced new security measures inside the building. Some of those measures are similar to the ones that you all are talking about this afternoon. And I don't think that that's a coincidence, nor do I think that it's a coincidence that Ms. Renee, who is a black woman with a disability, was so blatantly targeted. I think that any assessment about risk should not be oriented the way that this one is, because this assessment is really oriented on how all of you folks stand to be harmed or at risk. When the true risk to the public when security is increased like this is actually to us. It's to the civilian population. You can look anywhere at this city and how we do our work. You can look at TTC fare collectors and TTC constables and look at the fact that they disproportionately target black people, indigenous people, homeless people, people with mental health issues. You may say that that is not the intention that you wish for them to do when they go out and do their jobs, but that is the impact, whether you want to admit it or not. You can look at our community centers and how security is used and see that the same people experience higher barriers than others, are targeted more with violence by their own security than others. You can look at places like our shopping malls and public and see the exact same trends happening to the exact same groups of people. And of course, we've just had a conversation that resulted in police officers being removed from our schools in the city because, again, there was some notion that there was a security risk in the schools and that the correct way to respond to that risk was to put people with weapons and the authority to use force where children go to school, where they try to study. How many times do we have to tell you that these measures are harming vulnerable people? The larger that your security regime becomes, the less that you have a capacity to interpret and assess threats. The larger that your security regime becomes, the more likely that you are to target the homeless, to target the poor, to target black and indigenous people, to target people with mental health issues and disabilities, even if it is not your desire and intention to do so. These are the statistics. This is not really an argument that we need to be having in 2017. And so what I would actually say is that since you're going to be talking next about anti-racism, anti-black racism specifically, that you acknowledge that doing these things presents a much more direct risk to our community than what you're doing now, and that you acknowledge that actually, as the previous speaker said, your goal ought to be increasing accessibility, and that when you arbitrarily decide to put more people who come into this building into a security regime, arbitrarily, not because there's something specifically about them that you have a problem with, but when you do so arbitrarily, we are the ones who are more likely to suffer, those of us who are already suffering under these security regimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The questions of the deputy? Okay, seeing none, I thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Thompson?
Sorry, I thought you were doing visiting members first. Through you to Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, so I've heard your comments and so on. But do you then think that there are no levels of securities that should be put in place? I mean, beyond simply the points that you've made about the different groups who are being more impacted by as a result, what level of security should be in place in order to ensure that not security for politicians particularly, but security for everyone, for example, coming into the building?
I'm not opposed to politicians having security, of course. I think that you all need to be safe, and I don't dispute that there are risks to you in doing this work. But I think we need balance. So I think that if you look at what we're doing now, I've read the the backgrounder, and the backgrounder for why this is happening talks about the threat level, the national terror threat level being raised 3 years ago. And it acknowledges that there is no specific threat to this building or to the people who work here that has prompted these new proposals, that it's just a kind of general fear in the country of Canada that's been ongoing for 3 years, and that since we don't know when that threat will come back down, we should just increasingly militarize this space. I would ask you what kind of security you, Councillor Thompson, and others feel that you need that you don't have right now.
Unfortunately, I get to ask you the question.
No, I don't want you to answer.
Fair enough. Okay.
I would simply respond to your question by saying we can have that conversation on a specific basis and not on the Canada-wide general unspecific threat basis that we're doing right now.
Right. Now, in your comments, and it not part of the security, but you talk a little bit about police and security in general. What are your thoughts with respect to why this is becoming more of a condition, which is that those individuals and those groups that you've identified seem to be much more at risk with respect to security apparatus to protect people?
I think it goes back to the reason we have security forces in this country to begin with. Black and Indigenous and poor and other racialized, disabled people, people with mental health issues. We have always had to fight in order to be part of the conversation, and our desire to participate has been perceived as if we are aggressors, as if we're here to hurt you because we just want to participate. That's why I was arrested in July, Councillor Thompson, and folks who are in this room watched me get arrested for speaking like I'm speaking to you right now. Perhaps they felt I was speaking out of turn, and that's fine. But telling the state that it has the right to put its hands on me because you believe I'm speaking out of turn. I'm a black man. Who is it going to impact? We know this and we've seen it over and over. So it has to do with historical interpretations of us wanting to be included as being violent. And then that justifies violence against us, which is very unfortunate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other members of the committee wishing to ask Mr. Cole questions? Could I just ask one, Mr. Cole, which is with regard to the square outside? I mean, we're operating under this artifice where this report that everybody seems to have read is confidential, and we as a committee, just so everybody knows, we don't have the authority here at this committee to make it public. Only the City Council can do that. But you've read it, and you've read what it said about the square. Do you distinguish between the square and the large crowds that can gather out there like today and other days and the building in terms of the measures that could be taken?
I do. I think that there is a difference, for example, from saying that because somebody, for example, could, even unintentionally, crash a vehicle through an area of the square where people are gathered, that kind of increased security is necessary. I would simply just add again, though, that if you're not taking into account how that will affect accessibility, if you're not asking people who have to access this building in different ways how that will impact them before you do it, I don't agree. My problem is, as what was said before, is that it is this idea that individuals, for no real reason, they haven't done anything, they don't really pose any threat, are being suspected that they may, and then being then subject to whatever security measures you folks deem are necessary. That's always going to impact certain groups of people more. So it's that specificity. It's not just protecting a general crowd outside in the square. It's when you start saying every person who comes in here is a potential threat that I really do have a problem.
I trust one final question. You'd also be supportive then given that we have these reports now, they've been written by security people, that you'd be supportive of the notion of us asking the public in a broader way than even here today to ask for their views on all of this as we sort of decide how we can best deal with these reports.
I would love for you to ask the public, Mayor Tory, but because I've seen how these conversations progress usually, I would like you to do something that's not done in this city usually, and I would like this executive committee and this council at large to start doing something when you do these kinds of things and have this kind of discussion, which is to prioritize the voices of those who are marginalized by your security regime. To say that they actually have more of a stake in this than the average person, and that their voices deserve more weight. We just went through a process of talking about security in our schools where we had conversations where essentially a person who is in a rich white neighborhood that does not have a police officer in their children's school, that their opinion is weighted equally to somebody in Jane and Finch who can't even walk around their own community, let alone their school, without feeling like they're being policed and without, in fact, the statistics showing that they are over-policed. And so asking the public is a good thing, but you have to acknowledge that some people here have more of a stake than others. There will be councillors in this building who will find ways, and public officials in this building, and I'm not saying this to hate on you guys, I'm talking about what's real. If you guys want people to come into this building and not have to go through those security, you guys have power. You will figure out ways to do that. Other people who have influence in this building, if they don't want their guests to go through that, they will. Do you know how I got through the security regime during the Rob Ford days? I walked through the cafeteria, because when you're going into this building and to engage in capitalism, no one cares if you have a weapon on you or not suddenly. But you see, that's all I'm saying, is that I have to do that to keep myself safe and to get into this building to talk to y'all. But I shouldn't have to. You need to acknowledge that for me, this conversation carries more weight than it might for the average member of this council who is middle-aged, white, upper middle class, and doesn't have these barriers. So please do have a public conversation, but please weight it accordingly to how we are experiencing our public space.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. That brings us to the end of the deputy. Any other questions for the deputy? I don't think so. That brings us to the end of the deputations. So we would now move to I'm sorry. Was there? Did you have a question for Mr. Cole? Okay. The question arises, we can have questions of staff to the extent that those don't trespass on the, I'll say, confidential report, or we can move in camera, and I'm willing to entertain a motion or not with respect to what we do in that regard. I think probably in order to allow for proper questioning that respects the confidentiality of the report, we should go in camera, but if people don't wish to do that, then it doesn't matter to me. Pardon me? We're okay? All right then. Unless I sense the sense of the room is that you want to move to go on camera? All right. Then we'll show the motion that goes with that. And the motion, you can see there, the Executive Committee recesses its public session to meet in closed session as the item relates to the security of property of the municipality or local board. So I would then just call the question on this motion. All those in favor? We're taking a vote here, so people don't seem to be paying as close attention as they might. The motion is on. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? I think we better have to do this properly because I just can't. I think it was fairly close, and I don't want to make a mistake on this. So let's all those in favor, please put your hand up strongly. Opposed? Okay, I think it's carried. We'll have to take a couple of minutes break while we have the room.
to tweet Sorry? You're not allowed to tweet on camera. You can go for 5 minutes?
Okay, I just want the motion that I'm going to, there may be some questions. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Committee has completed its closed session, and so we will now resume, and I will ask, first of all, if there are any public questions of staff. We have some people who I guess were not introduced in the public session, so perhaps you could just introduce yourselves in the public session so people will know who you are.
My name is Donald Campbell. I'm a staff superintendent for the Toronto Police Service in charge of public safety operations.
Dwayne Nicol, I'm the Director of Corporate Security at the City of Toronto.
Thank you. And are there any members of the council visiting here, the committee, that wish to ask public questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Just trying to figure out why we're here with this report. The decision history that you have in the report, government management motion that was moved in 2009 and then as well as in April 2011, council protection of city property. So what, I don't have the copy of that report or that motion that was passed at government management, but exactly what was the recommendation on that report or that item that came forward, government management?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a number of recommendations in there. The first report was really key strategic things and statements like, there needs to be a separation of public and private, a visible separation of public and private space. The next document was the recommendations that flowed out of that. That's when the visitor control on the second floor, the sign-in pieces were implemented, and there was some other measures that were confidential that were implemented and some that were public.
Okay, so those were the two reports that came through government management, and then now this is your supplement report on that original request?
I certainly would not call this a supplementary report, through Mr. Chair. This is a result of independent assessments done by the Toronto Police Service and Public Safety Canada on the vulnerabilities and on their recommendations. Again, very different time from 2009 to 2017 now.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other members of council first that have public questions to ask of our two officials? Okay. Are there any members of the committee? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. And so I'm going to ask this question first because I found it interesting. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nichols. Mr. McGuire spoke earlier on, and he indicated that, I guess that's the impression I got from him. Maybe he may have said something different or viewed it differently, but the impression I got from him, but there is no consultation with the Occupation and Health Safety Committee in the process of putting together this report, or that when the report was received by the two parties, Public Safety Canada and the police, that there was no consultation. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, what I believe what was said was that he was not aware Local 79 didn't have any security concerns, and that the report wasn't shared with them. What I can advise is that on at least 8 occasions...
Sorry, I can't hear you. It's just a little bit of noise in the back.
Sorry, Councillor. On at least 8 occasions, security has been a topic at the Joint Health and Safety Committee, 8 times in the last 2 years, talking about everything from lockdown to active attacker situations. In fact, a letter I received from the chair, the co-chairs in that committee, is titled Security Concerns at Toronto City Hall, and starts with, the committee has had several discussions regarding security and safety procedures at Toronto City Hall in light of recent international terrorism incidents and the fact that Toronto City Hall is an iconic building and seat of municipal government. And that it goes on to raise questions about the lack of security barriers and screening on the main floor of City Hall. It has certainly been a topic at those committees. Our supervisor of security sits on the committee. With this particular report was not shared with the committee yet. in my view, this is really a decision that has to be made by council. They're the owners of this risk and need to make that decision.
And you're bringing that forward for us to, as you say, make that decision, but council can determine who it forwards this report to for further review and to be brought back with additional information. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the very important piece in this is if the recommendations were approved, there will be ample consultation back with the Joint Health and Safety Committee, with our city employees and with members of the public to make sure we get this right.
Right. And sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, we are not talking about going through a courthouse or airport invasive style. We are talking about a very different, more customer service friendly experience if that was to occur.
Okay. And just to the police, through you, Mr. Mayor, one final question. Assessing the risk, this is something that you do on a regular basis, not just for City Hall, but you do this for the city as a whole, and I gather other organizations as well. Would that be correct?
Yes, Councillor, it's true.
So this is something that you do naturally, you do normally?
I'll give you an example. Rogers Center,
Yeah.
Maple Leaf Gardens,
Okay.
BMO Field.
You're the experts. You're relied upon for that information.
Well, makes me call an expert, but yes.
You are. I consider you, Mr. Campbell, an expert. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Mayor.
Councillor Thompson. Other public questions? Obviously, we're in public session of the two officials that we have here. Okay. Well, then, on that basis, I'll call for speakers, and I'm going to, in this case, speak first because I have a motion to put. Could I ask the motion be put up on the screen? Is it ready? I'm sorry. Did you want to speak? I apologize. No, I'm not excited. I actually wanted to speak first because I'm putting a motion that I think might help with the debate. But you're more than... I fully understand, and I have made exceptions. I've made exceptions before, but you go ahead and speak. Is the motion ready? Okay, so we'll put the motion up on the screen if we can. And I'll just say to my colleagues, let me just start the clock here, that I want to make one thing clear, and I think I would speak for most of us in saying this is not about and has never been about politicians. It is, I think, our principal concern all the way through has been about, in looking at these reports and having a discussion, has been about the staff who work here and about the visitors to the building. But it's nonetheless a delicate discussion for a number of reasons, and one that I think we have approached and will continue to approach because, of course, whatever we do here goes on to council with a great deal of care and caution. And I think that I certainly place a premium on public input into this because while it is about people in part who work here and visit here, this is the public's building. And it is one that is seen by them as their building. And more importantly than that, I think our level of government or our order of government is seen as the most accessible and our building is seen as the most accessible. And I think we want to protect that while at the same time making sure people who work here, all people who work here and people who visit here are safe. And that's our responsibility to ensure as well. And so the motion here says that the mitigation measures for vehicles should be approved and recommends that to City Council. But it goes on with respect to the committee rooms and the council chamber committee rooms, item 2, recommendation or 2 of the amendment. Number 3, same for the council chambers, to say that those should be the subject of further work by our officials so that they might find options other options for enhanced physical delineation that are different than the ones that are put forward that have been the subject of some public discussion, even though the document's confidential. Recommendation, or part 4, talks about asking for in public input, and that public input is to include the public, city employees, and to report back to City Council on the broader issue of what's called here patron screening, which again, while the report hasn't been made public, as people have speculated on or written up what it is. And then finally, it authorizes the Deputy City Manager, Internal Corporate Services, to adjust enactments to the enhanced security level based on changes to the domestic terrorism threat level, which would be an external event that would happen, that happens at the federal level based on advice from law enforcement or otherwise a change in the terrorism. I will also add to colleagues that I would be moving a motion at the City Council to make the majority, if not all, of this material public. When I say that, I just want to make sure we're careful in looking at it to make sure, and just saying it should be made public. I certainly would think most, if not all of it, can be made public, but I want to make sure we take some advice between now and council, and so I'll indicate I would be moving such a motion at that time so people can see the reports we had and what they said. So I just think that this is a prudent and appropriate and careful way to handle this, that we can move forward on something where I think there's a broad consensus, that we can address in 2, 3, and 4 some real concerns that a number of people have, both inside and outside the committee, about those measures, and that we can get that input, which I think is very, very important, and then make this material hopefully public at council, which is the only place that can be done, so people can see what we're dealing with here. So those are my comments, and now I'm happy to take a speakers list with that motion in front of you, and so that members, Councillor, questions of the mover? Sure. All right. Who would be first with that? There aren't any? Pardon me? Of course.
Just, were you looking at any sort of timeline for this?
I must say I didn't put a date in, but I was looking at much sooner than later, because I think, again, the more this kind of sits out there, but you want to have a reasonable period of time to get the public input and to ask the staff to consider other measures for the council chamber and the committee rooms other than those that were recommended. So I'm happy to sort of take a friendly amendment to put a date on it.
I could maybe do that
Maybe we
amendment.
can find out how long the staff think, and our friends from the security places, how long that might take. I'd like it to be quite soon, though, if we can. We'll get some advice on that. Are there other questions of the mover? Yes, so Councillor Thompson, Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, number 4, you talk about to survey members of the public. Could you help us to understand what the form of the surveys would be? It would be online. What methods will be used to do the survey?
I guess in my case, certainly my intention would be for it to be something that could have as broad a reach to the public in the broadest sense, as well as our employees. And I think, again, when you're dealing with thousands of employees, who frankly are not all in this building, because I think all the employees have the right to have a comment on this if they wish, and members of the public, that it's probably most practical to use some kind of online methodology as the principal means of reaching out to a very broad cross-section, or the broadest availability of the public and the employees and anybody else who wants to comment.
Right. And my assumption would be that most people will not want to read the depth of the report. Would there then be maybe a summary or an executive?
This is where the dots fit together. I'm hopeful that if most of this material is made public, we can then talk as frankly as we've ended up kind of doing in here, where it was written up in the newspaper and so on, and say what they're talking about is, wanding people at the door, if that was a proposal, or something else, and ask people for their thoughts on that, and not so much on the specifics, yes or no, but what do you think generally? So that's my own intention behind
That's helpful. Thank you.
Other questions of the mover? Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, and is your intention with this motion overall to adopt recommendation number 1 and then the rest to send it back to city staff for more consultation with the public? Is that?
Yes. Now I'll determine how well I've captured the consensus of this committee, and of course it has to go through to council. But I sensed that even listening to our deputants today, there was a fairly broad consensus in favor of taking the measures that don't really interfere with accessibility, but do protect the square in terms of large crowds and some of the kinds of incidents we've seen elsewhere. And so my sense was people seemed more comfortable with that, and that the other ones, there was a level of discomfort or a level of anxiety as to whether those were the right things to do, the best things to do, and that we should get further input and get both expert input, if I can call it that, but also get further public input on those things so that we can make sure what we're doing is responsible and consistent with the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to recommendations number 3 and 4, is to review the options and for city staff to report back to city council. Now, would you be amenable to have a friendly amendment in terms of the time when
Yes, I think somebody was just getting some advice about how long both groups thought it would take, both the public input part and the work to be done by the officials about other forms of physical delineation between staff space, council space, and public space, you know, to the extent that's necessary. And so if I get that information back, we'll maybe put a date in, and hopefully it'll be one you could be happy with, but I just haven't had that information back yet. But somebody was asking over there, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of myself as the mover? All right, then that brings us to other speakers, and we had Councillor Perks first, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Carroll, so those will be our first three.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do appreciate your motion. When it arrives at council, I'll certainly be supporting that direction. I don't want to make light of the issues that are here. Public officials, elected and not, do face risks. In an all-candidates debate, I sat beside a guy who told me he had a knife in his boot and he was going to gut me like a fish. I have experienced, I do my community meetings in the basement of the Parkdale Library, and I've had to push the panic button. I've had people threaten me, attempt to follow me home to figure out where I live. And I'm a person of considerable privilege. Members of council who are not white men probably experience verbal violence and threats much more than I do. In fact, I know that to be the case. So this is something that we can't take lightly. But we have to think about what actually is the path out of that risk, out of that fear, out of that violence. The path is not to build a fortress here. I don't know if many of you have been to Queen's Park or the House of Commons lately. You can't get into those buildings unless you're invited by a member of the government or the opposition. You can't get in unless you're invited in. You simply can't get in the building. And making an arrangement to give a speech there is by invitation only, to make a deputation. So I believe that the path out of the ever-spiraling language and posture of violence in our society lies not in building smaller and smaller spaces for government and less access, but rather, as you will learn anywhere else in life, by making yourself more and more accessible. That's where we build strong bonds of community. That's where we denormalize violent behavior. That's where we make spaces truly safe. If we can set an example in this building of civilized dialogue, and I know that I'm not always perfect at it, but if we can do better at that, if I can sit eye to eye, 3 feet away from someone who believes something that is very different from what any of us on council are going to articulate, and listen to them. If I can make a space so that person knows they are being heard, we actually do the thing that we ask of our police service all the time. We begin to de-escalate the City of Toronto. It is crucial that we not become a community that reacts to the increasingly violent language and rhetoric of the neo-Nazis and others who are out there by walling ourselves off and walling the public out of this space. It's crucial instead that we demonstrate that in a civilized democracy, everyone is welcome all the time. And that's why I appreciate what the mayor has done today, and I encourage you all to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would begin by thanking our security staff for the work they do up until now. And Yusuf, our senior security coordinator in particular, I think does an immense job. I've struggled on this one as the report came forward, the confidential report, which, thank you, Mr. Mayor, will be made public with council's support. And I've struggled to determine for myself what the right balance is between safety and openness. And not for me as a member of council, but rather for those for whom we are responsible. And those for whom we are responsible are the staff who work here and the members of the public who visit here, whether you're dropping your kids off at childcare, or you're visiting the library, or you're coming to a wedding. And it does strike me, though, in thinking about for whom we're responsible, that no amount of safety improvements would make this building impenetrable unless we were to become Fort Knox, and nobody wants City Hall to become Fort Knox. And so therefore, the question for me is, what level of risk are we comfortable with for those for whom we're responsible? And on that basis, based on what I've heard in confidence, I err on the side of openness. Are there some improvements that can be made? Absolutely. I think, and it's in the motion that, Mayor, you've moved, appropriately designed barriers, as simple as benches that can be used to prevent vehicles coming into the square. I mean, for goodness sakes, we put bollards up to protect cyclists. I mean, this could also be seen as a Vision Zero measure. And so, you know, frankly, that to me is a non-starter. And there may be some others. But going much further, to me, risks the openness of this building and the openness of municipal government, which is a place that people feel welcome and able to come and speak. I'm painfully aware that all it takes is one bad incident to change all of that. And I recognize that when we make decisions and debate that, we have to think of that one bad incident. But based on our experience to date, I would rather have security in a city that mirrors the type of open city I believe we are and ought to be. And until I am proven otherwise, I err on the side of openness. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting your motion as well, although I suspect for different reasons than the speakers who came before me. I'm especially pleased to support the motion because we are going to consult the employees in the building. When the agenda hit the public domain last week, immediately I began to hear the media comment, had the TV on in my office, and I thought, oh, I know we're a political body, but we're also the directors of this corporation, and so we have to make this decision. But I thought, I don't want to decide that I don't want to be protected if it means that without talking to anybody else, I'm deciding that nobody else gets to be protected either. I don't know what the women on the 4th floor or the 10th floor or the 20th floor feel about this. I don't know whether they welcomed this report or said, I don't need this report. And I just will not make this decision if we haven't asked them. Now, I know we have a structure. I know we have a health and safety committee. But I think if we're honest, we'll admit that what usually happens when you're employed in an organization, you pick the person who's going to be on the committee, and they just go and be on the committee. And sometimes they come back to the shop and they ask everybody how they feel about everything they talked about on the agenda last night. Mostly they don't. Mostly they just make decisions on behalf of their coworkers and hope they're getting it right. This is too important. Recently at police headquarters, because they're going through the same sort of security review, any public sector building that has some role in emergency response must go through this from time to time. And they're going through training right now. And it doesn't change anything beyond what's there now. There's the bag check at the front door, and people are upset about that. But beyond that, what's going on right now is training that will, over the next few years, happen, I dare say, in any building that employs as many as they do or as many as we do here in this building. And that is, what will you do when the gunman gets off the elevator on your floor? Not meant to scare you into thinking that will happen every day, but what do you do? And I was really impressed with the training. And I'm not always impressed when I'm in my role witnessing how we do training in the police sense. But this was delivered to the civilian employees and in a measured and a calm way. Don't live your life as if you're going to be blown up every day. However, know what to do the day that happens. And so they did the whole run, hide, fight principle training and said, now that you've had it, you'll be surprised how it pops back into your brain. If, for some random reason, that happens in your lifetime, you will know the principles of the run, hide, fight training.
I'll ask you to, you may not know we had a 3-minute.
Oh, no, I didn't. I was watching on TV, but I wasn't in the room today. Well, let me just wrap it up by saying this. The consultations definitely have to happen. I don't think we want to make the decision, but I think we have to make sure that the way we impart the information about this is fair and balanced and brief and gets as much opinion as possible, so that when we make the decision, we are really taking into account every individual who works in this building.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just briefly, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be supporting your motion. And I want to thank security as well on the amazing job they do in the council chambers. And I mean, they did meet with me and briefed me, and I believe that they met with all members of council. And I did say that I had concerns on, you know, some of the recommendations. It's, my opinion, City Hall and any public space that we own, community centers, should be accessible to the public and easy access to City Hall. I mean, we've always been that way. So really, some of the security measures, I just think, you know, I would not support. So I'm glad that the mayor has moved that motion. Me personally, I have not been threatened. I did when I was in the city of York, and physically. And so, but since then I haven't. And when I was elected as mayor, I had constituents, one constituent, a senior of mine in the ward, that came to me and bought me a present, and the present was pepper spray because of the number of threats I was getting. But I never used the pepper spray, but that was handed to me as a gift. In light of the threats. But since then, I have not been threatened, so I'm fine. I feel safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Other councillors, Councillor Davis.
Just briefly, this building does have an occupational health and safety committee, and yes, on a regular basis, both management and union discuss issues to ensure that all of our health and safety policies are implemented. And there is a very robust violence in the workplace policy. The City of Toronto has a good policy. It comes because the provincial Ministry of Labour requires that every employer has a workplace violence policy, and we've been working on it. So, yes, there are discussions every day, or regularly, and there were some issues about whether or not the suggestions were being implemented. And there was a time in the previous administration where there were serious concerns about activity on the second floor. That, thankfully, has changed. And we don't have the kind of, I was going to use the word mayhem, but maybe that is an accurate word, of people running through the hallways and stuff that was just totally unacceptable and sometimes scary here. But I will support the recommendations. The example used in the motion said ropes, or velvet ropes. I can live with velvet ropes. But I do not want to have structures, permanent structures, that are going to inhibit access to this building. Metal detectors, screening in a way that is sends that message that we heard about today, that our residents are not welcome here. They are welcome here. I say every day how proud I am that at the City of Toronto, anyone can come down here and talk to us and register to express their views directly to their elected politicians. And I think we should be doing everything we can to continue to make this the place where the people are heard at every single committee meeting, and where they can participate through watching and being present in the council chambers. So I'll look forward to what comes back, because we will have another say, I presume, about what will come back. And at that point, we can all feel comfortable that we are keeping the doors of City Hall literally open for the residents of Toronto.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. I should just say to members that I got the advice back from the staff and officials that suggested that the report could go directly to the City Council on the matters that are to be reported back on, both the public input and the other suggested changes by March of 2018, which I think, since it doesn't have to go through here, would be probably acceptable to people. Certainly it is to me. I mean, I think it's as long as I'd want it to go, but I think that's adequate. Are people generally content? I'll amend my motion accordingly that before we call the question. Now, do I have any other members of council visiting us, not on the committee? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been in meetings in my office, but watching you all on television, and I do thank you, Mayor, for that motion. I think that's very prudent and a very important one, given the nature of this discussion. I just want to pick up on one thing that was indicated, and I don't know about your public consultation, but when I heard Mr. Cole speak about the type and nature of consultation, and for those who find themselves often the subject of too much attention, that is a conversation, and that consultation should be with many of those communities. And I think he gave us very good advice, that there are those who are carded, there are those who are stopped, there are those who are considered dangerous in some way because of the way that they look or carry themselves, their nationality, their religion, their race, sometimes their gender, depends on where you are, and that City Hall should not be that place. And I know that, Mr. Mayor, you're as proud of this city and of this City Hall as all of us are. I've been associated here since 1994, when there was no security to get into those offices. Now there is. There is still, though, the open committee rooms, the openness of the city level of government is very important. And if we really wanted to try a high-level security and build some walls and do many things, maybe we should start at a civic center, because it might not have as much impact, and test something. But I do note that the security breach, and it's very hard for me to say this, but I have to note that in the last term of council, there were a great number of security breaches. They were not by the public. They actually were not by the public. There was almost a fist fight in the council when one of the councillors started calling out members of the public who were there. One of the councillors was knocked down by another member of council. There was marauding through City Hall at all hours of the day and night, with people that had no security badges of any kind being led through City Hall chambers, led into the garages, and it was the subject of an ombudsman's report. So I'm not afraid of the public here. And yes, we had some people sing here today, and there was a press conference out there earlier. That's the nature of this government. It's pretty open. 2018 will be a bit rough and tumble, but I want to serve the public. I was elected to do that, and I will take whatever comes with that, as far as being called names or not being liked or being threatened in some way, as long as it's not physical. I think our security forces are much more robust now. They're on the mark now. They're thinking now. They're able to intervene now. We have extra security, and we've actually taken steps since 2000 and I believe 13, when the Ombudsman wrote her report, to make a more robust security service, which did not exist during the last term of office, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher. Other members of council, before we move to the committee, that wish to speak on this? Okay, we can then move to the committee. I have Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Thompson so far. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I too wish to thank security. They do a fantastic job protecting everyone, actually, all Torontonians and the building. And so I really appreciate all your hard work, endless hours and endless work. I think what's proposed for the square with the bollards is a good step, given what's been going on all over the world with vehicles driving up onto pedestrian walkways and endangering, harming, and killing pedestrians. So that's a good first step. I would say in this room, it's confusing, I think, to newcomers who come in. There are so many doors, 3 different doors. I noticed we have a little sign up, which I hadn't seen before, at the side here to know where to sit, because I think people come in this back door here and don't realize that media is in the back row and that this is for staff, and so residents are often caught sitting there and then sometimes embarrassed that they're sitting there. So I think that we could do better work with the ropes or signage back there at that door. So work to be done there. I too, like Councillor Perks, come from an activist background, so I like the freedom that we have at City Hall for people to come in and state their minds and crusade for the greater good. But I'm here as well, and I've experienced threats, as I think we all have. I'm repeatedly at meetings with a man I know who is a convicted stalker. I've received many threats, but the worst being one that someone threatened to hunt me down and find my kids. So, it's one thing me, but when it's your family, it was most disturbing. So there are some real things out there that, we're concerned about. But I think what the mayor's doing is the right thing to do. He's on the right track, and I'm very happy to support him. And I thank him for his leadership on this.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council is known for being an open and accessible place to the public. Well, it's a good thing to have security measures in place. It doesn't make sense to create unreasonable access restrictions. I was speaking to my grandson, and he asked me, if this is going to be implemented the way it is, is it going like when I go to the airport, do I have to take my shoes off? So that's the kind of question that made me think a number of times. So it's by implementing what's been proposed, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that's going to send the wrong message to the public, to those that we are accountable to. And that's one of the reasons, Mr. Mayor, that I do support your recommendations, because I think that's extremely important to go out and consult with the public. I've been threatened in the past as well. I go to public meetings like everybody else, where we have hundreds of people that may like you or not. I have gone to Toronto Community Housing developments at midnight and whenever, where we have shootings, stabbings, and so on. I don't shake on my boots, but still, it's up to me. When I run, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public, I promise to be accessible to my community, to have my doors wide open to them whenever they want to come and see me, irrespectively if they're Canadian citizens or not, if they voted for me or not. That's the right thing for me to do. I think that our city staff, in terms of the security that we have, they are doing a fantastic job all throughout. And we should all commend them for doing that. That's just great. And there is no need to push the panic button at this point and say, hey, that would be the wrong thing to do. We often have groups and protesters out there. I recall with the OCA, for example, all the time, especially the budget committees that we have in meetings, during the debates with the taxi industry, with Uber and whatever else. But that's, I think, the right thing for them to do as well, is to come and let us know and to say, listen to what we have to say before you make those decisions. And I think that's a prerogative that the public have. I remember the nightmare when the former mayor was around. That was brutal. That was dangerous. When we all experienced, certainly I did, when there was pushing and shoving, there was no compassion. It was totally brutal. But no one was asking at that point to keep people outside. No one was asking to close the doors. The doors were wide open to the public. And that's democracy, my friends. That's having a place that's accessible to the public, and that's what makes this place a special place, a welcoming place, and that's the way City Hall should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palazzo. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank the staff for the reports that have been presented, and of course the Toronto Police and the Public Safety Canada for the reports. I mean, I believe in open government. I think every one of us do. There is a necessity to ensure that open government is also serves and protect the public and protect the interests of individuals who are obviously going about their business involving in terms of whether or not they're meeting with councillors or meeting with staff or whoever. The fact of the matter, what we have is a report that says this is not 1996. Earlier we had a person came in and said 1996, it was all wide open, et cetera, et cetera. This is 2017. A lot has changed in the world. There are a lot of issues with individuals and so on. And I think that there is an incumbent requirement on us to ensure that we have measures in place that helps to secure not only the building, but also the opportunity of people coming in to do business and everyone. I think we have a responsibility to do that. The question is, to what degree and to what extent? And of course, we've been given a report that says, you know, there's a vast array of things to be considered. And the question is, to what degree we want to implement that. I think your motion, Mr. Mayor, really speaks to address that and to create more opportunities for the broader public to comment. We've had a few people come in here today and speak to it, but I don't think that's a representation of the general populace and the public in Toronto. There are 2.8 million people here. We had 7 people or 9 people came and spoke, most of them against it and so on. I do think that, you know, the measures that are in place, some of them I could support. There's some that I don't support, and I get that, but we'll deal with that on a different day. To suggest, though, that to have enhanced security, that creates a natural barrier to City Hall, I actually don't agree with that, because the fact of the matter is that to encourage people to come here and to ensure that they are safe is an appropriate thing, quite frankly, because if they know they're safe, they will actually come. What is being proposed in the report, and I didn't see this is something to create a natural barrier to prevent the public from coming here. I didn't see that, so it's been sort of alluded to. They talk about the glass area being raised behind City Hall. I've had a number of members of council complain to me saying, geez, you know, I'm having some challenges with respect to people leaning over, talking to me. I'm not sure. And so the report is simply saying, let's enhance that a bit to ensure that we minimize that. Not glass walls or not real walls as people are talking about. And so I think it's a real issue, quite frankly, that we need to protect the public. We need to have an open government. We need to have an opportunity for people to be able to come in, to be able to talk to us. But at the same time, we ought not to simply open all the doors and say we have no security. We need to ensure we have a balance of interests of security and interests of the public being able to come to City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure how this became so much an anti-democratic and all about politicians, because when I was consulted by staff, what I had in my mind was how do we keep City Hall safe so people feel they can come here and exercise their democratic rights. It was never about me. I never felt unsafe in this place. It's about everything that goes on in the world and how do we create that balance where people feel welcome into this place, feel like they can continue to be participants like we're here today with the public and our staff. And I think that we do have the responsibility of ensuring that for our this is a democratic institution, and we need to make sure that there's nobody in this city that doesn't feel like it's not safe to walk into this building or to come to an event in the square because of everything that goes on in the world and that we don't have the appropriate measures. It's a fine line. We need to balance that, but it needs to come from that perspective. I don't think this is about us. I don't think any of us was expecting it to be dividing the public, because I think some of the deputations were right. I mean, we're out there every day. If anybody wants to hurt us, they're going to hurt us. This is about all of us continuing to be able to go about our business like we're doing today, exercising democracy in this place, and everybody feeling safe. It doesn't matter if you work here, if you're coming to visit here, if you're coming to do business here. And I think this is the balance that we need to find with this approach. So I'm glad that the mayor is moving this motion. I'm sure staff are going to take everything that they heard here today and come back with suggestions along those lines, because I think we're heading all in the same direction.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Are there other members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor Shiner.
Well, Mayor Tory, I'm a supporter of the staff recommendations and appreciate them putting forward those recommendations. Times today are not what times were in the past. You go to a concert, you go to a hockey game, you go to a public venue, you're subject to some security checks. And they're there to make you and everyone else be safe in that environment. So we're a democracy. We're a symbol of government. We're a symbol of freedom. We're a symbol of Canada, fourth largest government in Canada. We're the symbol that people want to disrupt. They want to bring down a system that's here that they don't agree with. And they look for ways to do it that don't matter to the fact of who they may harm along the way. Some of the acts that we've seen in other countries you'd never dream of here, but what about the act that we had where they wanted to blow up a train line? Just one that happened. We're prosecuting people that wanted to blow up a train line. I think it's between Toronto and Montreal. Would you ever dream of that? So you have security experts that have said these are ways to protect not necessarily ourselves, but the people that you have the responsibility for, the thousands of people that work in the building, live here, and come every day to this building. That's not one of them. And to put forward recommendations that would protect them, that would have some screening as you come in. Look at ways to do more than just provide a blue rope as your protection in a council floor, or a security guard whose main means of enforcing anything is to have a radio and call somebody else, is what we're talking about. Because the world has changed. And because of the symbol that we are a possible target to those types of initiatives. And I support the recommendations because I believe we have to protect our employees. I believe we have to protect the public. I believe they weren't a measure of not allowing people into the building, but of looking at who's coming in and trying to make sure that those that are entering the building are not going to be able to cause a harm to the people that work here and disrupt what we have. And I take the recommendations of our security experts, and I think they weren't big walls, they weren't glass towers behind council chambers, they weren't locking people here behind glass walls or metal walls and keeping them out. They were recommending some simple, basic protections to make it more difficult to gain direct access to ourselves, but also to the people that work in the city here. And I had no problem supporting the staff recommendations. I think that they were reasonable and they could go forward.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've listened to many people speak from the executive, and I think there's a little bit of a general misunderstanding. This isn't about preventing participation or for that matter, protest. This is about outliers. This is about stuff we don't know. There's so much, like, we don't know what we don't know. And I think that's really what it's all about. To Councillor Bailão's point, it's also about providing an environment where people feel safe. I know when I get on an airplane, I feel safer that they have metal detectors. I feel safer when they have other security measures, knowing that everyone else is undergoing those same measures. As a former police officer, well, actually, let me say, I'm confused how some think that a metal detector if we're talking about that measure, as some have, would be a barrier to participation. As a former police officer, I know, or I certainly never heard of anyone that didn't want to fight a parking ticket or fight a speeding ticket because they had to go through a metal detector. It's just, you know, it's to me a ridiculous proposition that a metal detector would somehow deter people from coming into the chamber. In terms of open government, I think the most open government is actually speaking to your councillor. Yes, yes, it's great to go up to the council chamber and watch us speak and debate. You can't even clap. But if we really want to talk about open government, then why are our doors locked on the second floor? So I agree with Councillor Shiner. I think the proposals as is, I'm willing to support. That being said, I recognize that there is a desire to allow the public to have a say, and I respect that as well.
Thanks, Councillor Burnside. Are there other speakers on the committee? Otherwise, I think we're ready to proceed to deal with the motion amending first, and then we'll go from there. We'll put that back up then. And it has been amended just from the first time you saw it to put in the dates. It's the same date, March 2018, for three of the five applicable paragraphs. All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the motion? Oppose? Carried. Thank you. Now, just to update here, one thing that we didn't do because we were rushing out to cheer on the Argos is vote on the matters were all carried together, all heard together, 29.3, 29.4, and 29.2. And we did 2, and so we just didn't do a vote on 3 and 4. So I would ask on 29.3, I think we had a discussion, questions were asked, speeches were made, et cetera. We just didn't take the vote. May I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendations, because there hadn't been any motions on 29.3, which had to do with the Parkland. The first one was on the strategy, I think. Yeah, Parkland strategy preliminary report. May I have a motion to approve 29.3? Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 29.4, which is the review of the alternative Parkland dedication rate under 42. Councillor McMahon, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Palacio, I think you'd mentioned you had a quick release.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Is item number 31, street event user fees for BIAs. I have my questions answered by staff, so I'm ready to release that one.
So that's 29.31 on the agenda. That's on page 31A.
46 or 45, page 36.
Point 31, item 29.31, street event user fees for BIAs. Is there, so Councillor Palacio was holding that. Are there any other people wishing to ask questions or make speeches? Otherwise, I'll just call the question on the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any other items to be released before we move on to the next? Councillor Ainsley?
Number 32, I have an amendment.
32, Transportation Services 2017 capital budget adjustments. All right. Is it something we can put up? There you have it. Advise local councillors of cost overruns. Is this something that people want to question in the mover? Okay, so.
The question, as a chair of Public Works and Transportation, I would have appreciated you showing me the motion, but what are the implications of this, both time and financial? Because this division is really got a lot on their plate. So I want to understand the impacts of.
All right, well, we better hold it down then, because.
I can give a quick answer.
Pardon me?
No, I would like to hold it down.
All right, we'll hold it down then, guys, just because it was supposed to be a quick release. Are there other quick releases that are genuinely quick releases? Councillor Shiner?
Well, Mayor Tory, 29.9, the Toronto Hydro Corporation review of executive compensation policy. The city manager, when I spoke to him earlier today, said he'd have no problem if I just moved to defer that to our next meeting, when he hopes to have a response to that. So I would so move to defer it.
All right, moved by Councillor. Moved by Councillor Shiner to defer this matter, 29.9, Hydro Corporation review of executive compensation, to the next meeting of the executive. Is it in December or January? January.
January, we didn't want to
2018.
move it to December.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Ainsley?
Item number 15, human trafficking. I have a motion on that as well.
15 is
Sorry.
support and housing for human trafficking survivors.
No, yes.
29.15.
I have a motion that I hope is quick.
There we are. Reiterate the request to the federal government to establish an office, reducing the impact of people. That would go in addition to the staff recommendations.
We've asked for this before. I'm just reiterating it.
And it was you that held this down? Okay, to move this motion. Can we move fairly quickly on this? It looks to be fairly, it's a request we've made before, I'm assuming, Councillor Ainsley. It says reiterate the request. All right, I'm ready to call the question on it. I think it looks fairly straightforward. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried on the amendment, and then on the item 29.15, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Other items at all? All right. So what we had then next agreed to do was 29.12, I think I'm right in saying, which is the, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, 29.11, the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-black racism. And there are deputations on that, and so we'll proceed to hear those. And so first, we've got the first deputants, just so people can be ready, Kemi Jacobs, Brianna Makwele, and Brandon Hay. Those are the first three. So, oh, you all together? All right. Yes, and you know, what I do in instances where you're kind enough to come up together is I give obviously some latitude on the time. I mean, you could take a total of 9 minutes, but if you take less, then that's good too, just in the interest of everybody's time. But thank you very much all for coming, and I'll leave it to you to decide how you wish to speak, in what order.
He's part of us.
Are you with them too?
Yeah.
Oh, 12 minutes.
Great.
Well, no, we're going to mark you down. All right. Please carry on. And you might want to just introduce yourself so we know who's who. I think I've met everybody, but...
Okay. I'm Kemi Jacobs, Executive Director of Dettler Family Resource Center. Thank you. Neighborhood Resource Center in the northwest of Toronto. My colleagues will introduce themselves as they come, and I hope you appreciate the coming together, because it means that we'll be a lot quicker. You've been here quite a long time. While Delta is a black-led organization, it is not a black organization.
Just sorry, before you, I just want there's a bit of hubbub in here, and I want to make sure we can all hear you. So if we could ask it's over on this side of the room. Is your mic, no, the mic was on. There was a hubbub, a bit of a buzz. Yep, okay, sorry, carry on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and I'll start the clock again. Go ahead.
So while Delta is a black-led organization, it is not a black organization. And we have chosen to be here because it is critical that the Executive Committee be aware of the strong support organizations which live in Toronto's most under-resourced communities give to Toronto's action plan to confront anti-black racism. 2017 is the second year in the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent, which goes from 2015 to 2024. Yet few people are aware of this fact. 2 years into the decade, we see a global deterioration and lack of consideration for the plight of people of African descent. This month alone brought news of 26 Nigerian women being buried in Italy after a foul attempt to cross the Mediterranean, horror stories of African people being enslaved in Libya, and the disturbing rise of state-embraced anti-black racism down south has led the United Nations to issue a warning of alarming racism in the United States. But before we begin to quickly pat ourselves on our righteous Canadian backs, we must look at ourselves honestly. All is not well on the home front. A United Nations Human Rights Council report this fall expressed deep concern about Canada's legacy of anti-black racism. And anti-black racism in our city has led to the rise of the Black Lives Matter and increased criticism regarding systemic racism and the reality of day-to-day microaggressions faced by Toronto's black community. And this is where Toronto's action plan comes in. Grounded in more than 40 years of research, in 41 community conversations and over 800 diverse Black people living in Toronto, and the concerted focus of 5 expert working groups, the action plan has grown from the ground up. And for us, that is really important. It basically came from community. In putting together this plan, common themes emerged from individual and deeply personal stories of being streamed out of academic classes, to the perils of carding, to the unjust targeting of Black families in the child welfare system, to the criminalization of Black males particularly, and the discrimination of people of African descent in employment and justice systems. The subsequent analysis of what needs to change and how change can be implemented form the basis of the action plan. It is a roadmap to a meaningful relationship, a meaningful partnership between the city and the Black community. What will it mean? If implemented, these priorities, and I won't go over them in the interest of time, you have them in your reports, these priorities will mean that one of the city's largest employers, the city, a municipal government with which all Black Torontonians must interact at one point or another, will intentionally begin to manage the way it provides services to residents of San Petro Way and Dixon. It means that Black youth will have access to internships, and youth who have been trapped in the justice system, sometimes through no fault of their own, will begin to have critical supports finally. It also means that there will be intentional steps taken to increase access to public appointment opportunities and greater access to meaningful decision-making by the Black community. What is particularly interesting is the fact that the recommendations look at systemic change. So recognizing that systemic change need boots on the ground, the community representatives who helped build the plan have recommended the creation of a team of senior city staff to lead the internal change process, the creation of an anti-Black racism unit within the city to focus on the initiative, and finally, the establishment of an anti-Black racism partnership and accountability circle comprised of diverse Torontonians of African descent to support implementation. Truly a strong foundation for the beginning of a thoughtful and intentional systemic change process. In view of this plan, in support of this plan, and more importantly, in support of meaningful change for people of African descent living in Toronto, we are urging the Executive Council to embrace these timely recommendations for systemic, tangible steps to be taken to confront anti-Black racism in Toronto.
So, hello, Mayor. Nice to see you again, and hello, City Councilors. So, my name is Brianna Lerato. I'm the Council Coordinator of the African Canadian Social Development Council. The Council is an umbrella organization working on behalf of continental African agencies and organizations through its 4 pillars, challenging systematic issues affecting the lives of African communities here in Toronto. Those 4 pillars being community engagement, capacity building, research and data, and also policy and advocacy like here today. So the Council is pleased to have been a part of this process, as the Council was one of the 11 organizations who participated in convening in the 41 community conversations, determining how best to take meaningful action going forward. A lot was learned from those community conversations, especially how diverse the needs are of our own communities, of our own continental communities. Many of us forget that Africa is home to 54 African countries, not one continent. It is important that we recognize that diversity and incorporate those needs within cultural institutions here in Toronto, reflecting various Indigenous African values in the city of Toronto. That being said, the Council is pleased to see the 5-year plan coming to full Council in the 22 recommendations and the 80 action plans touch on great areas of need for our communities and changing the narrative to include diverse narratives. Specifically within seniors and youth, never has there been a greater time and a greater need to have culturally appropriate services so continental seniors can age with grace and dignity with respect to an inclusive healthcare system and affordable and accessible housing. Never has there been a greater need for the system to address issues affecting continental African youth. For example, you can take the high levels of suicide in specific African communities till today. Many issues of unemployment, education, also a high mental health issue in this community, needs a cultural lens to apply African indigeneity, to better understand and serve this population. So we are ready for a new narrative, and we are in full support of the anti-Black racism plans within the 5 years. We are looking forward to continuing to work closely with our Black families and also to work with different levels of government to tell a new story, a story that truly includes that Toronto is inclusive of all communities, especially continental African communities. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Council Committee for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Brandon Hay, and I'm the founder of the Black Daddies Club, which is a Toronto-based grassroots social movement. 2017 marks our 10th year anniversary that we've been doing this work, and the need and relevance still holds true 10 years later after starting the club. Our mandates are to develop a continuous support system for Black fathers and Black men to share their challenges and their experiences, work with Black fathers and the community at large to address issues facing Black fathers, children, and their families, and work with the media to provide alternate images of Black fathers and assist in the creation of our own media that depicts Black fathers in a positive light. Over the past 10 years doing frontline work, I've seen how Blackness complicates the experiences of Torontonians who live in the city. I co-teach a course at York University entitled Planning in Toronto, Black Love Matters, the 2017 On Conference, and we're having a year-end initiative that you're all invited to this Saturday, December 2nd at York University, called Blackness, Gender, Work, and Love. And I will use this framework around Blackness, gender, work, and love in Toronto to converse with you today. Blackness speaks to the countless stories I've heard from Black men who have exited the criminal justice system, who are having a tough time finding work that is equitable and able to sustain them and not making them go back to the negative lifestyle. As Louis March from Zero Gun Violence Movements will say, the reality for these men, as they will tell you, is that it's easier for them to find a gun than it is for them to find employment. In 2017, Black Daddies Club, we did a research project funded through the City of Toronto called Gathering Our Voices, which focused on Black fathers in Toronto and some of the barriers that these men mentioned, and some of the barriers that these men mentioned they faced were family court, employment challenges, media representation of Black men and fathers, educational attainment, amongst other issues. In terms of gender, I remember I went to an event at U of T in February 2016, and just 2 months into the year, at that point, it was announced at the event that there was already 14 trans women of color that went missing, and none of these women made it to the news. In 2015, I was a research project coordinator with Urban Alliance on Race Relations, and we did a project called the 360 Project, in which one of the conversations were looking at racialized LGBTQ people who were homeless or living in shelters in Toronto. And one of the recommendations that came from these extensive interviews was that there should be more staff that are racialized and trans working within the shelters, City of Toronto being one of those shelters that are being operated, and to better be able to work with this population. The current system in homeless shelters makes trans people's experience living in these shelters hellish, where they will prefer to live on the streets. The 360 Project was also funded by the City of Toronto. When we think about work, going back to the 360 Project, another community we looked at was the Somali Canadians living in Toronto West End. And the many participants spoke about their lived experience as Black and Muslim, and how after 9/11, Islamophobia became a very real thing for this community. We heard countless community members spoke about the need of changing their names, their last names, to see more white on their resumes, and found that they would get more callbacks when they did this very thing. And we also heard a similar narrative from the Tamil Canadian community in Toronto's East End regarding whitening their names to find employment. And finally, love, which I think is super important. Before I started the Black Daddies Club, I was constantly hearing the narratives on the Canadian media that Black fathers wasn't existence. and coupled with the fact that I searched in Toronto looking for programs for Black fathers, and there wasn't any. I decided to create the Black Daddies Club because of this void. However, with the barrage of negative imagery of Black men, I found it difficult to love myself as a Black man and Black father. It is not until I co-created space for other Black men to heal and to speak about their challenges and their strengths was when I was able to start the healing process, and I was able to connect with some of the awesome Black men, not only parenting their households, but parenting their communities. I would like to close again by thanking the committee and stress that the Black Daddies Club support the Anti-Black Racism Initiative.
I want to thank my friends for giving me an opportunity to speak with them. Of all the issues that the City of Toronto deals with, whether it be the situation that we have with Toronto community housing right now, where people are being kicked out of their housing because it's no longer fit for them to live in, or whether that be the attendant shelter system, which is supposed to be like the last measure, the safety net, and how full on a regular basis our shelters are. These things are definitely disproportionately affecting Black people, and we know that. But the most important thing that this city does that can affect anti-Black racism, that can begin to address anti-Black racism in Black people's lives, is changing the culture of policing in this city. We spend more money as a single budget item on policing in this city than we do anything else. And we keep telling you that this is harming us. You do not need another committee. You do not need another study in order to take into full account and start to act upon the things that we keep telling you about how policing ruins our lives. To pick up on what Brandon was saying, when our families and our elders and our children are coming into contact with police, the next thing that's happening is that they're getting into contact with the criminal justice system. And there is no worse outcome for any human being in this country than to go to jail. The loss of their freedom, the loss of their autonomy, the loss of connection to their family and friends, the loss of housing that results from incarceration. These things are impossible to come back from, given all the other things that we are facing as Black people. Maybe you're tired of hearing this from me, but I'm tired of seeing you spend, and probably going to propose again in 2018, another $1 billion plus budget to the police when we can't open enough shelters, when we can't keep people in the housing that we already have for them, and still policing in a city where crime continues to decrease. The spending goes up and up, the priority for policing goes up and up. So if you want to be serious about a plan to address Black life in this city, it has to begin with putting back care into the way that this city approaches us and removing policing. Because policing is not care. Policing is the threat of force necessary to, we presume, maintain order. I'll quickly say this. Paula Fletcher said something really interesting earlier at council this year. Councillor Paula Fletcher said that for all of what we've learned about carding, over 1 million contact cards collected in 1 year, and 1/4 of them Black people. This executive committee and the council at large has never had a discussion about carding in 3 years. You've never done it. You've never acknowledged the impact. You've allowed the Police Services Board to be the place where that happens, even though every single one of you represents people who have been touched by this unfair practice. Policing is where it starts. It's where we spend the most money, and it's where the contact has the most disproportionate and potentially harmful effect on our lives. So I suggest you to take the social cues that you're seeing. There's a reason in 2016 why we talked about police not marching in the Pride Parade anymore. There's a reason why last week we talked about getting police out of the largest school board in the country. You guys are behind. You need to catch up. And if you want to talk about anti-Black racism, let's talk about reducing the police budget and putting it into services that can actually support and care for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And now we would come to questions of this panel of deputants from, first of all, visiting members of City Council, if there are some questions. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, one of you, I can't remember which, spoke to the fact that it's 5 years long. And I'm wondering if you wanted to sort of underscore those comments. This council, especially in the last couple of years, has a history of adopting strategies and a good work plan. This one comes with the work plan and the implementation plan all at once. It's not, here's the strategy and the plan's coming later. It's all here now. 5 years of funding is here, includes hiring people. How important is it that if we adopt it today, we do it today, we stick to the 5-year plan that's in here?
Let someone else take that question.
What happens if we don't stick to the 5-year plan that's in here, that starts with hiring 5 people this year in this budget?
I think the fact that it's a staggered plan, i.e. year 1, year 2, year 3, so what is presented this year is year 1. With a
Right,
commitment-
year 1 to be adopted, but the plan for the whole 5 years is right up front.
Exactly, and there's a reason for that. Basically, for systemic change to occur, you need a long-term plan. Change doesn't happen overnight, so it is critical that the 5-year plan be implemented. 1 year won't cut it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Did I have other members of council not on the executive committee wishing to ask questions? Seeing none, I'd move to members of the committee. Councillor DiGiorgio.
Yeah, just picking up on the comment with respect to police officers being moved out of the schools and whatnot, can you just help me understand? So it's your view that the police officers being in the schools have actually been more counterproductive in terms of the environment that it creates in schools? Because I got to tell you, I was aware of the environment in schools prior to the police coming into the schools, so I can't imagine a police officer in the school being more counterproductive than what was already there. So help me understand that.
I'd love to talk more about it, actually, and not just through this, but thank you. For some people, I think the impact has been zero. It didn't change their lives one way or the other. And actually, Councillor, the reason that is because we didn't put cops in every school.
Oh, I know.
In fact, we didn't put them in the majority of schools. But it seems that wherever black and brown people are in large concentrations, there was also a police officer in schools. We weren't honest about why we wanted that program. We implemented it, and so for 10 years almost, we didn't collect data. We didn't collect data on how many police officers arrested somebody in a school, on how many police officers in a school had to charge someone. We didn't have that statistical information because no one asked for it. We just assumed that it was good to put police in schools. And for some kids, maybe it was. But going back to what I was saying earlier this morning, having policies that are okay or neutral for some, but extremely detrimental to others does not work for me on balance, right? On balance, we have to do things that take the most vulnerable folks into account. Councillor, I remember, it might have even actually been yourself in the debate about Pride that I mentioned earlier this year, saying that a police officer is somebody who's always on duty, that we expect our police, when they go around our city, to be prepared at any time to deal with situations. But we had this bait and switch notion with police in schools as if, oh, they're there to throw a football. They're there to hand out pizza during pizza day. But of course, we had to acknowledge, and even our chief has acknowledged, that if there was a problem, they were also there to do the job that they do every day, to enforce the law. And yes, when police already have an idea that the black kid walking down the hall is more likely to have drugs, more likely to have a weapon, more likely to be up to something, when that, what we've seen through carding in our communities, is brought into our school, that is not good equally for all children. It puts some children at a disadvantage, and that's why we've been fighting so hard for the end of that program. We've never been told, by the way, by the police who unilaterally initiated that program, how much it cost. The board can't even tell us how much that program cost because the police said, we'll take care of everything. And I want to know how much money we could have been putting into other things that, like I said, support black students instead of treating them like they need a security guard everywhere they go.
Okay, so just so I understand, your impression is that of the schools that actually, where they actually put in a police officer, it was primarily where there was a heavy attendance of blacks.
That's not my impression. You can look up where the schools were. It's a fact. But beyond that, actually, if I could just really quickly, we know that, for example, our Toronto police who were in those schools, not just any old police in the city, but the specific SROs, they had a partnership going back from 2011 with Canadian Border Services Agency, where they would meet with border agents every week. Now, they said that they weren't talking about status when it comes to our kids in school, because we have a sanctuary city policy in this city that you all endorsed earlier this year, and we have a don't ask, don't tell policy in our schools. But why are the police who are specifically stationed in the schools also having a partnership with border agencies, if not to collect information on people? Again, there was a bait and switch there, and then there was a Toronto Star article that came out through Freedom of Information requests done by No One Is Illegal that showed that our police 3,200 times in 8 months called the border security on people in the city. Again, if you guys take your access without fear policy very seriously, as you should, you ought to be concerned about that. You ought to be concerned that police who are now in the schools have a direct partnership with border agents and what that means for kids who are trying to go to school who don't have status, but they have a responsibility and a right under the Education Act to go to school. We weren't honest about what these programs were there to do, and we didn't keep the numbers. And then 10 years later, people were essentially being painted in a very negative light just for trying to protect our children. I would love to talk to you more about it.
Okay, thank you.
And just to bring it back to the plan also looks very squarely at policing because it's a critical issue, as Desmond had said.
Yes, one of the 2018 initiatives is a community and police eliminating anti-black racism team. So that's one of the things that's in the first-year work plan. Are there other questions? Councillor Burnside and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just looking for a clarification. So the SROs, and I don't want to go down this path too much because I know it's kind of going off on a little bit of a tangent, but just for information because I've never heard it. The SROs, when you say the SROs met or meet with or have met with border security on a weekly basis, are you talking, like, who are you talking about in the SROs? Every SRO, or are you
Yes,
talking about?
There was a memorandum that was created in 2011 that required them to sit on these tactical teams with border agents starting in 2011.
All the way through to 2017?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing is you mentioned 3,200, what was that number again? Sorry.
3,200 calls by our police to the Border Services Agency.
Okay, but that's the whole police department, not
Correct.
SROs?
Correct.
Okay, because I wasn't sure, because you were talking SROs. And then you
But
said
again,
3,200.
I've still never heard this council take that up. So you guys signed an access without fear policy. You re-signed it because we already had one.
I was just looking for clarification on the statistic as it related to SROs.
3,200, and I really hope you guys look that up because it's unfortunate that during these conversations we feel like we have to bring these up and then there's this like resistance to doing anything because no one has heard those numbers before. You guys need to know what your police are doing in the name of so-called safety and how it's affecting certain groups of folks. And again, I would be happy to continue that conversation with you out of this setting.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. To members of the group presenting 22 recommendations and 80 actions over 5 years seems to be a large series of things to combat something that has been traditional and historical for as long as Canada's been around. I'm just wondering if you have identified 3 or 4 specific things, whether or not it be education, whether or not it be the economic opportunities, housing, mental health issues, as your core focus. Because I've read this report, I've had it in my office for some time. I want to thank Ms. Campbell for providing it to me. But I just wondered if today you could tell this committee if there are some, maybe 3 or 4 specific things that you'd like to focus on. I get the policing, Mr. Cole, it's an ongoing matter. And the reason why I ask this question, because the education piece has to be collaborative with respect to the Board of Ed, because we don't control that piece of it. So I wonder if you could just maybe speak to that.
So maybe I can take a first stab at that, because then I think the staff can speak to this, but just a general ballpark.
No, I'll ask them question. I'd like to hear.
As a ballpark figure, as a broader statement, we feel that all of the issues are critical. We feel that we've come to this point because of years of systemic oppression. And basically, the reports heard from the community, and the issues which came up again and again, we spoke of common themes, and they're there. They're stated quite clearly. There's policing, there's the justice system, there are broad systemic issues. And so the approach which was taken by the community was basically looking and analyzing the information and figuring out strategically what do we need to do in order to move this thing forward.
And also to add on that, I think it goes back to, I mentioned that Africa is home to 54 countries. We're not one country. We're one of the largest continents with the biggest diversities. Even within specific African communities, there's a large diversity. So there's different issues and different items that affects us in different aspects. We have refugee and settlement services that are similar to the Syrian needs that have not been addressed in different various communities. Issues of the justice system are affecting different shades of the blackness in our community. So understanding that the Black community is so diverse is the first step into understanding that we all have separate and different needs. Yeah, all of our oppressions intersect at some point, but understanding that the needs in the different communities are diverse and different, that's where we need to start.
So thank you. Mr. Cole, just before you give
go ahead,
your
go
answer,
ahead.
I want you to also address for me in 5 years what Toronto would look like based on your strong belief that it is possible to action out this report. Mr. Cole, you may want to
Oh, wow, that's a big one. Just to go back to your first question quickly, apart from what I've already emphasized, I think in terms of city responsibilities, a lot of what the plan touches on goes beyond the scope of what our cities are able to really make new rules about on a day-to-day basis. Housing is so critical. I think that apart from the policing piece, that's an area where if we don't have stable housing for people, what else is really possible? If we have a shelter system, our staff counselor had set a target that we should never be above 90% shelter capacity. You can go check the stats for today. You can check them for the whole week or the month or the year. We're at 95, 96, 97% shelter. And remember, that's the emergency system. So that means that when all other options are unavailable for folks, that's where they end up. And that system is effectively full. And so remedying the situation that we have now where hundreds of families this year and potentially more next year are being asked to leave derelict units in Toronto community housing, without that foundation, I don't know where we go. And after policing, that's the biggest budget item that I think all of these recommendations touch. So I would really urge council and this committee to think what more can be done now for housing.
And on the 5-year, what it looks like? You haven't touched on that one.
What this city will look like is that in 5 years, if this plan is implemented for me, I'll let others address it too, but for me, we will have a few more people with a few more economic opportunities in this city who are more visible than they are today, and that'll be a real good thing. And we might have a few more bodies where we can come and have these conversations. We certainly won't have a really big increase in money that our communities need. We won't have a big increase in supports that are not always directed directly to money that our communities need. And we will still live in a police state. And I will not stop talking about that because you won't stop making it your #1 budget item, not you personally.
No, well, maybe we also have some additional members of council as well who are from the community. I just wanted to put that out there.
Imagine that.
Right, so I think for a lot of us who do this work, as you mentioned, this is not new conversations that are being had, right? But I think there's a certain critical hope that a lot of us that do this work, that motivates us to do the work. So I think for myself, I think there's a hope that 5 years from now, that it's going to be equitable for folks who are Black in the city. And there's, as the sister talked about, there's a lot of intersections. So there's, the report is vast. But it talks about because of the fact that there's issues that are being left and being unaddressed. And the reality is that there's issues that Black folks in the city are dealing with that are special because of Blackness. And when it intersects with whether it's gender or poverty or disability, et cetera, it does make a difference. I think what's different about this situation is a response. And I think there's an opportunity to respond differently than traditionally the city has done in the past. So instead of just having conversations or just creating a report, there's an opportunity to create policies that are going to address the issues, right? Like, these are conversations that have been happening. I think it's the next steps is what makes it special, and the opportunity that we're hoping to get done today, you know?
Realize we're taking up a lot of time, so
We're fine. Councillor Thompson's time is up, but unfortunately, you may have to
But I think
object
the one
yourself
thing-
to a few more questions. But you go ahead.
The one thing I did want to add, though, is that what will have changed is that there would be systems in place that would allow us to move forward. Right now, they're not.
I think that is very important. Do we have other members of the committee? Councillor Davis, I think you missed your turn. I mean, it's just one of those things that we've got such a long agenda that people keep reverting. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point of school resource officers, but I was on the school board when they were brought in negotiation with the leadership of the school board and Bill Blair. My recollection of that time was that the Black community did not object to the program at that time, and that shortly after, Bill Blair had said that he could not keep up with the requests for officers. He didn't have the resources, because in the early going, it was actually provincially funded. And then that funding ran out, and then it came back to the city. And I don't think police services notified us that the funding was gone. So what went wrong? I mean, this was something that I believe Julian Faulkner also supported. He was hired by the school board to write a school safety strategy and report based on the tragic death of Jordan Manners. At the same time, we were working hard with the Black community on the Afrocentric school, which actually went into my ward. That seemed to be the focus. The only debate I recall about the community resource officers was how many schools were they were going to go into and whether they were going to carry guns. And that was really the core of the debate. There was no pushback from the Black community at that time.
That is patently untrue. With all due respect to you, Councillor Pasternak, let me set the record straight on a couple of the things that you just said. You mentioned Julian Faulkner. I can't tell you how many people in our community have become experts on that report. That report did not say anything about the presence of police officers in schools, so I want to correct you on that. That is not in the Faulkner report, nor is it in the Roots of Youth Violence report that was authored by Alvin Curling and Roy McMurtry. It was the Toronto Police and the chief at the time who proposed this idea. And I'm going to correct you on another thing that you said, because you said that you didn't hear any opposition from the Black community. There was zero public consultation on the implementation of school resource officers in the Toronto District School Board. There wasn't even a vote, Councillor. So if you feel like you didn't hear anything, it's because you did not ask. And the reason that we keep coming back to this issue is because I'll let other people on this panel co-sign with me. We were not in agreement that this was the thing that our children needed, and we didn't just change our minds after 10 years. Our community was solidly against this, but it was done apparently for our own benefit without us ever being asked. And the studies that were just done in the last couple of months are the first large-scale community consultation on the issue. I really want that to be clear on the record.
I mean, we can go back and forth all night.
I can answer your question truthfully.
And that's fine. I can tell you that I was working extensively with public consultations with the Black community to establish the Afrocentric school, and I don't recall one time where this came up as a make or break situation, whether officers go into schools or not. And we could not keep up with the demand requested primarily by principals.
Who are not Black.
Actually, some were. So
primarily the principals in our school board are not.
I'm not going to debate with you all night. I was there as a trustee, and I'm going back. I am going back 9-10 years. We have the former chair of the TDSB here. I'd be happy to let him speak to the issue. All I simply asked you was, what do you think went wrong? I didn't.
What went wrong was that we asked for that program without the attendant accountability measures that would have made it useful. So like I said, this was a bait and switch. Bill Blair, for the record, said that no police officer was going to ever be stationed at the school and then be asked to perform an arrest in that school. And the reason that he said that that would be the case was that it was very obvious to him that if you have a police officer stationed at a child's school and then you're asking that police officer in some cases to have to arrest students, any notion of relationship building, which was the stated purpose of the program, would be nullified. If one day a police officer is talking to students and making friends, and then the next day has to arrest somebody, that's not the proper environment for that kind of fostering of a relationship. But what happened was that was never monitored. So police officers in our schools did patrol, they did profile, they did ask questions, and in fact, in many cases, they did perform arrests and lay charges. And we were told, Councillor Pasternak, that that would never happen. So what went wrong is that a program which was never publicly consulted on and upon which your board never voted on was implemented without any accountability measures for the community.
Well,
All right.
I do recall.
No, Councillor Pasternak, I'm sorry, your time is more than up, and so we have to keep moving here. So I want to see if there are other questions of this panel of deputants. All right. I will then thank you all very much for your contributions and for answering so many questions and staying so long, and we'll move on to the next group. Thank you very much.
We're actually a new.
Oh, you actually, I just noticed,
I thought we would expedite the matter for you a bit.
This is very, very efficient.
Yeah.
So I'll thank, okay. So if you could be kind enough to introduce yourselves to everybody here and for the cameras and so on, that would be terrific. And then you can proceed with your comments.
Greetings, Mayor Tory and Executive Committee members. So to get us back onto track, my name is Kwame Brown, Associate Vice President with Skills for Change, an organization that's been building equitable and welcoming communities across Toronto and its surrounding communities for over 35 years. We at Skills for Change is in 100% support of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, as it is a systemic issue that affects the lives of many Black children, youth, adults, and elders. Our organization believes that everyone in the Black community needs to be fully integrated and engaged in all programs and services offered within the City of Toronto and offered by the City of Toronto. This is why we ensure that any barriers that may exist with program and services we deliver are addressed and removed to ensure success for all. We work with individuals who are in receipt of Ontario Works and are referred to our programs through their local TESS office. We work with young youth who are involved with the law, and also with families that are newcomers to Canada trying to settle in and trying to access basic resources. And the thing is that they all look like me. They also share their experiences of systemic anti-Black racism within the different touch points that they do go to, and some attribute it to their cycle of poverty. As an organization whose top leadership team is made up of Black individuals, we too face some subtle and unsubtle cases of systemic anti-Black racism, be it with discussions with funders on all levels of government, private, public sector, and within the sector that we operate itself. It should be noted that Skills for Change was pleased to host 2 Toronto for All Confronting Anti-Black Racism Initiative community conversations, which further illustrates our unwavered commitment to tackling this issue. So in short, we would like the Executive Committee to fully support the City Manager's recommendations on this issue, and I don't need to list all the stuff as we discussed earlier.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Floydine Charles Friedel. I am the Executive Director of Canadian African Canadian Social Services, also known as CAFCAN. So thank you, Mayor Tory and the Executive Committee for hearing us. I am also here representing the Jamaican Canadian Association. So the Jamaican Canadian Association, JC and CAFCAN, we wish to express our support for the full adoption of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism by City Council as recommended in the City Manager's November 15th report. The JCA has been a community hub for the Jamaican diaspora in the Greater Toronto Area since 1962. It has a long history of providing cultural programming and addressing issues that affect the broader African Canadian community. CAFCAN, the JCA's sister organization, was founded in 2014 to deliver critical social services to Toronto's African Canadian and Caribbean communities. We are indeed at an important time in the political and social history of our city, province, and nation. One in which attention and discourse are focused on key issues that impact African Canadians with respect to equity, access to support, and the dismantling of systemic barriers that are grounded in anti-Black racism. Through its proposed action plan, the City of Toronto has taken a bold step forward in addressing these concerns. We are indeed encouraged by the recommendation to establish an anti-Black racism partnership and accountability circle to support implementation of the plan, something that was strongly advocated for by community members and organizations, including JCA, when the interim plan came to Executive Committee this past June. This is a journey that the city and Toronto's African Canadian communities must travel together, and that includes enabling a platform for continuous dialogue and oversight. It is also encouraging that the work plan priorities for 2018 include the development and delivery of a comprehensive mandatory learning program for city staff and members of Toronto Police Service, establishment of a Black Youth Internship Initiative, investment in programs and services for Black, queer, and trans youth, and development of a Mayor's Roundtable on Black business. These are definitely good first steps towards confronting entrenched racism in key institutions, supporting the economic empowerment of Black Torontonians, and creating greater space for Black youth. However, critical issues remain that must be addressed. Primary among them is the need for the City of Toronto to work with other levels of governments to officially recognize African Canadians as a distinct group within Canadian society. From the earliest days of our presence in Canada, African Canadians have been an integral part of and significant contributors to Canadian society. We have also, since those early days, contended with marginalization rooted in anti-Black racism, as extensively noted in the recent report of the United Nations Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent and in the City Manager's report. Officially naming African Canadians a distinct group would provide future leverage to influence policy and decision-making regarding matters that impact African Canadian communities, as well as provide concrete recognition of the UN International Decade for People of African Descent that was alluded to earlier. Lastly, the City Manager has recommended that the initial 2018 request of $0.995 million be referred for consideration with other city priorities and including 2018 operating budget submissions. The allocation of sufficient ongoing resources to the action plan must be a non-negotiable priority of the Executive Committee and City Council. The requisite investments must be made to not only ensure the short, medium, and long-term sustainability and success of the plan, but also the trust of the community you serve. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Rudy Kwame Williams, and at present I volunteer on the board of an organization called Young and Potential Fathers, as well as being an artist, a business person in the community, a business consultant. And I want to commend the staff at City Hall, first of all, and the leadership that it took to actually move this particular agenda forward. I think it's very important. As I was on my way over here, I was thinking about a conversation that I had with one of my fellow black students as we went to Parkdale Public School, and this was around 1970. And we were having a huge debate about whether there was racism in Canada. And being, little kids at the time, it was interesting as I look back now on, how we perceive that, because while he was saying that there was no racism in Canada and so on, we were growing up in a time where the Western Guard was a legal party and very strong in our community. The reason I'm mentioning that is to say this. We have a situation where racism, especially racism against people of African descent, is a historic plague in our society. It is entrenched. And so what I want to say is that from my little bit of experience is that it seems as though where racism is an entrenched part of the culture, especially anti-black racism, that things that would normally be seen or put in place to effect positivity will be utilized as a tool of the racism itself. So for example, when I was growing up and going to school, I've gone through several versions of what you do with children who don't want to be in the academic stream, right? I remember there was a creation of a two-tiered system. Well, I also sat and listened to my teacher tell a parent or tell several parents of students who look like me that they really weren't academic material, and so they should be sent to, in those days it was Brockton and West Park, the vocational school system. So what did we end up with? We ended up with, without the parents like my father, who said, "Are you crazy?" We ended up with children who should have had opportunities academically, who were funneled into those simply because of the color of their skin. Because, as we went to school together, everybody knows who can do it, who can't do it, et cetera, and so. So the point I'm trying to make is this, that we support the initiative, but without vigilance from the leadership, is my point. Without vigilance from the leadership, it will mean nothing at the end of 5 years.
Mr. Kwame Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but under the rules, I have to ask the permission of the members to extend the meeting past 6 o'clock, because we're just at 6 o'clock. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Sorry, continue. And I think it's probably time, given that we've shared this, that you would start to bring your remarks to a conclusion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other people made, I thought, really everybody hit on all the points. So everything you've heard today, I agree with, which is why I actually changed the approach that I'm taking to this now. Because I think that it's important. We can frame this, within the context of municipal policy, et cetera, but what I really want you to consider is the importance of this in the history of this city. And this allows Toronto to take a leadership role, right? We're not going to see, somebody asked just now, will we see a drastic change? I think it was Councillor Thompson. What will we see in 5 years, et cetera, et cetera? Well, I want to say that it's not so much about what we will see in 5 years, because for one thing, I would like to ask the politicians in the room to not only think as far as the next election. Do you see what I'm saying? This is important for our city, which is why I talked about my experience as a child in the city. Okay, we're at a junction now where you have an opportunity to put leadership in place, to take a leadership role as to how we begin to hold some people accountable for changing the behavior. So I'm going to leave I'm going to end there. Okay, what you need to be is to consider not only as you adopt this plan, the policy itself and the words, but that you are prepared to be vigilant in ensuring that even the staff at City Hall follow through with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from First of all, visiting members of the council, City Council to the committee who of these deputants. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you for coming today and for your deputations. I'd just like to ask, what do you think success would look like?
Success would look like a response. There's an urgency of now with regard to this issue in terms of the African Canadian community, and success would look like what Kwame said in terms of diligence and continuing to see the changes, and beyond the action, beyond the words is the action. So it's walking the walk that is spoken. It could look like, more representation in terms of staff, and a commitment and accountability, I think, is huge in terms of what we would see as success. We don't want another 40 years to go by, which we don't have, to be able to be thinking about that. I alone cannot speak to what success looks like, but I know that we need to see change, and this is the beginning of it. So the next step is that it's not 2 more years before I think somebody here asked the question earlier. It's about sticking to the timeframes and yielding some tangible results based on the commitments that have been made. That's one example.
But there's an ask here, and there's a proposal, and so in order to avoid disappointment, there has to be an expectation at the end of some process. And so that's kind of what I'm asking. What is the expectation? How will you know in 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years if this has been worthwhile or not?
Well, the staff have been leading this, I think, have given examples of that, and I think they're the ones who, because they've consulted with the community, have some benchmarks that they want to see reached that we support, and I think that's where probably a more concrete answer to your question would be from the staff who have been leading this initiative and have been consulting with the community.
But I can ask staff those questions anytime. I want to ask people from the community that has come to make a deputation,
Okay.
who are representatives of the community. Staff are not representatives of the community. Staff are staff.
Okay, I can answer, if I can take a shot. So I think that success would mean that, let's look at the term of this particular initiative, which is 5 years. So success would mean that at the end of 5 years, we would be able to recognize significant changes at City Hall with regards to the way in which all of the facilities that are under the city's control, the way in which they engaged African Canadian people. So for example, in 5 years, we will see a significant difference that when black youth go into the recreation centers that are run by the city, that they don't experience the degree of racism that they're experiencing today. In 5 years, we will see that when we look around us at City Hall and we consider the population that are staffing the place, that we will see much greater representation that represents, in fact, the most diverse city in the world. In 5 years, with the city's leadership, we will be able to see that when it comes to a recognition of the propensity of the African Canadian Torontonian in terms of the creation of arts, culture, etc., that, for example, and that's not the only example, but for example, something like the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, which is 50 years old, that has been a boon to the city in terms of economic development and culture, that we will see that it won't just be an exploitative situation the way it is today, but that the city will actually look at the community who produces it in partnership and decide how they will actually reciprocate and help that community to grow and gain the benefit of the economics that it's creating.
And I just want, can I just
Is
add-
that?
Yep, that's good, thank you.
I'll
Okay.
just add one thing. This initiative is the beginning of what we are asking for in terms of the piece around distinction for the African Canadian community. What you have done through this is begin to take us to a step closer towards that which we asked for. Because without that policy research, a lot of the things that would be influenced. So what success would look like would be within the 5 years that we're even closer to that if it hasn't already happened, than it is today, because that's important. We want the full stop at the end of the sentence, not to end at Indigenous. We want it to include, when we hear about groups that have distinction and have a particular focus, we believe that the conversations that we're asked to have, or the questions that we're asked that nobody else is asked, we want to be recognized, and although we're visible, we're highly invisible, and success would look like support from the city to getting us there, so that at the end of the sentence is we're included in the sentence and not left off.
I'll just add real quickly, success for me is that the voices are projected louder than they are right now today, meaning that there's more forums and more opportunities for people to express, meaning that at the end of this process, of 5 years, that they're able to hold everybody accountable to what was said to happen and to work with ways in partnership on how to move it forward for another 5, 10, 15, 20, as long as it takes.
It also means that, the biggest concern to myself, to be honest with you, are the children in our community, because that's the future of our community. And so to have the things that City Hall can affect, that affect the social determinants of health for Black children in this city, I would like to see much movement in that direction. So when we talk about, these elements of, unemployment, a reduction in unemployment in our community, et cetera, discrimination in the schools, the incarceration early of Black youth and so on, at the end of the day, what we are affecting is our children, because many of those people are brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, etc. And at the end result is a reduction in the social determinants of health for our children. So when I look in 5 years, that's what I'm going to start to measure. How did we change the social determinants of health for our children?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Are there other members of the council here, not members of the committee, wishing to ask questions? If not, we'll move to members of the committee. Are there members of the committee wishing to ask questions of these deputants? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the deputants. I'd asked this question before, and I presume you'd heard them, but it's a very big report, big document, 5 years, and it's going to take more than 5 years. I'm just wondering whether or not there are any specific areas, and maybe I'll ask you for 3 specific areas that we should really touch on, and I just want to get your opinion. I realize that everyone wants to do all of it, but the reality is that all of it's not going to get done, and so if all of it's not going to get done, what are the key priorities, irrespective of how this report is written?
Right.
Thank you.
And so as I mentioned to you just now, I'm largely driven by those things that will impact our children the most. So education,
Yep.
employment, housing,
Yep.
the opportunity for the people in the community to gain access to those things that will make them economically independent.
Okay. Where does health fit in?
I was going to say,
Okay.
the overall health and well-being, and particularly around mental health,
Yeah.
and because it's co-located with many of the things that you have heard earlier, so.
Right. So I know there's a lot of mention about police, but if we can tackle the things that you've just identified, do you believe that that could actually have an impact with respect to the relationship with respect to police and the community?
I don't think so at all, to be honest.
So education, if you're more educated, it's not going to help? If you have a better job, it's not going to help? If you have housing, it's not going to help?
If, at this point, I can only draw on my personal experience.
Yeah.
So
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah. So being someone who on several occasions was dragged off of a bus as I waited at the corner of Finch and Sentinel to go up to York University and harassed by police on a regular basis, simply because, in my younger days, I had long hair.
Sure.
Right? But I was also doing a master's in business, right?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, I don't think so, to be honest with you.
So then that's really good. I'm happy to hear you say that, not happy about that.
Yeah.
So then that's the elephant in the room then, the policing piece. So no matter how you aspire, no matter how you've achieved, there's always a situation that, and I'll submit to you based on what you've just said, that you're always subjected to being one of those or subject to being harassed and other conditions as it relates to policing.
Yes, because,
So then, how do we combat that with respect to this report?
Combat.
The policing issue, as it is a major, I'll use it, the,
so I hear you. I think I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things I think that is critical to policing is the education of police.
Police, yeah.
We actually, in the society, we don't require police to be amongst the most studied to get onto the police force. I mean, the training itself is rigorous, but we're not asking our brightest academically or, you know, to become police. You know, the requirements aren't like that, first of all. Secondly, I think it's important to ensure that some of the tools that police use indiscriminately be removed. So, for example, it is why I do not support police being allowed to card people in my community. You know, as I said before, you take a society where racism is the way it is, as it become a culture in our society, and things that would normally be fine and great policies become tools of the racism itself. So the key is to ensure that those tools aren't going to be used like that. So there has to be vigilance and policies put in place to make sure that that's not the case. And also, we have to educate police officers the way we want them to act.
And just to respond to that, let's look at in clinical work, for example, as a mental health clinician. There's a disposition and a propensity and an inclination to be that type of person doing that type of work, and in any other profession. And with the police, racism is about beliefs and attitudes and those kinds of things. And when people are not measured on that, right, to determine their effectiveness and their ability to respond well. Unfortunately, the privilege of being melanin blessed is also a disadvantage to us. So regardless of whether we're educated or not, educated Black men who live in nice neighborhoods and have earned the right to drive the same vehicle as anybody else still get stopped by the police. So education and how well we do does not change that. And although we speak to it about men, we have to look at the impact of the family when that happens to our men. And the family is not just about, you know, partners, it's about community, because we are all affected. We know that when a police stops a Black person, our community again is further traumatized as a result of what has happened. And this is important in terms of, you talk about success, we continue to experience a level of traumatization in this city, in a country that's supposed to be welcoming, and a city that's supposed to be welcoming, that is now at very serious concerns around the mental health and wellness of the Black community. So the policing issue is one that really has to be addressed in terms of recruitment and how people are recruited.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of these deputies? Well, again, I will say thank you very much for very thoughtful, and I think having it as a group like that, it was very beneficial to us, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So that left us on the list with one deputant we haven't yet heard from, and I haven't seen her, but Emily Daigle. Is Emily still here? She's in the bathroom. Oh, in the back, did you say? Oh, she's on her way. Oh, there's Emily. Thank you.
Throw the chairs again. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Don't need to now. Because you guys listened. It took a bang, but it listened. So, I bet you all can hear me whichever way I say it. And it probably sounds weird, me being here fighting anti-Black racism. Racism comes in many forms. Many of you don't know this, and 90% of the people would assume I'm not Black. I'm actually biracial. My mom is where I get my unfortunate skin color, My daddy is where I get my body shape, my attitude, my hair, and simply the angry black woman inside me. I get discriminated against, and people with disabilities get discriminated against daily. I don't fit in with the black community because I'm this color. I don't fit in with the white community because my attitude is this color. I don't fit in with the wheelchair community because I'm legally blind. I don't fit in the blind community because I'm in a wheelchair, and I didn't come from the special school system. I fight racism daily, in a different form. Black people understand what it is to be misunderstood, what it is to be excluded. Andrew Loku, was a deaf man. He had mental health issues, but he was deaf. The only language he understood was ASL. Yes, no. It would be nice if officers were trained in basic ASL. Heck, the city council meetings are discriminatory towards deaf people. There's no ASL. This closed captioning doesn't work on YouTube or the old Rogers. And you know what the biggest part of the problem is? Imagine if somebody with a disability was elected to council. Oh my God, this city hall would be in so much trouble. Imagine someone who is black with a disability, or a person who is black who's hearing impaired or deaf was elected. Wow, this place would be turned on its head. Same with the shelter system. People with disabilities have nowhere to go in the shelter system. The only women's drop-in center in downtown is not wheelchair accessible. I know a black woman, one of my closest friends, she used to be around here all the time, Miss Beverly. God rest her soul. She was a beautiful black woman. You guys know her. She was at executive. She fought hard. She was a woman with a disability. She died because people wouldn't help her. She was found sitting on the street in front of her building, waiting for her wheel-trans, and she'd passed away. And did anyone on that busy Bloor Street even stop and see if she was okay? No. The wheel-trans driver found her, deceased. People like Andrew Loku, people like Beverly, people of color are discriminated against daily, but especially people with disabilities who are of color. Whether they're black, they're brown, they're indigenous, they get discriminated against daily. The most important part of this is the fact that our police services have no training when it comes to people who speak only in Braille or ASL. The shelter staff are not trained to deal with blind people or people who speak ASL. They're not housing workers. They're not trained to find accessible housing for people with disabilities. And this all encompasses the whole problem of racism, because we see it on a different basis. I fight it daily, but I am fed up with city council not being representative of our communities. How many city councilors are blind? How many city councilors are in a wheelchair? How many city councilors are profoundly deaf? 0. Unfortunately, we have one councillor who knows what it's like to be carded. Same as a councillor in my hometown of Hamilton, Ontario, Mr. Green. He's been carded. He gets carded regularly because he's black. And that is the problem, is that no one on this council understands the plight of people with disabilities who are also black or biracial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll let you have some extra time.
Thank you.
Very thoughtful remarks. Questions of the deputant? All right, Emily, thank you very much, as always. Appreciate that. Okay, I just thought we'd stop and take stock here for a minute, because it is 25 after 6 almost, and just see what the wishes of the committee are. As you know, we have time scheduled for tomorrow, and we're not going to finish the agenda tonight no matter what. Well, we could sit here at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock if you want to. You want to do that, Michael? Councillor Thompson?
No, I have another question.
Yes, sir.
I move to finish this particular item.
Yes. I just want to take stock, though, as to whether people want to take a break or not take a break or go to what time. And so
I have a birthday event to attend, my own.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. That's exactly right. Many happy returns. Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah. You look great for 60. I think it's fantastic.
I know, it's great.
Almost.
So, all right, well, we should take that into account, but I just wanted to see what your wishes were. I mean, myself, I would not take a break, and I would sit to whatever time we're going to sit to, and then we can adjourn and start up in the morning. We're due to start at 9:30 tomorrow, but we can get as much done as we can. You have, Councillor McMahon?
Well, I would just agree with you to go.
Disagree or agree?
I would agree,
Oh, okay.
just agree
Okay.
with you, and give my heartfelt birthday wishes to Councillor Thompson, but to go as long as we can.
So there's 9 without
People are
Councillor
here.
Thompson. And what about if I said, because we want to obviously finish this item, and I think we could probably do the poverty item. There's quite a few deputations on that, and we said we would deal with that next, and maybe finish by 9 o'clock. Is that a?
Play it by ear. We might be
Play it by ear,
able to finish the agenda, Mayor.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to try, Deputy Mayor, but
Okay.
I just don't,
Happy to try too.
I've seen around here
let's
when
revisit
we're
at
sitting at
9.
11 o'clock.
Grab some coffees for
Strange things happen.
everybody.
All right,
Sorry,
let's
can I-
keep going then. And yes, Councillor Shanner.
Do we need an extension motion?
No, we did it already.
So,
Do we need a break?
Well, that was the other question I had asked. I would prefer not to, because I just think by the time you get people back here, and we've got all these people that have waited to be heard, I would proceed. And we would give Councillor Thompson a dispensation if he just disappears at some point in time to go celebrate his birthday. All right. Let's carry on then, and we have to finish this item, and so we're now going to go to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
I just wanted to understand, so the proposal is to hire in the first year 5 staff, and then to add $500,000 to support community partnership initiatives, and that's intended to fund Phase 1. Is that correct?
That is intended to
Year
fund-
1.
Yes, that is intended to fund the first year and be the foundation for future years.
So I have to say, there was a great deal of support here, so I should have started with, I should commend you, because obviously this process of engagement to bring this document here has been a positive one, so congratulations on that. One of the things that's a priority in year 1, I thought I had put a thing on it, was to do training internally at the City of Toronto, division by division, and I presume that's what the new staff are doing? Is that?
Yes, training is a key component of the first year, both to develop an appropriate learning program for city staff as well as law enforcement officers.
I'm sorry, as well as
Law
police
enforcement
officers?
officers, yes.
So the training program will include police officers?
The police have been a fairly active participant in this process.
Okay. And what I wondered was, I'm sorry, I had it all marked up even. For years 2 to 5, how do you know it's 5 years? And in establishing your first year, you must have gone through a process of prioritization of all of these recommendations. You must have some sense of year 2 and year 3 and year 4.
So I would say, similar to a number of the deputants, that combating anti-Black racism will not be a 5-year task.
Yes.
Right? However, this is about taking significant action within the first 5 years, and through that process, we will be annually evaluating progress and reporting, so there is opportunity for us to determine what happens in the post 5 years. A part of the process of figuring out what happens in year 1, we engaged 5 expert working groups as well as some subject matter experts working directly with divisions to think about how to phase the priorities over the 5 years. Year 1 is the most tangible. There are things that may happen in year 2 or 3 that are dependent on what happens in year 1.
But are we confident what's going to happen
Last
in
question.
year 1? One is going to be able to be completed, or is the intention that these things will roll over into years 2, 3, and 4? All of these actions?
So the priorities that are within the year one, some of them will be ongoing initiatives. Training in an organization this size won't take just 1 year.
Yes.
Some of them will roll, and some of them will yield clarity to what needs to happen in years 2 and beyond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Other visiting members of council wishing to ask questions? I don't see any. Okay, then I think we can move to the committee members and see what questions of staff there are. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. And I had a similar questions to what Councillor Davis was just asking. In attachment B, it mentions a 5-year plan. There's a 1-year plan outlined. I was trying to understand how the other 4 years were going to roll out, whether you've already got a template for that, or you've got the recommendations are all benchmarked and you're working your way through them on a priority basis. How are you rolling out the work plan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, as you can see in the 2018 work plan, the actions are organized according to some key priorities. The plan for years 2, 3, and 4 will be similar in that working with the community, staff will determine, based on the recommendations, what the priorities need to be for every year. And similar to some of our existing strategies, though each successive year will be reported to you for approval, and then the progress reports of the activities for those years will also be reported to you.
Okay, and then in recommendation number 6, it says it's going to be reported to annually on the progress implementation, the next year's work priorities. Is that being reported to the executive committee?
Yes, I believe so, Councillor.
Okay, all right. And then, sorry, and just doubling back on recommendation number 3, which is putting money in the budget for 5 positions. So that's dependent on fighting for that money with the other priorities in social services, finance, and administration?
Yes, my understanding is that it's included right now as a new and enhanced initiative in the 2018 budget submission for social development, finance, and admin.
So it's in the budget, new and enhanced, what we call it's above line?
Yes.
Okay, and then is it anticipated that the FTEs are going to grow from the 5, or 5 is an adequate amount to monitor what you want to do in the first year? Or is that anticipated 5 positions to do the whole work plan or monitor the work plan?
So what has been asked for is to ensure that we have the foundation to first and foremost complete year 1, and then set the stage for future years. As I don't know what year 3 or 4 may reveal, I can't comment as to whether there might be increase asked.
Okay.
That, you're actually at 6. That's this one's broken.
I wasn't sure which one.
No, that one is 3 plus 3. So I didn't reset it, but it went. So it's. I think it's if you could have one more, but otherwise I would say we're done.
Yep.
Last question.
My last question. Thank you, Mayor Tory. I just wanted to ask Denise in recommendation number 7, the different groups or agencies that the action plan is going to be forwarded to. Why? I understand the police. Why these agencies were picked?
Some of the things that we heard from community that informed some of the actions will have implications for public health, the library, as well as Toronto Community Housing. So it's important that those boards understand the scope of the plan.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So the 5 positions, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Campbell, who will be staffing it? Will it be reflective of the community with respect to understanding the concerns that actually exist in the community to deal with the real problems?
What is outlined in the report is that the 5 staff will be hires that will reflect and understand anti-Black racism, have that analysis, understand the dynamics of the community, and have a commitment to implement the action plan accordingly.
Right. So we have conditions now that needs to change. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And so your baseline assessment and or using as your benchmark that you're starting from, given we've heard what the speakers have said, but numerically, how do you measure, how do you what are the indices associated with the baseline so that we know in 5 years this is reflectively the change, other than maybe seeing, some happy people saying, geez, I got a job, and oh, by the way, my kid's able to get into recreation and so on. We know this is systemic. So how do what are the baseline measures that we're using?
So part of determining progress, I understand some of the questions to the deputants were about success, but I would really term it as progress because this is a long-term ultimate plan, is really around trying to use the city levers to achieve some equitable outcomes. So what has been clear from the community, studying the 41 years of reports on this matter here in Toronto, is that people are not just looking for us to do some new programs and services. What they're looking for is some fundamental changes so that there will be better outcomes. And in areas like policy development, service delivery, customer service, as well as economic opportunities.
Okay, good. And I guess this will be my final question. I'll try to stay within the 3 minutes. The collaborations with NGOs and other organizations and so on, the mechanism to bring them in, if there's a requirement for resources, how do we induce them? Is there some assistance and sort of conveyance to the province to ensure, for example, the Board of Education gets more resources? Because at the end of the day, everyone's going to say we need more resources. So how do we advocate? Is the mayor going to be advocating? Is there an requirement for a mechanism to ensure resources are available to assist with respect to actioning out this particular plan?
So the plan tries to focus on things that are largely within the city's jurisdiction. However, you're absolutely right that there are a number of actions that require intergovernmental support, both in terms of policy and service alignment, but also in terms of funding. So in terms of what the mechanisms are, certainly, I think there is a role for council and the mayor to play in terms of intergovernmental discussions. There's a role for city staff. Discussions have already started, particularly with provincial staff, to look where does our plan align with the provincial plans, and where we can leverage resources to mutually accomplish the things that are in both plans.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm willing to issue a birthday bonus, Councillor Thompson. You all right?
Oh, I appreciate it, but I'm good. I'll speak to it. No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff from members of the committee? Okay, well, seeing none, I will thank the staff, first of all, for answering the questions and for all their work, because I haven't had that chance yet on this. And we would move to speakers, and we would start with those visiting us from council outside the committee. I don't see anybody in the room, so we'll go next to the committee members and start with Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I want to basically congratulate you on your leadership on this particular issue, and of course, the fantastic staff. Ms. Campbell, Mr. Berlinger, and others and so on, and certainly thank the members of the public for being here, particularly the members of the Black community for stepping up. Often we're asked, where are the Black leaders? Well, they're here, and they've been through this particular process, helping to craft this particular document. This is not a question of people coming in.
Sir, could I just ask you to, just at the beginning, move the staff recommendations?
Okay, sure.
I'd like,
Thank you.
if you did that, thank you very much. Sorry about that.
I'd like to move the staff report.
Thank you.
Here, the recommendations here, Mr. Mayor. This is not a question of the Black community coming in demanding from City Hall that they give them a handout, et cetera. This is not the conditions that people tend to talk to me about personally, about, the Black community looking for more. What is actually being asked here is that there is a sense, and the history proves it, that there is an amputation that's taken place within the Black community in this city, in this country for a long period of time. And we want to rectify that. That can only be done through collaboration to ensure that all of the agencies, all of the groups work together to create an opportunity where it's about inclusion, where it's about ensuring that the best and the brightest can actually be involved in making decisions in this community, in this city, and in this country, which includes the Black community. And so the best and brightest will be part of all of us when we talk about diversity in the city and what we expect and so on. So the strength of everyone, the fabric of everyone being brought together and so on. I'm one as a member of council from the Black community. Not enough, and I realize that there needs to be more done, and there can be and there should be, and I just wanted to really say that piece. But I can tell you that the speaker, this address, the gentleman, I don't know his name, spoke about, the policing issue. There are some real issues with police. At the same time, we need them to protect and we need to respect both the police and the community and so on. And we're hearing that although you may be a successful Black person in this city, you're still subjected to conditions as it relates to policing. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Mayor, of a friend of mine. He is a very, very wealthy man. He runs a number of companies, and they actually make a lot of money. He lives in a multi-million-dollar house, and he is Black. And I was having a conversation with him a few weeks ago, and he said to me, oftentimes I actually don't go out to the front of my house on the street and stand out there because I'm afraid of getting stopped by the police in front of my own house. And what he said to me was that he actually takes his wife out with him, who is white, to stand in front of his own home. This is a man who has a lot of money and can, do all great things and does a great job, hires a lot of people, but is afraid of his own city with respect to policing. This is not a joke. This is not me trying to be alarmist or anything like that. This is a real fact and condition in 2017 in Toronto. This is a city that we all love, that we want the best for. We don't want to be us against them, the police, or anything like that. We want the police to protect everyone and not to be viewed as occupier, and it's a word I've used as a member of the Police Service Board. This report is seeking to address many of those things, and I realize we're not going to happen overnight. And I'm not trying to point the finger. I'm just simply saying if we want a great city that's a livable city that everyone can actually be proud of, the Black community is part of this proudness of the city. All members of this city has to be part of that success and part of it being proud. And so I realize that there has been a lot of challenges and a lot of problems. This probably is one of the best reports that I've seen that deals with this particular issue. And I'm hopeful, and I want to be part of the process to help with the success, to make this city, Mr. Mayor, and under your leadership, the best for everyone. Those young Black kids, last night I had, Mr. Mayor, a meeting with Toronto Community Housing, and the new president, Ms. Milsom, came out, young Black kids at 1021 Birchmont Road. And by the way, we had my brother, who works with TCHC, and a board member, her name is Linda Jackson. We all grew up in that building at 1021 Birchmont Road. And we went back and we got everybody, we said, by the way, we're from here, we're part of this community. Not dissimilar to what the Black community is saying. We're all here, we're all part of this city's success or failure. We choose to be part of its success. We want to work collaboratively. We want to work with the police. We want to work with all the institutions to ensure we eliminate the inequality and discrimination that continues. I can go in a grocery store in this city, not dress in a suit, and some people can treat me a particular way who may not know who I am, but they see Black first, and that has certain connotation, which does not represent what is, in fact, how other people are treated in this city. Our Blackness does not allow for people to treat us in a way that's different from anybody else. We want to be part of this success, and I'm not being an alarmist. I'm just saying, Mr. Mayor, we're ready to roll our sleeves up, ready to work with everybody to make this city and this country the greatest that it is for everybody, because I want the best for every family as I do for my own family. So that's what I wanted to say on my birthday.
I gave you a birthday bonus there, Councillor Thompson, because
and I appreciate it.
You spoke for me, and I'll be able to speak much less, if at all, because you spoke very well for me, and it is your birthday on top of that. So thank you very much. Other speakers wishing to speak to this item? Well, I think In all seriousness, Councillor Thompson did say about the city and about the report and about the entire process and about some of the experiences he can speak to in a better way than most of us. I want to just say one word about that, and then if there's no one else to speak, and then we can call the question. I listened a lot from, learned a lot from listening in this exercise, because we did have the 41 community consultations, and I went to 4 of them, and you might argue I should have gone to 8 or 12, but 4 was a big learning experience for me in terms of hearing parents talk about their kids in policing. While I didn't think the policing program in the school should be done away with without reviewing it and seeing if we can improve it, I did hear, I will say, and I've said it many times, I did hear parents and kids talk about the bad feelings they had about that program. So I heard it. I heard about people talking, and Councillor Thompson was alluding to this, being what it feels like to be walking around a store and having somebody follow you. I've never had that experience. I've never had that experience, and I'm quite prepared to say I've never stopped, except when I deserved it for speeding a few times, never been stopped by the police, just on the basis that they wanted to ask me a few questions. And so it then went from there to some meetings we had with some veteran public servants in this building who happened to be black. And they talked about the fact that they were veterans and had been here for a long time and had put in a lot of good years in the City Hall, but that every single one, without exception, indicated some experiences they'd had that they believed very strongly were on account of the fact that they had black skin. Even in this place where we would think this is a place that is a good employer and a good place to work. And that's one of the reasons why there's quite a focus on doing what we can do inside this building to show leadership and to set an example and to make sure that our own people of all skin colors and of all descriptions are treated well. And so I think the proof of the pudding with this, like everything else we do around here, is going to be how we actually act. And I'm glad that some of the questions by Councillor Thompson and others that talked about what success looks like were asked, because I think people felt the fact that we actually do this is going to be in and of itself a great success factor. But obviously we have to make progress on the different issues that are covered. And the first year work plan, which I just tore out of the book so I could look at it myself as we talked, is ambitious. But it is something where I think it would make a positive difference just to be doing these things. And the last comment I wanted to make, and I already had a meeting last week with Michael Coteau, the minister from the province, we have to do pretty well all of this in partnership with especially the province and to some extent the federal government. The province, though, mental health, education, you go down the list, health, other kinds of health, a lot of it's in their bailiwick. And Mr. Coteau, I will say, Minister Coteau indicated a real desire to work with us in the city to show some real leadership in the City of Toronto, because it's the City of Toronto, and because we can, and because we want to, and because he wants to, and because he represents this area too. And I'll just conclude by saying, I have not seen an exercise, and I've been through now only 3 years here, but an exercise in which there was a better organized, more consultative, more community-focused process than this. And I want to just commend Denise and our other staff members and all those who helped, because it was really quite outstanding. So we don't have.
Can I just say,
of course, Deputy Mayor Barlow, sure.
Sorry, May. I took a deep breath after Councillor Thompson's impassionate speech, but I do want to thank the community members, because I mean, we live in a great city, and compared to so many places in the world, it's a great society. But it has a long way to go. And we need to continue to challenge the status quo and continue asking why people act a certain way. And I think that's what we're doing here. And I think the Black community feels it more than a lot of other communities. Communities have certain issues. When I was in high school, there was studies that came out that had the Black community and the Portuguese community the highest dropout rate. And all of a sudden, you know, it was the communities were attached with this image that is very hard to challenge. And I remember when I started in this building, the question that I was asked by most of my colleagues, and this is very true, is for help was if I knew a cleaning lady. It's very true. To the third of them, I said, you know what? Why don't you guys ask me if I know a doctor that I can give you? But this exists, and it's not because it was done in a malicious way. but it exists in our society. And I think that this is just, I can't even imagine what you go through. So the importance of having this work done, of having you at the table, of helping us deal with this issue, it is so great. And you're not only helping the Black community, believe me, you're helping the city as a whole, helping us understand these issues better, helping us deal with these issues better. So thank you. I think it's, once again, it's another step forward in the right direction that we're taking here to build an inclusive and fair city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If there are no other comments to be offered, then I will ask that Councillor Thompson move the staff recommendations, and I'll call the question on that. Recorded vote.
All those in favour of the adoption of the staff report? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Balau, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And thank you. Thank you to all the community members who've been with us today and who spoke and those who listened, and we thank you very much. And I'm sure many of them participated in the lead up to today's report, which now goes on, of course, to City Council next week.
Mayor Tory?
All right, we have some items that I think Councillor Shiner would like to release, which will help us in our cause to get done today. And so go ahead, please.
So, Mayor Tory, I had held item EX 29.19, 2018 rate-supported budget solid waste management. I had only held it because while it talks about a rate, it didn't really have the net rate in it. That'll be subject to the discussion through the Budget Committee on the rebates. I'm hoping next year we can consolidate that so we know the net impact, and I'm more than happy to release this now. And I'll move the recommendations.
Councillor Davis, did you have? Obviously, if you've been waiting for it, that's fine. So, now, were you having questions and speeches to make it, or is this something quick? Just because. Pardon me? No, I understand. All right, well, why don't you share it with her? And
I'm more than happy to release this to Councillor McMahon.
All right, it'll be released to Councillor McMahon, and then we'll see where we go from there. And you had another one, I think, Councillor Shiner?
I did. I had also held EX 29.25, the operating variance report for 9-month period. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here. I'm more than happy to release it. I did ask a question of our staff, as I found that the planning department has still underspent by $1 million their allocation, and the building department has underspent by $3 million. And I don't think we're looking for the savings there. I think we're hoping to put the staff in place to get the work done. So it's simply to encourage not just that division, but they have to work through human resources to do whatever they can to fill the positions that we need to move the applications and permits along. Otherwise, I'm happy to release that item.
All right, that's item 29.25 and 25A. And are there any further, Councillor Shiner's releasing that? Are we ready to call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Anybody else have any releases they want? Councillor Ainsley, you're going to try again on the other one? All right.
So the first one, number 20, 2018 rate supported budgets, Toronto Parking Authority. I had my questions answered on that by staff. I can release it.
All right. Any other comments or questions on that? All right. I'll call the question then. All those in the it's a Budget Committee recommendation we're approving here. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Thank you.
Number 30, Fleet Services Division, 2017 capital budget and 2018 to 2026 capital budget adjustments and accelerations. And I have an amendment to, I would like to move.
The Fleet Services, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
So I'm moving an amendment. I think the clerk's just going to put it on the screen. This has to do with asking Fleet Services to continue in their work on looking at vehicle sharing for commercial vehicles.
We don't have it? You sure we don't have it? Not, apparently the amendment's not here.
Okay, I can send it again.
Okay.
And then number 32, Transportation Services 2017 Capital Budget Adjustments.
Now, I have a little note here to myself that was given by the clerk saying that, let me just look at that, saying there's a deputation on that. No, so I don't know why that says that, but it just does. So you go ahead then, please.
Yeah, so the motion I'm moving, Mr. Mayor, it's basically, there's two bridge projects in this project that both went over budget. One of them's in my ward, the Morningside Highland Creek Bridge. I share that with Councillor Hart in Ward 44. I'm basically asking staff to inform the councillors about the cost overruns and the reasons for the delay. This was a substantial project. The borders through both our wards. It's inconvenienced a lot of people, and people are asking the concerns and the overruns. And Councillor Hart and I would like to be able to properly message out to our residents why it happened.
All right, I think that seems quite reasonable. Are there any anybody wanting to get into asking questions or of the mover or otherwise on this? Otherwise, we can treat this as a quick release, make the amendment, and vote on the main item. Everybody ready to do that? All right, on the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's item 29.32. Okay, and then have we got the amendment for number 30? No? Oh, he's sending. I thought he had sent it. Okay. Did you send it again, Councillor?
I'll send it again, right now.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else in the meantime, just before we proceed with, oh, yes, Councillor Davis.
I had two items I was here for. One was on the investment policy that's been held by Councillor Ainsley because I had a motion that he's agreed to move on the investment policy report.
It just depends now, because we had promised the poverty item would come next, and so if it's going to get into any kind of long proceeding, we're going to try and deal with it tonight, but we just said we'd deal with poverty next as an item, so we're going to get into questions and motions and speeches. It would be unfair to them, because we'd indicated we would deal with poverty next, so.
It could be dealt with quickly.
Do you think it will be?
I hope so. The staff support the motion. I've had a briefing with.
Let me just check on one more thing, Councillor Davis. There's one on that item, which is the 29.6. There's a deputation, and it is Derek Moran, who I don't see still here. Oh, you are here. Okay, well then. Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Davis. We can't deal with that until after. So, not that. Not it was a different one. So, what about the one? Just trying to clean these things up if we can. Councillor McMahon. What about the other one that Councillor Davis was concerned with? And Councillor Ainsley, how are you doing on your? We got Councillor Ainsley's other amendment that was supposed to, no.
I'm emailing it right now, sir.
Okay. This is Councillor Davis's motion moved by Councillor McMahon. All right, people should have a look at that, because if it's all that's going to take to clear that item off, then.
And then staff can go home. Did you wish to speak?
I just.
Go ahead, if it's going to be quick.
Speak to it. What happened this year is our BIAs have been hit with a one-time charge that was approved in 2016, not implemented in 2017, has come as a bit of a surprise, but, and so there were some concerns from, certainly from BIAs in our area about both that and the increase of 5.2% on the solid waste fees. So what this says is economic development is doing a review of retail strips and how to support them. It simply adds this, and I've spoken both with economic development staff and with solid waste staff, and they're quite pleased to look at this issue of how these rising utility charges are affecting small business. In the report, or in the study that they're doing, that's coming to council this month.
All right. Are there any questions of the mover would have to be asked through Councillor McMahon, but are there any questions or anybody wishing to speak beyond the comments of Councillor Davis?
Well, I would just say this really came to light in our BIA meeting last night, where actually Lucky BIA has 4 councillors on it in the East End. And so people were concerned, or businesses were concerned about the lump sum which actually we approved in 2016, as Councillor Davis says, but it's coming into place now. So just a lump sum of $270 and, trying to figure that out. And in fairness to staff and the rest of us who supported it, it really is a cost because we need to ensure this is cost recovery, which it hasn't been, and the $5 bag fee never covered the recycling and the green bin. And there is money to be saved on your bag fees if you divert your waste. So I think we really need to do more education to everyone to divert our waste and also educate ourselves and be role models because we put all kinds of stuff in the servery in the wrong bins.
All right.
So support me.
On that note, we're asking here for something to be included in the study, so I think it seems, based on the explanations given, quite reasonable. May I call the question if we're ready for that? I'll call the question on the amendment, which is on item 29.19. First, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item as amended, 2919, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Then, Councillor Ainslie, is he now with us? His amendment? All right, and this looks again fairly self-explanatory in terms of car sharing.
Vehicle sharing.
So I'm ready to call the question on the amendment. If you are, item 29.30, amendment moved by Councillor Ainslie. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so I think that now does bring us around to the 29.12, the TO Prosperity. And I'm working on the assumption, by the way, I've heard the committee would like to keep working and see if we can't make a great deal of progress on finishing the agendas tonight. So we'll just proceed on that basis for the moment, and then we'll regroup and take stock at, say, 9 o'clock. So we're the TO Prosperity item is got deputations, and the first is Natasha Allen, Toronto Community Benefits Network, and I don't know if they're going to appear together, but Rosemary Powell, Toronto Community Benefits Network.
Is not here. We replace her with Bill Signal.
Simone Walters, you're saying was supposed to be with you and is not? Is she not going to be here at all then?
No.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that. Sir, you are?
Bill Signal, Toronto Community Benefit Network.
Okay, sir, you are not, let me just see here again now. You're not a registered deputant, sir, so all I can say, it just means that we can't, I would allow up to 6 minutes for the two who are registered deputants, but not 9. So if they want to have you use some of their time, that's fine, but otherwise we'll have to stick within 6 minutes or less, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, hello, my name is Rosemary Powell. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Community Benefits Network. Mayors and councillors, I bring greetings from our membership, the Toronto Community Benefits Network. It's been a long day, but we have good news for you. And this is an easy win for the city and for our community. So TCBN is a community labor coalition of 79 members and groups who have come together to negotiate with developers on behalf of the community to create jobs and opportunities for historically disadvantaged communities and equity-seeking groups through community benefits agreements. We're a community labor coalition. Now,
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just going to ask that people try and keep things a little quieter. We're having some trouble hearing. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. On April 2015, City Council directed staff to develop a community benefits protocol. 2.5 years later, City Council is asking for 2 more years to do a study as part of its poverty reduction strategy. We propose that another study is not necessary. Community benefits agreements are a proven policy tool to reduce poverty and income inequality, and it does so without bloating the government's budget. The province has recognized this. In fact, we've just received confirmation today from the Ministry of Infrastructure that they have adopted their community benefit strategy over the next 10 years. We need a community benefits agreement protocol today. The research has been done. No less than 5 studies have been highlighted in our formal response that we've submitted to City Clerk, but there are many more. Some as recent as 2017, dating back to 2005. Our response is here and posted on our website. When we have hardworking people in this city that continue to live in poverty and deal with its after effects, it's unconscionable that we don't have a stronger commitment to CBAs. Who are these people? They are women, youth, racialized people, urban aboriginals, newcomers, and yes, even veterans. They're the ones who've been historically disenfranchised because of income inequality and marginalization on the job market. They're the ones living in low-income communities with housing and infrastructure in a state of degradation due to underinvestment. They're the people who are working 2 to 3 minimum wage jobs to provide for their children and families. They're the ones hanging out on the streets, doing what they can to hustle so they can eat. They're the ones who can't afford to pay their rent, much less to buy a home in this terrible economy. They are my family, they are my friends, they are my community. Incredible, with the Toronto experience, we have trade unions on board who have committed to opening their doors to diversity and to stand with the community on the platform of CBAs. If a developer wants to build in this city, they need to take the time to consider their proposed impacts on the community and figure out ways, hand in hand with the community, for how they can maximize their dollars to achieve multiple benefits for them and the community. Thanks to provincial leadership, Toronto was the first city in Canada to have a signed community benefits framework obligating a contractor to provide jobs and opportunities for social enterprise and neighborhood and environmental improvements for the community. Since the start of implementation this year of the Metrolinx Community Benefits Framework, this has led to the opening of 30 apprenticeship positions for youth and racialized people, 104 professional, administrative, and technical jobs for newcomers, and approximately $3 million of social and local procurement. We have 4 more years to go on this Eglinton Crosstown LRT project, and we expect to see this pace significantly ramped up with over 300 apprenticeship positions offered over the span of the project. The city has a model here that just needs a little bit of commitment and fuel. Endorse it, identify good practices in it and scale it up. Identify challenges in the system, for sure, but invest in solutions to strengthen it. Tens of billions of dollars more worth of infrastructure projects and other urban development projects will be built right here in Toronto, involving taxpayer dollars over the next 10 years, starting with the Finch LRT, the Woodbine Casino, the McDonald Block, to name some. The city has an incredible opportunity here to take this success and build on it by requiring community benefits provisions on all their infrastructure and urban development projects. All we have to do is to start developing that protocol now. No study is further needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Natasha Allen. I'm just going to keep my speech short. Mayor Tory, we are disheartened to hear that the poverty reduction strategy will be delayed for another 2 years. Toronto is increasingly becoming inaccessible for many families in Toronto. For example, Toronto is often referred to as the child poverty capital of Canada, as 26.8% of children in Toronto are currently living below the poverty line. Furthermore, in a 2015 study conducted by the United Way of Toronto, the income disparity in Toronto is steadily increasing as the income for Toronto's wealthiest has doubled, while the number of low-income families in Toronto is steadily increasing. We believe that enacting a poverty reduction strategy at the originally proposed time would not only improve the quality of life for Torontonians sooner, but would also save the city billions of dollars. The city would save between approximately $4.5 billion and $5.5 billion a year if a community benefits agreement was enacted to provide equitable access to employment, housing, food, and transit, as expenditures associated with crime, public health, welfare, lost income, and foregone taxes would be significantly reduced or eliminated. A CBA would allow for more people to work, which would then allow for more people to pay taxes, thus increasing the city's revenue and allowing for the development of Toronto's infrastructure and services. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you. Did you have anything do you wanted to add, sir?
Yes, sir. Mayor Tory and staff and councillors, I'm the construction liaison person for the Toronto Community Benefit Network. I'm past president of the Plumbers Union in Toronto here, as well as a business representative for the local as well for 17 years. What I'm recognizing right now as a liaison here is that the aspirational part of our agreement is not working as well as it should. The amount of apprentices that are coming through should be almost double what we're seeing now. The problem, though, is aspirational. It's a fairy-airy number out of the sky that they promise that they're going to try and get us to. The thing is that we have these young men, young women that are desperately seeking employment in the building trades. These people have their grade 12. They've graduated from our schools here. Take a ride on the subway, look at the next generation. They want an opportunity to work and live in this city. And I ask you to support a 10%, more, not an aspirational 10%, but a 10% guarantee that you'll look at the possibility of putting these young people to work so they can be citizens here that are earning a good living and paying taxes. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all three of you. May I see if there are questions of these deputies? Yes, Councillor Davis.
So I'm struggling to understand the community benefits agreements that were, thank you for coming, first of all, that were negotiated for the Eglinton Crosstown was a Metrolinx initiative. The provincial government is going to do what? You've announced that they're going to expand community benefits agreements in all of their projects, or what is it?
It's very new. However, they did take into consideration the recommendations that we were a part of presenting. And what they've decided is that they're going to be adding, in addition to the Metrolinx project, an additional community benefits agreement on another major infrastructure project that they're working on, and that they're developing a strategy that will last throughout the 10 years. So I'm really looking forward to reading everything, but...
And you're looking to the City of Toronto to do something similar on our capital projects, is that correct?
That's correct. That's what we would like to see, and also to support the concept of a firm target, not just an aspirational target. We did receive a 10% agreement for apprenticeships on the Eglinton Crosstown, and it was aspirational. And for any future CBAs, we would like to see that to be firm targets.
So the model that's used on the Metrolinx is just, it sounds incredible, and I don't understand if we have a model that we can't just take that model and import it into the large capital projects that we have. It provides opportunities for employment. I mean, it has so many benefits. I guess that's the name of it. So you've been told that we're delaying it for 2 years?
Yes, our understanding is that there is going to be a proposal to delay so that the city can conduct a study for another 2 years.
Okay. I didn't read that. It sounded to me like, well, anyway, I will ask staff. And now, Bill, there was also, as I recall, on an earlier TTC project, there was going to be a new model of a negotiated agreement with all of the trades through a project that would have assured completion even through the termination of collective agreements and other provisions that were going to be put into agreements. And I can't quite remember what that was called.
That was quite a while ago.
Yes.
And the thing is that some of it was successful, but not most of it was aspirational as well.
Okay.
The issue that everyone must realize is this is not just for the projects that we're looking at, but as everyone is aware, it takes 4 to 5 years to serve an apprenticeship to become a journey person. And sometimes the employer only has 6 months, 8 months on a project the City of Toronto is doing. And what we're encouraging is that they will look at this individual or individuals and say, all right, I can put that person to work on other projects outside of the City of Toronto. They have performed well, they have done their job well, and they have the opportunity to work for this employer. I'm looking for them to get that first chance, the first step. And that's why I'm here, seeking the opportunity, and the 10% not be aspirational. You have the right to say, I'd like to see 10% of these communities, these people having this opportunity to go into the trades. Our servicemen, there are many of them languishing in homes. They're homeless. They have no opportunity because the training they took as a young person was not akin to what we have in civilian life. I was very lucky. I got out of the Canadian Navy at 20 and a half years, and I had a brother say to me, would you like to be a steam fitter? I said to him, what's that? And that's the truth. What's that? And he says, well, it's putting pipes together and it's hot water and steam. And I says, oh. And I subconsciously said to myself, I guess I can do that until I find something better. Well, I'll tell you, I have not found anything better. It was an excellent trade. I live in Toronto. I own a home here. It's paid for. And thank you very much for what I've had. And now I've come out of retirement because I know they need help to get into the trades.
All right.
But you're the answer.
Thank you, sir. And Councillor Davis's time has expired, so we'll thank you very much. Other questions of these deputants? Okay, well, we'll thank you all. Oh, okay, Councillor Bailão.
Just a quick one. You talk about being aspirational. So where are you finding the issue? Is it on the youth side? You're not getting the youth to work for using this Metrolinx work, the Metrolinx contract?
We have almost 2,000 people on our list that would like to become apprentices. So there's no shortage of people that want to.
So you need the contracts. So
We need the
Metrolinx has done their...
contractors to say yes. We need the unions to say yes.
Thank you, Bailão. And thank you all very much for your deputation. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
That would bring us to Patricia O'Connell, sistering. Hello, Ms. McConnell.
I'm here from Sistering, and Sistering is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week drop-in for homeless or precariously housed women, women who have mental health issues and/or addictions issues. The city funded us 2 years ago because a woman was sexually assaulted twice on a city-funded building in downtown Toronto, twice in the same evening by 2 different men. And the city decided at that time that women needed a safe space to be, and then opened 2 24-hour drop-ins for women. And I'm here to plead with you, Mr. Mayor, to take some action on the current shelter crisis. And I think your staff at SH would now agree that we have a crisis. We need more affordable housing. We need more supportive housing. We need more shelter beds. This crisis exists for both men and women in the city, and I'm just here to talk about the women. Sistering has been at capacity or over capacity since the first 2 or 3 months that we were open. So our capacity is 50 women. We often have more than 65 every night. We have 12 reclining chairs, then we have mats, and then we have the floor. And I would challenge you to imagine your mom, your aunt, your sister sleeping on a concrete floor night after night after night. because there are no shelter beds or other affordable housing, we have women that actually live at Sistering. We have one shelter, we provide meals, we provide clothing, we provide support, and women have stayed there for well over a year because there is no space for them to be. Just recently, you opened the respite centers. They're all full. You opened 30 more beds for women at the Kennedy shelter. They were open the first week that the beds were there. 35 more mats at Fred Victor. They're at capacity as well. You heard recently that 70 homeless people died in Toronto so far this year. 2 of those are women, 2 young women who were homeless, one of whom lived between the Harris treatment plant and High Park. I have her tent hanging in my office. Her mom gave it to me and asked me to hang on to it for another woman that would need it. We really need you, Mr. Tory, to declare this a crisis. My understanding is you have the powers yourself to do that. The executive committee may or may not support you, but if you were to declare a crisis, you could open spaces now so women, in my case, are not going to die in the street this winter. We can put mats in the floor in community centers, in other city spaces. I know there's an ongoing debate about the armories. I'm not going to get into that, but I would say a mat on the floor in one of the armories would be better than a woman sleeping in High Park in the middle of the winter.
I'll have to ask you to conclude shortly, just because your time
Okay,
is...
and what I would say is we desperately need right now 400 shelter beds to look after us in the coming months, and then we need 1,000 more beds. But they need to be shelter beds that are over and above what you're currently replacing for the ones that were lost. These have to be net new beds, not the ones replacing the ones at George Street or whatever. So on behalf of the women at Sistering, I really, really am pleading with you to do something about this. As I say, I understand you've got the authority and the ability to do that. And we've got to keep these women off the street. We've got to keep them safe. We've got to keep them warm.
All right. Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Ms. O'Connell. Are there questions of the members of council of Ms. O'Connell? Yes, Councillor Bailey.
I just want to understand a little bit better how you came to the 400 number immediately and the 1,000. Can you explain?
Yes, we've been looking at the capacity at the various shelters and drop-ins for both men and women, and those 400 are men and women, not just women. And that's our estimate of the number of people that are still outside that need shelter. And I think one of the other deputants will have a much better detailed response to the numbers, but that's what we're thinking. And at the CRDC, the shelter staff agreed with us.
Yeah. And my next question is, Patricia, I mean, you said that you had some women staying in your drop-in for a year. They basically lived there. And I've toured the place, and I know how much you guys do in there and how busy it is. If people are living there for a year, I mean, do we really need the 1,000 shelters, or do we need 1,000 supportive housing units?
We need the housing. Absolutely, we need the housing, but...
Because my concern is that we're going to invest the money and the resources on shelters where shelters, nobody should have to live a year in a shelter, right? We need to make sure that we transition these people into proper housing, right?
Yeah, I agree. We need supportive, affordable housing. However, that's going to take longer to build, and right now, if the committee decides...
So we need a transition.
Yeah.
We need a transition plan.
You can put a mat on a floor here, and the woman would be safer than she would be out on the street. So that, I'm just saying, let's deal with the immediate crisis, but absolutely, all of us would fully support more housing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Other questions of the Deputy? Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connell. Appreciate that. Next is Nahum Mann. Nahum Mann. Michael Rosenberg. Hello, Mr. Rosenberg.
Okay.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Well, it's actually like more than 30 years that I've been talking about technology and how it's actually taking over and is taking resources away from people rather than helping. So it's now been a long time, and I think like you can actually see it happening now, right? I mean, this is just on the basis of my knowledge of the technology and where it would go, that I was saying this even 30 years ago. And now it's happening. So let's sort of look at the background for the poverty reduction strategy. That poverty is something that we're all headed towards. I mean, just in the last few months, housing has become something that everybody recognizes as a problem. It's not just a few people. So let's look at sort of the background of where we stand with poverty and where we stand with the economy. And just want to make just a few recommendations. One is on the funding. We need to look at how the city spends money and how the decisions we make will affect the future. So we don't have a growing economy anymore. It's now a question of what do we do to prevent the economy from shrinking any further. So let's look at how we spend our money. Let's direct the money away from things like technology, and let's carefully review our other budgets, and maybe we'll find that housing and transit are more important than roads. I mean, we have to make those decisions. We don't have a growing economy anymore, but we do have to solve these problems. We have to stop spending money on technology and thinking that every new software and hardware project should just be supported. We have to change the direction and think of it in terms of allocation of city spending and how that affects the economy. And on the jobs side, you know, we've heard a lot about jobs. I've mentioned it before, but I want to add that the city should review its job descriptions to remove unnecessary educational requirements. That's not just about who gets jobs, it's about people getting jobs faster and with less personal expense in time and money before they can start to work. So it actually increases productivity. It's not just, as many other of the solutions we talk about who gets what. It's actually about making it possible for us to recognize that the knowledge economy can be unproductive and that we can actually increase the total economic benefits if we can move people into jobs faster with not as much education. It actually is an improvement for society if we can do that.
If I could ask you to move to conclude now.
And my last point is that there were going to be some changes in the advisory bodies for the poverty reduction strategy. We were told right from the beginning that there would be a new advisory body that could include people from the general public who are neither like working in poverty organizations nor people who are poor. We need to expand the people who are involved in this process so you can get like other points of view that may solve the problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenberg. Are there any questions of the deputy? All right, well, thank you very much for your patience today. Leila Sarangi, Manager, Community Programs, Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. Is Ms. Sarangi here? Okay. Next, we have Julie Panas, or Panassi. Julie Panas. Adina Lebeau. There you are. welcome and thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Adina LeBeau. I'm speaking for CARP Toronto, the Toronto Seniors Forum located here at City Hall, and today also for our Commitment to Community Coalition. C2C is a citywide coalition of residents, faith communities, nonprofit organizations, and community organizations working together to support actions that reduce poverty and increase equity to ensure that Toronto is a great city to live in. You've heard from us previously and have received our budget direction letter signed by 93 of our partner organizations, agencies, individual members about the poverty reduction strategy. And we're here again today to ensure that the monies are allotted for this in 2018 budgeting process. If you haven't got it, I will leave a copy of the 93 signatures in the letter with the clerk. Over the last couple of years or so, through our networks of organizations and our Toronto Can Do Better campaign, you've seen these postcards, we've talked to thousands of Toronto residents, and the message is clear. Many people are struggling and just making ends meet. Toronto has the highest child poverty rate in the country, 1 in 4. More and more seniors are using food banks and shelters as they run out of money. And more single women-led families are falling below the poverty line, as well as many of our new immigrants who are trying desperately to establish themselves in a new country. Affordable housing, affordable transit, employment opportunities, and childcare tops their lists of concerns. And people throughout the city in different neighborhoods are not seeing on-the-ground improvements and worried about their future. We're counting on City Hall to address these issues and find solutions for Toronto in 2018. According to city staff, the mayor and council will need to invest $66 million in the city's poverty reduction strategy and related strategies this year. This money is not new money. This is just money promised in other years and needed this year to honor those previous commitments that City Hall has already promised to reduce poverty in this city. We expect full funding of it in 2018. And I'm saying this because if we don't get on with this job now in this crisis, then over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to have an unscalable mountain to climb as seniors who are living longer and who have not saved enough over their working years join the roster of poverty and homelessness. We see their numbers starting to expand now. If you take a look at seniors at shelters and seniors at food banks, this is just beginning. Please be leaders and make affordable housing, affordable transit, affordable health, more employment opportunities, essential rights for every Torontonian. The feds have just announced a housing strategy and embedded it as a human right. Please do not cut these budgets. We know across the board cuts are easy to do for staff, but we're asking you now to do the hard work of setting priorities. We are asking you to
We'll ask you to conclude now,
Yeah,
Mr. Lowe.
we're asking you to think about cutting some budget items and departments while raising others.
All right.
This is the only way out of an increasingly tenuous position for more Torontonians. If we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always got. So please, let's do something different for 2018 and honor our commitments.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. LeBeau? Okay. I see no questions, so I'll thank you very much for your deputation, and we'll go to Derek Moran.
Now, Mayor Tory, I know as a trustee of your godfather's private family trust, you probably have a copy of the Donovan Waters Law of Trust in Canada yourself. I just want to share with everybody my favorite part of this book. It says, whether by right of Canada or the provinces, the Crown is a charitable purpose because its sole raison d'etre, it's French, for a reason for existence, reason for being, is the public benefit. Nobody knows this, but the night before you guys took the vote to replace Councillor McConnell, I messaged Michael Creek on Facebook, and what I said to him was, if you end up winning tomorrow, ask City Manager Peter Wallace This guy, Derek Moran, says poverty can be solved with the security of the person. Is this true? And at the bottom there, Michael Creek said, will do. Unfortunately, he lost, so that doesn't help. So everyone want to see why there's poverty is such a big problem in Ontario. This is the back of a birth certificate. It says on the left here, revenue receipt. In the middle is what's known as a CUSUP number. It's evidence of a security. It's a number and has a letter there. And on the right of it, it says for treasury use only. However, that's what it says on the back of a birth certificate in British Columbia. It does not say that on the back of a birth certificate in Ontario. Now, Mayor Tory, you know from the police board a couple weeks ago, I explained the void for vagueness doctrine. The void for vagueness doctrine from Supreme Court, and it said that the law has to be clear, can't be vague, can't be arbitrary, and you have to give proper notice. Now, I know Crown Attorney Jeffrey Clayton appears to him that I'm an OPCA, as they say, a free man on the land, but how fair is that to think that of me when we aren't given proper notice of what it says on the back of a birth certificate, as it once did, I guess, in British Columbia. So here's a definition I'd encourage Councillor Mihevc and Deputy Treasurer Mike Saint-Amant to read. It's from the Federal Trust and Loan Companies Act in Section 374.1. Agent means A, in relation to Her Majesty and right of Canada or of a province, any agent of Her Majesty in either of those rights, and includes a municipal or public body empowered to perform a function of government in Canada, or any entity empowered to perform a function or duty on behalf of Her Majesty in either of those rights, but does not include 1, an official or entity performing a function or duty in connection with the administration or management of the estate or property of a natural person. 2, an official or entity performing a function or duty in connection with the administration, management, or investment of a fund established to provide compensation, hospitalization, medical care, annuities, pensions, or similar benefits to natural persons, or monies derived from such a fund. Or 3, the best part, the trustee of any trust for the administration of a fund to which Her Majesty in either of those rights contributes, and of which an official or entity that is an agent of Her Majesty in either of those rights is a trustee.
All right, we will thank you on that note, Mr. Moran. Thank you very much.
Take notice, Mayor Tory, that the Crown is the surety for Mr. Derek Moran, the person I have.
Thank you very much. Sean Mahar, Executive Director, Social Planning, Toronto. I didn't see him in here. All right, Riley Peterson, Budget Lead, Toronto Youth Cabinet. We saw her, there you are.
Again, I'm Riley. I'm the budget lead of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the city's official youth advisory body. I brought with me a stack of really meaningful and effective, but not fully funded strategies. So in Toronto, 1 in 4 children live in poverty. 100,000 households are on the subsidized housing waitlist. Waitlists for affordable recreation programs have grown to 189,000. TTC service is inadequate in many inner suburban communities, and the homeless death toll just surpassed 70 for 2017. Toronto can do better. As the city's official youth advisory body, we care deeply about the future of our city and what today's budgets mean for our tomorrows, and we are concerned about the 2018 budget. If council continues down the road of status quo budgets and commitments without funding attached to them, the already stark inequality in this city will continue to grow. Commitment to Community has been having conversations with hundreds of people across the city over the past few months. Residents of Toronto have a vision for a fairer, better city, and hope council will set priorities that reflect community hopes that meet those goals, and to move forward with fully funding the poverty reduction strategy. The community is looking for more investment in affordable housing, increasing childcare spaces, lowering TTC fares, and more meaningful employment opportunities. Today, we urge you to fully fund the 2018 work plan for the poverty reduction strategy. We also ask you to fully fund the other related strategies that council has already costed out, such as Housing Opportunities Toronto, Transform TO, the Middle Childhood Strategy, the Fair Pass Program, and the Child Care Growth Strategy, among others. We ask that you commit to targeted action to reduce the inflated poverty rates among Indigenous, racialized, immigrant, newcomer children, and children living in female-led single-parent families so that no communities are left behind. And we ask that you set clear targets in all areas of the poverty reduction strategy. And finally, we ask that you finalize the long-term fiscal plan in 2018 with dedicated ongoing funding for the poverty reduction strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peterson. Are there questions of the deputant? Thank you very much for your submission. Tim McGuire, QP Local 79. Mr. McGuire here? Okay. Karthika Mohana Chandran. Welcome. 3 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Car, and I am currently completing my practicum at the Children's Aid Society of Toronto, an agency that is also a member of Commitment to Community. Today, I'm here to speak about what C2C has also heard from the hundreds of Toronto residents we have spoken with over the last 7 months, and in addition to sharing what their shared vision amongst Toronto residents has resulted in. The vision that emerged from residents is closely linked to the goals of the city's poverty reduction strategy, which was unanimously adopted by Council 2 years ago. It is the vision of a city where all have access to decent jobs, housing, transit, and opportunity. Residents are telling us that Toronto is a city that is becoming more and more challenging to subsist in. In a city that takes pride in saying diversity our strength, it is increasingly disappointing to see the significant lack of investments being made into all communities in order to provide all residents with Toronto with equal opportunities to prosper. The Children's Aid Society of Toronto recently released a report earlier this month entitled Unequal City, The Hidden Divide Among Toronto's Children and Youth that discussed the data drawn from the Statistics Canada 2016 census. This report revealed the dire need to address child poverty in our city, where the gap in child poverty rates across Toronto neighborhoods remains stark, ranging from 4.1% in Kingsway South to 60.1% in Thorncliffe Park. 13 city boards contain census-tracked areas with child poverty rates of 50% or more. Given that I personally came to City Hall myself to deliver these reports in person to Mayor and Council last Friday, I'm aware that this report should already be in your possession or will be soon enough. I encourage you to please read it in full. In addition, statistics that are included in the city's Teal Prosperity Poverty Reduction Strategy report are also echoed in Unequal City. Specifically, poverty is disproportionately higher among Indigenous peoples, people of color, newcomers, and women-led families. Poverty as a whole, however, is something that affects us all. Over the past 7 months, C2C members have gone across the city to talk to Toronto residents about how they envision a better Toronto to look like. The feedback received from the hundreds of residents we spoke with was put together in the form of another report by C2C, which should have also been distributed to all of you here today. As you just heard from Adina Lebeau, the message is clear. Many people are struggling. Residents from across the city share similar concerns. People value the communities they live in and care about their neighborhoods. However, year after year, they see cuts that strain their communities and the nickel and diming that make the things that support their communities more and more threadbare. And they're worried about the future. People are counting on City Hall to address these issues, but they are not seeing things turn around. There's a need for Mayor and Council to restore our confidence and regain the trust of Toronto residents, to keep their promises by implementing the many strategies and action plans that have already been adopted, which aim to reduce poverty and increase access to services and supports like housing, transit, and childcare. The residents of Toronto rely on city services and programs to make life better for themselves and for others around them. In the interest of time, I will speak to the top 5 priorities that have been identified by more than 500 people we received direct written feedback from. Key challenges.
Those in very quick summary. You're at 3 minutes now. Thank you.
Key challenges that residents reported include unaffordable housing in Toronto, the high fares associated to taking the TTC, the lack of meaningful employment opportunities, the lack of affordable childcare spaces with flexible hours of service, and poor building management and maintenance. As Mayor Tory tweeted yesterday, we are grateful for your commitment to support the poverty reduction strategy and to ensure that it continues to have a real and positive impact on the lives of Toronto residents. We hope that this is a promise that you will be keeping by fully funding the poverty reduction strategy in the 2018 city budget. Thank you for your time and for your efforts in making Toronto
Appreciate it
better.
very much. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience. Hamish Wilson.
Thank you. I know it's late. I was lucky enough to glean a copy of the written submission of the Children's Aid Society of Toronto, written by Michael Polanyi, who's one of the co-authors of The Hidden Divide Among Children and Youth in the Toronto Area. I don't think it's been read into the record yet. They thank you for some work, and yet likewise we urge you to move forward in two key ways. One, approve the 2018 work plan for the poverty reduction strategy, and secondly, strengthen the poverty reduction strategy by A, setting clear progress targets and timelines for all recommendations in the strategy, B, reinserting into the 2018 work plan a commitment to find permanent funding for the strategy, which means moving forward with the completion of the city's long-term fiscal plan, C, completing the formation of the accountability structure for the strategy in 2018. Putting in place a lived experience advisory group is an important step. But there's no update in the staff report on the status of the proposed accountability table or its components, including a private sector roundtable, a monitoring and evaluation working group, and a senior staff steering committee. Now, certainly, there is a real set of problems here. It's a very divided city. It's getting worse. We have a real set of situations. I'm sorry that stack of reports that and commitments that was committed to, but there's been no funding has left the room. But I worry again that we have a set of nice policies, nice talk, nice initiatives, nice this and that, but oops, no money. And we don't really have a plan beyond the election. That's a problem. And quite honestly, I think we really need to worry about a downturn. What if interest rates go up to 8%? I think that'd be great myself, because it might deflate the housing. And what if there's the NAFTA pullout happens and things go south, so there's a real unemployment again, or the Middle East blows up and we get $3 a liter oil? Things could, we've been living a good party. So we have to, if we've got a real divide now, I think we need to squeeze the billions. And this is something that you may not have picked up on. The Guardian, that Scarborough subway extension has made the international headlines as being a white elephant. But the Guardian got the figure wrong. It was only $3 billion, not 3.35. I heard back from them today. The Globe itself, in an editorial not too long back, also suggested that there's a real, it's probably the greatest mismanagement of public funds in Canadian history. There's also another little old thing that we need to bring back to, in order to fund the poverty reduction strategy, we need that vehicle registration tax brought back. I would think that if we accept this figure of $2,700 per car per year from Vancouver, and it's now 20 years old, we could squeeze $100 per car per year easily. And I think instead we should just putting into general revenue, we should dedicate that to TTC capital, but also to transit reduction passes.
And on that note, I'll ask you if you could wrap up.
Indeed. We are spending a lot on the big ticket items, and that's bad. We've got to squeeze the billions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Capri Rabin, Executive Director, Street Health. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the city's 2018 the Shelter Structure Infrastructure Plan, included in the Poverty Reduction Strategy Work Plan in Recommendation 4.7. I'm also here to request your support for the motions being put forward by the CDRC committee to be voted on at City Council on December the 5th. My name's Capri Rabin, and I'm the Executive Director of Street Health. We're located at Sherbourne and Dundas. Street Health has been working in the downtown East Toronto community for 30 years, providing nursing, mental health harm reduction, identification replacement, identification storage services for people who are homeless, marginally housed, and who struggle with poverty. Our programs have over 2,000 client visits a month. We know the challenging housing, shelter, physical health, mental health, and substance use issues that people are facing here in Toronto and in our community. The shelter system is well over capacity, and there are no beds available in the system. And I think you've heard that many times before. This is well documented. We're well over the 90% that's been the standard that's been set by City Council. The city's response has been to open up, increasing our supply of warming centers and out of the cold And while these programs are really critical and important initiatives, they do not address the issue of shelter beds. Warming centers and out-of-the-cold programs offer substandard accommodation. They're mats on the floor or a chair to sit in if you're lucky, or as we've heard from our colleague tonight, if people have to sleep on the floor. There's limited washroom facilities, no showers. The resources are not shelters. According to the city's most recent data, 16,000 unique individuals used the shelter system in 2016. 22% of those, or over 3,500 people, are considered homeless for over 6 months, thereby defining them as chronically homeless. The use of the city's shelter system has been on the rise for several years. On an average night in 2017, there are over 5,000 people using the shelter system. That's compared to over 4,000 people in 2016. That's an increase of 20%. The 2018 Shelter Infrastructure Plan identifies a number of shelters currently under development, but most of them are not slated to open until 2019. We believe that the solution to ending homelessness is to build decent, affordable, deeply affordable, accessible housing for all. However, we don't believe that this is going to happen in the short term. And we also don't believe that those who are most marginalized in our community should be forced to suffer without access to decent housing. So today we're asking the Executive Committee to support the motion at City Council to direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing, to include in the 2018 Shelter Infrastructure Plan the opening of 1,000 new shelter beds to meet the standard of 90% shelter occupancy across all sectors, and to support a motion to declare an emergency in the shelter system to immediately act to open at least 400 emergency beds for singles and people and families by the end of 2017 to provide immediate relief. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there questions of the deputy? Well, thank you very much for your patience and for your comments.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of the deputations, and so we would move now to questions of staff by members of the council that are not on the Executive Committee. Councillor Davis, did you have any questions of staff? I beg your pardon?
I'm trying to understand the community benefits provisions that we have under the social procurement policy and how they compare to Metrolinx. What we heard today was that Metrolinx uses a particular framework or a particular model for doing, providing internships and job opportunities. What do we do?
Through the social procurement policy that Council approved last year, in 2016, there is a framework through which, through city contracting, we look for both employment benefits or diverse supply chain benefits.
So do we set out requirements in a, say there's a water project and we want to see in so many apprenticeships on a project, we put that in as a requirement for a tender?
Through the chair, depending on the model of the contract, yes. If it's a tender, we will be more prescriptive of the types of apprenticeship or workforce development opportunities that we would be looking for that are suitable to that contract. If in an alternative situations where we do an RFP or a pre-qualification where we'll actually get the proponents to propose what might work best out of a range of workforce development opportunities. We provide them a menu of things that they could propose, and then we work with them to connect them to the proper pipeline to get those people who need employment into what they're proposing.
So are we working with the trades unions?
Where there is a tender construction, we will work with the trade unions to facilitate that. So for example, working with Hammerheads as a pre-apprenticeship program.
So how is it different than the Metrolinx program?
Through the chair, I'm not completely familiar with the entire Metrolinx program, but the one thing is scale. The Metrolinx Crosstown project is, $5 to $6 billion project, and we are working with projects that are over $5 million that are suitable based on time and reach of the program.
Okay, so I see in Table 2, there's like 2, 3, 5, 10, maybe 15, maybe more, that have been created through the social procurement. Will we require there to
Last
be
question.
jobs or apprenticeships in every contract? Large ones, small ones, where are the guidelines?
Through the chair, the policy that council adopted set out guidelines where staff will look at what's coming up in a given year, and then contracts that are over $5 million of value, we will apply a criteria and work with the divisions to determine whether it's suitable for a workforce development opportunity. So for large construction contracts, that's usually easier to work with, but we have found that not all contracts will be suitable for workforce development opportunity based on how the work is going to be performed.
Thank you. All right, any other questions of staff from no other outside councillors? So councillors in committee, any questions of staff? Quickly before the mayor comes back.
Just a quick question. Do we have any targets for workforce development?
Sorry, through the chair, yes, we have. A part of the social procurement program that was adopted in 2016, there were output targets that were set out, and also a commitment to keep working on improving the targets that we're using.
Can you remind me of that? I'm so sorry. Can you remind me? What's the targets?
So the first set of targets that we had was that 33% of our competitive procurements would, over $5 million in value, would include a workforce development component, and that we would start actually getting at least a third of them with in RFPs, we get a workforce development proposal back.
And when did that start, or when is that starting?
So the program was adopted in 2016, but we officially really rolled it out at the beginning of 2017. So we're just in the first year of implementation, and we're continuing to work on improving our metrics on.
So when will we get a report back on how we're doing with all those metrics?
So there is, a part of this report, there's an update already, and there will be subsequent updates each year as we move forward.
Okay. So you have a percentage. Can we drill it down to the number of apprenticeships that we're actually going to have?
Through the chair, in the report, we indicate how many programs that how many workforce development opportunities we've established to date on page 12. And there is no specific target for each contract. It'll depend on that contract suitability of what might work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bilal. That was great. Moving along to Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff about, so last week provincially they've passed Bill 148, the Fair Workplaces, Better Jobs Act. I was just wondering what impact that'll have on our policies and programs we're looking at.
Through the chair, a report was submitted to Budget Committee outlining some of the implications of the changes of Bill 148 for city employees. Of course, Bill 148 will have implications as well for any decent work standards that the city determines are appropriate to apply to city contracts. So we will need to research what the implications will be for city contracts, and that's one of the recommendations in the report to report back to committee now.
Okay, thank you. And then there was an issue raised by one of the deputants about a 2-year delay or time lag in the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy. I'm just trying to understand what was meant by that.
Through the chair, I too am wondering about the comment. There, from a staff perspective, there is no delay in the implementation of the poverty reduction strategy. You have the 2018 proposed work plan included in this report. The reference may have been to not providing committee and council with a City of Toronto community benefits framework writ large. There's further work to do, and that will be coming forward.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? I have one, but if I want to make sure others are looked after. Okay, could I just ask about accessible shelter spaces and what the status is of the number of those and what the plans are to create more that are accessible to those with differing abilities?
Through the chair, I can't give you an exact number of the operating shelters that we have at the moment. What I can assure you is that any new shelters that we bring on do meet AODA compliance and will be accessible.
All right, so if we went back, for example, to there was a women's shelter open in the last 12 months. I went and visited it. I don't remember the name of it, but it's in Scarborough.
Yes, Homes First is accessible.
So that would be accessible?
Yes.
So is there 50 spaces in there, do I recall correctly?
There are 60 there, and we've opened an additional 30 for winter. So there's
So everything going forward, and now there's another, I'm just going from memory here, 'cause it's hard without in front of me, but there's another women's shelter, I think, that's due to be ready sometime in the spring, no?
There's a youth shelter that will be opening in Scarborough.
But all of those, the one on Kingston Road in the
Yes.
hotel, those are all accessible?
Yes, the Hope Shelter opening.
As of, all of them are, without exception?
Absolutely, yes.
And do we feel that going forward capacity will be adequate in terms of looking after the needs of that portion of the population needing shelter that are with differing abilities?
SSHA undertook an evaluation this year on the accessibility in shelters. We're just waiting to get the report back from the consultant right now. We will be making a presentation in December at the Accessibility Committee on the current state of accessibility in shelters. But what that assessment will allow us to do is come up with an action plan for how we want to increase the available accessible beds across the shelter system, not just in the new programs.
A final question. Do we find that the shelter system reports back to us that there are a significant number of people with differing abilities who can't find a shelter space at given points in time because there just aren't enough in the right places?
I couldn't answer that at the moment, Mr. Chair. I do know that we do have an aging population in shelters, and certainly mobility is a concern for that population.
Thank you. All right. I'm now able to move to those who wish to speak on this item. And those who are not members of the committee, Councillor Davis, are you wishing to speak?
I'm sure I will echo everyone who has spoken to us over the last many months about the deepening and worsening poverty in our city. And with the new results of the long-form census, we're getting an even clearer picture of the kind of poverty that certain communities are experiencing in Toronto. Our poverty is racialized. It's in the outer suburbs. It is continuing and deepening. So we often feel here like we are working around the edges with the kind of jurisdiction that we have, and knowing that the provincial government controls many of the most important levers: income security or income redistribution, all of the federal government, both taxation, the kinds of revenue streams that can actually have an impact on poverty. But I'm glad we obviously have put forward a poverty reduction strategy, and that we are going to put forward the funding to support it in the 2018 budget. It's As the CDRC committee, I'm sure will confirm from their contributions this month, we have a crisis right now in our shelter system. We simply do not have enough places for people to live. Whether they're emergency shelters, supportive housing, long-term housing, our city is in crisis, and we really have to tackle this. The solutions are complicated, and Councillor Bailao raised this: should we be building shelters or should we be building housing? And we've struggled with this since the day I arrived here. And that, no, we don't want to be building shelters, we have to be building housing. Well, we have to do both. And we cannot have places like Sistering offering shelter that has been converted into housing. So we need to treat people who need housing with some respect, and we need to make sure that there are places to stay that are decent until they have permanent housing. All of these other pieces as well obviously are important: employment, childcare, other supports that help people to become independent and to find themselves a place where they can participate in all aspects of life in the City of Toronto. I do not still understand how it is that we are creating and requiring that jobs and apprenticeships are included in our contracting and social procurement. And I hope that when you report back, although there is no date to report back here, I hope someone will insert a date that we can have a better understanding of how we are delivering on employment opportunities through the incredible purchasing power that we have here at the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
We should be able to do more.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Members of the committee wishing to speak. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion that I would like to move, and it's based on some of the questioning that I just asked staff. So last week at the province, they passed Bill 148, which is the Fair Workplace, Better Jobs Act. So I'm asking for a report back on how that legislation impacts some of the policies and best practices and purchasing that we've been looking at implementing mainly through the Government Management Committee. And we've been looking in a number of different areas, from scheduling, equal pay to equal work, plans, programs, and policies needed to ensure fair and equitable hiring practices. So I would like staff to report back on what the impact of Bill 148 is on what we're putting in place here at the city.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Question of the mover?
So I'm asking, so at the yep. Which part aren't you clear on? So the province passed provincial legislation, and I'm asking for some clarification, report back from staff on how that affects the city policies that we put in place.
We just did this at council,
So Bill 48 was just passed last week.
but we did something at council on this very topic, did we not?
I didn't.
To do with the cost to the city of Bill 148 in terms of wages and so forth. It didn't. It was something different.
So
We did.
this is different from that?
Yes. I'm just saying you're
We
right.
did do that at council, though, correct?
I think it came through here on a motion through the executive earlier on today, actually, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, but Mihevik moved it at council. Yeah, he did it, because that's why it ended up here. Okay.
Yeah, question of the mover, or did you have a question of the mover, Councillor Shiner? Okay.
So, Councillor Ainsley, what do you mean by decent work standards?
Sorry?
What do you mean by decent work standards?
So some of the things that we've been looking at as a city is scheduling for our employees, how we put in place a fair wage policy, how we've looked at our hiring practices.
Sorry, those are part of our contract negotiations, are they not?
That's a question of the mover?
Yes.
I didn't hear it.
The question was, those are part of our contract negotiations, aren't they?
Correct. And then the province put in place legislation that could be overriding and impacting on what we've put in place. So I'd like some clarification from staff on what the impact of the provincial legislation is. When I asked staff
Sorry, but
earlier,
it's-
when I was asking questions
Not asking
about
comment on
the
what it might be. Your motion says.
Councillor Shiner, when I was asking questions of staff earlier, they said they understood what the financial implications were of the work, of the bill. They weren't sure what the policy implications were.
But is asking for a report on opportunities to include. That's not a report back, the way I read it, on what it means. That's a lot of work for staff to advise you what they might wish to include in this, which I understand to be labor relations issues.
I can change.
I'll just try to be helpful here. Obviously, Councillor Ainsley, you can have whatever amendment you wish to move. It sounds like it may be one that would have a greater chance of attracting support if it just said the report on the implications of Bill 148 on work standards covered by city policies and practices, but as opposed to including decent work standards. But I'm just saying that, and I'll leave it to you to do what you wish.
Yep.
Are there other questions of the mover? That time was up on that. Other questions of the mover or other? Yes, Councillor. Did you have a question of the mover, Councillor Burnside?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
So I'm unclear as to whether he's going to take your advice or not. If he were, then my questions are somewhat redundant, not necessary. But if you're talking about opportunities to include decent work standards as it relates to purchasing, are you looking at, would that be looking at companies we do business with that we buy, like desks or tires or gasoline, what their work standards are and how we can impose?
No, we don't.
So what does purchasing have to do with it?
So it's city's policies and practices. We can't impose any, we have no ability to impose anything on people we're purchasing from in terms other than very little.
But opportunities to include decent work standards not covered by the new legislation in city policies regarding purchasing.
Right. So my understanding of the provincial legislation, there's a component about quality of goods and from purchasing. There's a purchasing component in the provincial legislation.
We just want to know how that relates to the city.
Yes.
So are you taking the opportunities part out of your motion? Are you deleting that part?
Deleting what part?
The opportunities, the word opportunities, to include our.
I can rephrase it if you want, to look at,
well, as
impacts of the legislation on city policy, practicing, and purchasing, if you.
That would be great, thanks.
All right.
So do we have any other questions of the mover, or otherwise we'll have that amendment sit on the record, waiting for question time for when we call the question. You had finished your comments, Councillor Ainsley, I think. Other people wishing to speak to the item? Sorry, I just can't hear you, Councillor. Not yet. I haven't seen one, but I guess we'll see it if we see it. And otherwise, it'll be put up for vote as is. Okay, other people wishing to speak? All right. May I just say...
Can I have the motion up there? And I'll speak.
You have a motion you want to put up there?
on the motion that was moved by Councillor Ains.
Okay.
You know, we have a great public service headed up by our city manager, who I guarantee you will be looking at any of the implications with staff of the previous bill or the bill that was just enacted, and we'll look at the wage impacts and others. But when you put up a motion like this that is more motion to create more work inside the organization with all these reports talking about including decent work standards. I start to take it almost as an offense to the fact that our staff, one, wouldn't be looking at that, and two, we don't have decent work standards in the city, because that's what it's telling me, that I should find ways to include decent work standards. And I actually think this is something that is part of our human resources policy and should go through our labor standards committee, not just come through with the item that's in front of us, because I don't see how it relates to it. So I myself can't support this and don't think we should be sitting here trying to figure these things out ourselves because we're much smarter than our staff are. I don't really think that's the case. I think that they're quite intelligent and quite capable, and I think this is almost an insult to them to support this. And I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Are there other comments anyone wishes to make on the item?
David, you look at page 15. There's a whole section called decent work.
Yes. I just have a quick comment in that when we first moved the poverty reduction strategy, the very first round at council, at that time I moved a motion to ask for, I don't know what to call it, a summary or synopsis of all this type of work we're doing, no matter what division it is or agency, board, commission, to have a summary of that. I would really love to still see that. That was a long time ago I moved that. I still haven't seen that report, but I would still love to see that scale and scope of everything we're doing across the spectrum on this front. And I'm hoping that maybe we will see that soon, or maybe we could even see it at council when this hits council. Maybe not, because that's next week, believe it or not. But at some point, I would love to see that motion that passed. I don't know if it was unanimously, but it passed at council. I'd love to see that report. So that's all I'll say.
Other members of council, members of the committee wishing to speak? Okay, well, I think we're ready to call the question now. Do we have just the one motion, Madam Clerk? One motion that's up on the screen now, Councillor Ainsley's motion. So I'm ready to call the question on that motion. All those in favor? I beg your pardon? Apparently not. So we'll just vote on it then. So all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is lost. All right, on the item then, the item which is, again, 2912, the work plan for the poverty reduction strategy for 2018. All those in favor? Opposed? You're opposed, or? Oh, okay, on favor, thank you. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to, where's my little piece of paper here? There we go. 629.6. The new City of Toronto investment policy, and I know Councillor Davis has been waiting for that, and thank you for your patience. It was held down for one deputation, and the deputation is from Derek Moran. Yeah.
This is my motion.
Yeah, they brought me. Is that the same one?
Oh.
Somebody brought it.
So I wrote an email to the city clerk's office regarding this, the Toronto Investment Board. It was, hi, the mayor's administration suggested I email the city clerk's office regarding the Toronto Investment Board meeting not being taped, streamed, YouTubed, and made part of the public record Monday. These are strangers on that board who will be entrusted with the public's money. The City of Toronto blew about $25 million on bad loans to theaters, arenas, and Rob Rossini shrugged when questioned about some of it to Councillor Robinson. Councillor Fillion prevented recently what was probably an elaborately designed kickback scheme regarding the Toronto Parking Authority. The bid rigging paving contractor scandal, need I say more? At this point, It is not reasonable to expect the City of Toronto can be trusted with the public's money, let alone some strangers that will make up that board. Budget Committee is taped, made part of the public record. Audit Committee is taped, made part of the public record. I demand that the Toronto Investment Board meetings be taped, made part of the public record, and not streaming them live, taping them, making them part of the public record is unacceptable. I don't think YouTube has run out of room. So this is from the City of Nanaimo versus Rascal Trucking 2000, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, municipalities exercise a plenary set of legislative and executive powers, yet do not have an independent constitutional status. They essentially represent delegated government. Municipalities essentially represent delegated government, as municipalities are also delegates of provincial jurisdiction. The Supreme Court of Canada in ProSwing versus Elta Golf 2006 said, judges do not apply strict rules, but follow general guidelines illustrated by such maxims as. Now, the reason I point this out is you probably remember, Mayor Tory, that Ken Jeffers was recently reappointed to the Toronto Police Services Board as Premier Wynn's signature, Deb Matthews, and at the bottom there is the Lieutenant Governor. The Toronto Investment Board was appointed in the same way, right? No, wrong. It says here at the bottom, City Council appointed 6 members to this board, which I'd like to point out has not one elected official on this board, and not one elected official actually showed up to the first meeting. The reason I'm pointing this out is because there is a maxim of law that says a delegate or deputy cannot appoint another. A delegated authority cannot be delegated. So, as I said at that meeting, the City of Toronto is delegated government. It's already being delegated by the province. A delegated authority cannot further delegate authority. And what I said to everybody, and it's just my opinion, it seems like the very existence of the Toronto Investment Board is unlawful as it violates that rule of law maxim, delegated authority cannot further delegate authority.
Thank you, sir. I thought you were going to point out that board consists of 60% women. Would have been an excellent observation.
60% women. I don't care who a trustee is, man.
I understand.
Woman,
I shouldn't have started.
hermaphrodite.
Thank you for your deputation.
As long as they're qualified.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputy? Thank you. Questions of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Davis.
So, first of all, thank you for your investment policy, and I understand that the committee, the board has reviewed it, and they've made comments, and you've incorporated some changes, or?
Through the speaker or the chair, yes, we have incorporated a number of comments that are included in the revised policy that's before you today.
Okay, and so how would you characterize this policy? Just from a risk perspective.
Certainly, I would characterize it as a policy that's diversified. Under the current regime, all of our investments are made in bonds. The current policy provides a diversification to include real assets as well as equities. So my assessment, as well as the third-party assessment that we've had, is that the policy provides more diversity and therefore is less risk than the existing policy.
And will increase our returns?
Through the chair, yes, over the long run, it should increase risk-adjusted returns.
Okay. Now, at the end of the report, there is a section that you speak about, which is something called ESG, Environmental Social Governance Policies. And would you agree that many fund managers and other professionals in the field are looking at how we can improve on ethical investment?
Yes, that's an excellent point. I mean, the policy does speak to the importance of ethical investing, and it's our belief that companies over the longer run, if they demonstrate high ethical and environmental standards,
would achieve higher rates of return and certainly greater shareholder value. And so the policy does speak to this in the form of having the investment board look at investment managers that provide that lens to investing.
Okay, so through hiring the fund managers and investment manager, and also to be monitoring what's happening in the field.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
So I have shown you a motion that asks you to report back on this in consultation with the investment board, both who we're hiring and what are the new developments in the field. Are you comfortable with reporting back on that?
Through the chair, yes, that's perfectly in order.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there other questions of staff? All right, we will have, I'm sure, at least one speaker, and but I don't see him in his, oh yes, he's there, because I think this motion is being put forward through Councillor Ainsley, am I right? So, it's Councillor Davis's motion, but you have to put it. Do you want to speak first, Councillor Davis?
That's fine.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, although I can speak to...
I just thought I would let him put it on the floor,
Just
and
put
then
it on the screen.
I'm happy to have you speak after. Is it on the, yeah.
It won't go on the screen, Paul.
Won't go on the screen until you move it. And did you want to say a few words or not, or just to put it on? All right, Councillor Davis, thank you. There's the motion.
Okay. This is not my area of expertise, but I'm very interested in what we're doing here at the city, because we are handing over to an arm's length agency or a board who we appoint, but to manage our money. And we are giving it to them to manage with a policy. And the policy is before us. And based on what I've read and people I've talked to, this is a solid policy that achieves the objectives that we set out in the policy, which is to ensure that we are protecting the principal, that we are also ensuring that we have adequate liquidity, because our sinking funds we need to be able to access. We have to have sufficient diversification, and we certainly want to make more money out of it if we're going to go in this direction. And so there will be hopefully some increased returns. But the asset mix that I think is being recommended is quite prudent, and it meets what is being asked of us, which is the prudent investor strategy, which came out of the new legislation that has given us the authority to start investing our money in different ways. But because we have to represent and protect the public interest, it is, I think, important that we also are quite conservative in how we manage our money. And I think there's a good balance here in what's before us. But one of the areas that I know people are interested in, and certainly I am, is how do we invest in ways that are we're investing ethically. And it's a new area that I think the industry is exploring more and more. And these new ESG policies, we have now embedded in our policy, but we have to monitor how it is that we are achieving that, and what are the other developments in the field that we might be able to use to amend our policy to achieve these objectives. So I just, I hope that you'll support the motion, and that we can hear back more on our ESG achievements and the results of our new investment policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak? May I just say, I wish I could have this occasion more often, that I completely concur. That I completely concur in the comments of Councillor Davis, and most companies now do have, with respect to their own investments and trusts and so on, a policy like this. And so I think to ask our staff to come forward and report on this as part of the board's deliberations, which they're going to do in any event by 2018, is a very reasonable and a proper thing to do. And I think Councillor Davis is also right. The mix here, certainly from my own experience, if anything, it errs on, when I say it errs, it tilts to the more conservative side. But I think given that we're public office holders, these are public funds, that's quite appropriate. but I will support the amendment and of course, the item itself. So, thank you. Anybody else? Well, otherwise, we'll go to the question. First, the amendment moved by Councillor Ainsley. On behalf of Councillor Davis, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We go now to item number 29.39. We're getting there, folks. We really are making great progress with your help. 29. Everybody will be able to go out to the Reds, to Toronto FC thing tomorrow morning when they come over here with the scarf. 29.39 is engaging the community of people with disabilities in the public appointments process at the City of Toronto, and there are deputations on that too. Miguel Avila Velarde is here, and so it's your turn, sir.
All right, thanks for the opportunity to speak the last item. I mean, there's another two more. But in my observation following the TCHC meetings, are you aware that 164,000 tenants are residents, right? Councillor Giorgio and Councillor Ana Balao, they are aware that 30% of all those residents suffer mental health and mental illness. So my question to the appointments committee is, what are you doing to incorporate more members when a member of the committee, sorry, I want to show you something. I just discovered that currently we have one representative at the TCHC board from the resident side. The other gentleman, Roberto Carlo, has been in action since April of this year. And I can show you more minutes, and it shows that he's been in leave of absence. So how can it be possible that only one tenant rep is sitting at the board of directors, and no one else from the civic appointments is pulling out a name from the hat or from the data pool to replace that member who is not currently being represented at the TCHC board? I want to ask the two members of this committee, why are you allowing such a unfair situation where only one member of 164,000 tenants is currently representing us at the TCHC board? This is not acceptable. So in view of this information that I'm presenting to you, these are the minutes from the TCHC board that showing that one member is currently on leave of absence. It doesn't say when is he going to return. So in my view, I will advise the City Appointments Committee to pull the name of another person who can sit at the board and who maybe have qualities like mental health or addictions that can help to advise the members of the TCHC board how we feel from our perspective of living experiences in TCHC. So I've been applying for the position of TCHC since 2009. The Appointments Committee have my record that I have applied in the last 6 years. I have renewed my information because they asked me, would you like to keep your name on the list? Yes, I say yes. Whenever there is an opportunity, I would like to be called in. However, no one from the civic appointments has made any effort to fill in the vacancy currently available at the TCHC board, where only one representative sits at the board, and it's not fair in view that someone is on leave of absence, automatically has to be replaced by someone who can do the job. And at this point in time, it feels that it's 10 or 12 members of the public versus one is not a fair game. So we need to increase the number. We have done it through the tenant first advocacy, but that is something that is being delayed for X, Y, and Z reasons, mainly because of restructuring of the TCHC portfolio into the seniors program and into the other plans for housing. So again,
I've given you an extra minute, so I'll have to ask you to wrap up.
Would you please address this concern, because it's not fair that only one member is currently sitting on that board and the other one is missing in action. It's not fair for taxpayers.
People should
Thank you.
attend. Thank you very much for your representation. Emily Daigle was next on this item, 29.39. Ms. Daigle?
Sorry for taking a minute to get the table ready, but it takes a minute. I have two questions, actually thoughts. I've just recently celebrated my 28th anniversary of being an accessibility advocate and a transit advocate. I've also just recently celebrated my 15th year of being in Toronto and around Toronto, whether it be homeless or non-homeless. And I have a question for y'all. Why is it that those of us with disabilities are not represented on boards and commissions? I've applied twice. Started to apply and been told, oh, well, you won't get on. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, you don't have the educational requirements, or you don't have the business requirements, or you don't have the requirements on paper. Is lived experience not worth it? Is experience of fighting for accessibility and results I can show you in both Hamilton, Toronto, Halifax, and other places that I've fought for, that I've worked for, that I've worked with committees on. Is that not enough for people? Clearly it's not. Clearly people with disabilities still are stigmatized and discriminated against, because how many people in City Hall do you see working in a wheelchair? How many people in your daily travels do you see with a job who's in a wheelchair? How many people do you see being accepted? There should be at least one person on the TTC board with a disability that's not on ACAT. There should be people on the various city boards and commissions, arenas and rec centers that have disabilities. Because not just only able-bodied people play hockey or play wheelchair basketball or rugby or those things at these centers, and how non-accessible they are. And who's representing those of us with multiple disabilities? Who's representing those of us in the community who fight every single day for the equality of people? I just want to thank you for letting me speak tonight. I know we've been here all day. You're exhausted. I blew my last few dollars to eat because I missed Soup Kitchen. But I want to thank you. Mary Margaret McMahon, thank you for encouraging me all the time. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ms. Balio. Thank you to many people, Mr. Crawford. It's like Variety Village says, we all have ability. It's how we do that ability that matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question, Councillor Shanner?
Hi, Emily.
Hey.
What type of appointments were you looking at applying for that you were told you shouldn't consider being able to apply for?
My one love, TTC. My other love, the board of the Ted Reeve Arena, because I love Ted Reeve Arena. My best friend and one of my closest friends in Hamilton who was blind, his name was actually Ted Reeve. So it brings a lot of memories. And the one other I wanted to join was being part of the not affordable housing. I want to have a committee that's also part of SSHA that has people that could speak to SSHA and advisory committees. I'm hoping to apply for the Accessibility Advisory Committee, but I'm scared to apply because I don't have the stuff on paper most people have. Due to bullying and no police in my high school, I was bullied to the point of almost death and couldn't complete grade 12. And it's those kind of issues, accessibility and stuff, that I bring a good word, that I can bring experience to any and every committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Emily.
We know, Emily, by the way, a lot about your background, so whatever you say may not be on the paper. We know. So you can't get appointed if you don't apply. So, so don't be shy about appointing. We know of your background. So.
I've thought of applying for Ward 28. I've almost put my name in the appointment process.
It's quite a crowd. All right. Other questions of the deputy? All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time and for all your patience today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions of staff on this item? Do we have anybody wishing to speak to the item? Otherwise, I'm ready to.
All right, I have a question of staff.
Yep.
Who's here to answer them? So I'll try and drive my question in. So how can we encourage and try and provide a fair playing field for people like Emily that might have other experiences and themselves personally that could be helpful in finding ways to provide us with a perspective that many of us don't have to face every day?
Did you find somebody who wanted to answer the question?
I guess I'm looking at our city manager first, and it's not meant. I think Peter, you know the question, and I think the issue is maybe just to clarify. We work here with an organization where we know each other and the senior staff, and we understand how it works. But from the outside, we're a very large organization that's difficult to work with. And there are people that might be able to provide us from their personal experiences more than in some benefits that we may not see. I was taught when it comes to accessibility that the little ledge like this in the front of a door is something that people with a wheelchair can't get through, and I learned from that. So my question is, how can we encourage, or what can we do to try and encourage people with disabilities that have life experiences and might still be helpful to us to come forward and give them the assistance they need in applying, and try and make sure that their credentials and their experiences are in front of our appointments committees when they go forward?
So I think there are two different mechanisms by which people come to contribute to the City of Toronto. One is through the staff employment side, and the other is through appointments to the various boards and other elements that are controlled through council process. In both of these things, they will benefit from, I think, extensively from relatively recent research that suggests fairly strongly that the mechanisms of discrimination, and they are mechanisms of discrimination, relate to things like origin, name, a variety of other things. And I think blind screening processes that make sure that you take into account only the qualifications, including appropriate weight for lived experience and other qualifications, can be extraordinarily useful. So that is something we can look at.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody wishing to speak? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Davis. Yes. Right.
I actually am on the Disabilities Committee, and this item came before us. I also used to chair the Public Appointments Committee, so I understand sort of both sides. And what we did at the Accessibility Committee was we heard about the process, and it's in our agenda. There's a presentation in our agenda about how we recruit. And what came out of it was a good discussion, and the members of the committee asked to have a more meaningful role in recruiting the initial pool of people who come forward to apply for agencies, boards, and commissions. We do go through a process of asking people to self-identify what their characteristics are, in order to actually make sure that we have the range of diversities that we're looking for on our boards: ethno-racial diversity, Indigenous people, LGBTQ, and disabled. And so what we found over the years when we have assessed why at the end of the day do we not have the representation on our boards after we have recruited, shortlisted, and selected, we have found in the past it's because the initial pool of candidates was just not large enough. And so what has come out of this is a suggestion that this committee will work with our staff to broaden the pool and to connect with other agencies and organizations to help us do a better job of recruiting for the pool so that we do find ourselves with both people with lived experience and qualifications, because the eligibility under our policy really is you have to be 18 years of age, you have to live in the City of Toronto, and they are not sort of exclusionary in terms of the eligibility. So I thought it was a very good outcome, and I hope you'll pass the recommendations that were here from committee.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Others wishing to speak? Councillor Shiner?
Mayor Tory, I'm fully supportive of the recommendations, and I understand the perspective, or try to understand the perspective that was put in front of us by Emily in her deputation here. I think all of us, when we come to this job, and I know myself when I came to it, had no experience in the job that I'm doing here now. How do you get yourself experience in being an elected official on a board of directors of a corporation like the former City of North York or the City of Toronto? So we all had to learn on the job, and we were fortunate that we ran for an election and we were chosen to do and serve that job. If there's ways to do more to help people that can provide different perspectives to us in there, I really would like to support that. But on the other side of it, maybe there's ways that we can help people that are applying understand what the needs are so we can try and address abilities to needs, and also help educate them or assist them if we can give them a role on these corporations and understanding how they work or how to benefit with us, or in advance of even applying for it. And I don't have the answer for it today, but I'm extremely sympathetic to the issues that were raised. I mean, I have a tremendous respect for Emily's ability. I think most of us do here. How many times she comes into Putes? It's clear, it's precise, it's directed towards the issue that's in front of us. We understand what she's saying, and it's very much appreciated that perspective is in front of us, and I think by many of us here. So how can we take that now and use that to better serve our communities at large? And I don't have the answer for it. If there's ways to work that through with the requests that are here today and with the city manager and others, I'd look forward to hearing that, because I think all of us here, I don't think I'm speaking for myself, I think all of us would like to find ways to do that and hear those perspectives in our everyday work in the city, because it's really important for us to hear those different perspectives, and in particular those that are least able to give them to us and provide them to us, what their needs are and how we can deal with them. So Emily, thank you very much I think on behalf of all of us, for coming. Keep coming out and keep telling us that and keep reminding us that, and just don't knock over the table, because I'll never forget that when you blew that table over there. And now but the bottom line is, by you knocking over the table, we fixed it. So maybe that's what it takes, is something that dramatic to find a way for us to be able to do more, because we appreciate you coming here, and you should be very proud of what you do on behalf of all the people within your community and yourself. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Any others wishing to speak? If not, I just want to say a word on this. I have a couple of ideas, actually, that I just want to put, and the staff is looking at this, and that's why these recommendations are here. When I was the co-chair with Ratna Ahmedvar of the diversity program, we would, for example, say we wanted to see more doctors or engineers on television who were women or who were people from racialized communities, and the answer would always come back, well, we don't know where to find those people. There aren't any. So we simply went out and found them and gave them a pool of people. And I think this is the second time in less than an hour, so I'm getting worried that it's very late. But that, Councillor Davis made allusion to this in her remarks, and I agree. I think in this case we almost have to have a permanent pool of people. One of the disadvantages to the municipal system is that people apply each time, and there's a separate ad put in each time, and I don't know whether we keep the pool around and go back and look at it, but in this case, we probably have to make sure there is a big enough pool, and that we, with the community of people of differing abilities, make the effort to establish the pool, which would include your name, Emily, if you wanted to have it there, but then we go back to that pool. And I think the other thing that we probably haven't done, to the extent we perhaps should as a group of, the group who are, as Councillor Shiner said, the board of this organization, is indicate the importance we place on lived experience, so that it is not worth I'm sure it's not worth zero when people go to evaluate people, but I'm sure it's not worth probably what it should be relative to the emphasis we place all the time on formal education or employment in a given place or whatever. And I think if those two things were emphasized, we would find that there are lots of people. Our experience with the diversity program was that when we went out and got the pool pulled together and then just people were looked at on their own merits, they got appointed. And people were happy to have them there, or happy the same thing with news commentators. We wanted people on TV and we gave, the news network said, we don't know anybody who's a woman engineer from a racialized community. We went and found them 5, and then they used them, put them on TV. It was terrific. So I think this is a step in the right direction. We're asking for a report on this, and I will look forward, as I'm sure we all will, to seeing it come back from our consultant and the city clerk. So are we ready for the question then? All right, I'll ask for all those in favor on item 29.39. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And remember, Emily, you got to apply in order to get appointed. That's the way it goes. It's like you can't win a seat on city council if you don't run. All right. 29.41, status of suite metering and rental buildings in Toronto. And this was held for a deputation, and if the person's still here, they will be winning the award as the world's most patient individual, with apologies. Chelsea, I don't know if it's Provencher or Provencher. Provencher. Okay, Chelsea Provencher, Submetering Council of Ontario. Thank you for your immense patience. The Bible says the first shall be last and the last shall be first, if that's any small consolation after all this time. So
appreciate it. Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chelsea Provencher, and I'm here from Enercare on behalf of the Submetering Council of Ontario. We represent Ontario's leading independent submetering companies. Submetering measures the electricity consumption of each unit in a building. Submetering replaces the system of one bulk meter for the entire building, where the cost of electricity is buried in rent or condo fees, with meter reads and billing for each individual unit. That is, residents only pay for what they use. We retain Navigate, an independent third party, to calculate the conservation impact of submetering. The savings are dramatic. In multi-residential buildings, submetering reduced the average electricity use by approximately 40%. This dramatic drop results from residents having accurate consumption information and direct responsibility for paying their electricity bills. Submetering removes the cross-subsidization that takes place when electricity costs are hidden in rent or condo fees with no relationship to actual consumption. The best analogy for this is going to dinner with your neighbor. She orders a 3-course meal with wine, you order a salad and water. When the bill comes, you're asked to split the bill equally. It's the same scenario with bulk meter. Your neighbor can leave their lights on, run their appliances all day, and you'll be forced to subsidize their electricity usage. Submetering ensures that each consumer pays their actual energy use, just like any other commodity. In addition to its conservation benefits, submetering also provides low-income residents with access to provincial programs aimed at reducing the cost of electricity. This includes the Fair Hydro Plan, which offers an average reduction of 25% on electricity bills, the OESP, which provides monthly on-bill credits for low-income consumers, and LEAP, which offers a one-time grant for consumers who are behind on their electricity bills. However, these provincial programs are only available to residents who pay for their electricity directly, not those who are in buildings with a bulk meter. Unfortunately, the city's staff report does not provide an accurate view of submetering and neglected to include important information about its conservation benefits and the availability of provincial programs to assist lower-income households. The staff report also suggested that submetering companies are unregulated. This is false. We are licensed by the Ontario Energy Board and must adhere to the unit submetering code that contains standards and rules similar to those for local distribution companies like Toronto Hydro. Also, extensive regulations under the Residential Tenancies Act provide landlords with rules on how to implement submetering programs. Sitting tenants are not automatically enrolled, and if they do participate, they must receive a rent reduction in accordance with a provincially mandated formula. However, in almost every case, enrollment occurs on the turnover of the unit to a new tenant, and the tenant is aware at the time that they rent that they're responsible for their electricity. We are disappointed that the city's housing division made no effort to engage us or industry members to obtain accurate information. As well, there's a surprising lack of data to support many of the conclusions drawn in the report. There was also no comparison between the administration fees of these independent submetering companies versus the city-owned utility. You may be surprised to hear that Toronto Hydro's rates are almost always higher than those of submetering companies. We recommend that the city staff be asked to consult with us and draft a report that is based on accurate data. If the city wants to help residents with their electricity bills, we recommend that the city partners with us on a proposal we are developing to improve access to provincial programs, as many eligible Toronto residents have yet to enroll. Let's work together to help those in need. Getting more low-income residents enrolled in these programs would be a lot more effective than what is being recommended in the report. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Provencher. Question of the deputant from Councillor Crawford.
Thank you for coming. Just wanted to ask you about a program that the province has, the Ontario Electricity Support Program, OESP. Do you know much about that?
Yes, so that's a program that was implemented, I believe, last year that provides on-bill credits for low-income residents. It's between, I believe, $35 to $75 on each bill. And the credits were actually recently increased as of May 1st by about 50% to provide even more support to those who need it.
Okay, and through the report, was there any mention of this program, how residents can
No, the report completely omitted the OESP program as well as the LEAP program, which provides one-time grants for those who are behind on their bills. And both of these programs are very important programs, and they support those who are having challenges with affording electricity.
Thank you.
And other questions of staff, other questions of the deputy, rather, because I had one, if not. Was I clear in hearing you say that nobody has to date reached out to consult you, just to ask for your information that you might have or opinions you might have about this?
That's correct. So neither myself or any members of the submetering or the Ontario Submetering Council have been asked to provide information, consult with the city staff at this point. But we would be more than happy to do so.
All right. So I was just going to say, without getting into whether your opinions or your information would be accepted or not, if you had an opportunity to provide it, you would take advantage of that opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why we're here today. We're really just hoping to work with and collaborate and provide information so that the report can actually reflect the realities of submetering and those provincial programs that are available and its conservation benefits, none of which were referenced in the report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of staff? Are there people wishing to speak to this? Councillor Davis.
I'm just looking at the motion, and there may be a way to just add this organization to the list of groups that are being consulted.
To be honest, Councillor Davis, I was looking and I didn't really find one that it fit in, so I was just doing a number 6 here, just suggesting the general manager be requested to obtain information offered by the Submetering Council for consideration.
There is a consultation that's being undertaken already, but anyway, whichever order it goes in. I mean, I would simply encourage you to support the recommendations that have come from the committee. I don't know if many of the councillors here today have experienced this in their wards, but if you have apartment buildings, you will probably know that many of them that used to have electricity included no longer have electricity included. And it leaves residents more vulnerable. It means that they could potentially have lose their hydro, they could potentially lose their housing too. And these are things that can't happen when you have a combined rent with electricity included. I go to visit and speak to a lot of tenants, and what I understand from the experience in my ward, many of these companies have quite significant administrative fees. They have, on an ongoing basis, unregulated fees that the provincial legislation has left unregulated. And this asks for a report back on what's happening out there. There was no submetering up until 2008. In 2008, this sector illegally submetered. The only authorization was for condominiums to submeter. And the Ontario Energy Board was very clear that it was unauthorized at the time. And there were many, many tenants that were exploited through that period of time. It was terrible. It came out in the end, one good thing, when the Ontario government did regulate and introduce, legislate and introduce regulations. They prohibited apartment buildings that are heated with hydro, believe it or not, there are still some, from actually charging electricity separately. The building that we championed at the City of Toronto that went to the Ontario Energy Board was a building that was heated with electricity. And people were getting $200, $250 a month bills. So it was supposed to have been done through informed consent. It was not done through informed consent. And if you ask a landlord now what the informed consent is, take the apartment or leave it. So unfortunately, there isn't a lot of choice. And in some buildings where heat is an issue, landlords have turned the heat down, and people are using electric heat to make up for it. And so they're still getting big bills, they're buying heaters. This simply asks our staff to go back and take a second look at this situation and to report back to us, and I hope you'll support that.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other people wishing to speak? Yes, Councillor Crawford.
I think I'm just working on a quick motion, if I could add that. I don't know if it's ready yet. I don't know if you were going to speak first, or...
2 seconds, we're told here. 1, 2. 2 seconds.
I don't know.
He didn't get it.
It's coming.
He's too tired.
It's getting
He
late.
said you need 2 seconds. He gave you 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds. I thought you said who seconded it.
Nobody needs that.
I'm going to. All right, there's Councillor Crawford's.
Yeah, there's a provincial program that helps lower income families pay their electricity bills. It's through the province. I don't think a lot of people know about this. It wasn't in the report. I just found out about this. And it's something I think we need to, if we can get this information to us as soon as possible, and ideally if we can get this before it hits council. It's one of these programs that we just need to start getting out to some of our residents, and I just wanted to get some information on it.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Any questions of the mover, or otherwise? You're all finished with your remarks, Councillor Crawford? Other speakers? I will just briefly speak, only to say, to allow me to put on the table this motion, which just requests the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to obtain the information offered by the Submetering Council of Ontario for consideration in connection with this matter. I can't opine one way or the other on the information, but just it should be there if you've offered it. So we'll leave it at that. So anybody else wishing to speak? All right, then. We have the 2 motions. We'll deal first with Councillor Crawford's amendment, which is in front of you, or was about to be. There it is. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then on the amendment that I moved on the information from the Submetering Council, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Last but not least, we have the hate-sponsored rallies item, which is held for deputations. And so we have a number of deputants that are listed here, first of whom is Brian DeMattis. Is Brian DeMattis here? Okay. Yeah, and I do, again, you get the award together with Ms. Provencher for outstanding patience. Somebody has to end up at the last item. I don't know how that works, but
it's important.
Thank you, sir. 3 minutes. Let's get through this now, please. If we can pay attention, colleagues. Thank you. Sir, over to you.
Sorry, it's hard to. Greeting, members of Executive Council. I'm here today to depute on this very misleading motion carried out by Sitting Councillor James Pasternak. It saddens me to see such an important effort take out of context. I do believe Toronto should take a stand and send the right message of not allowing hate rallies to happen. However, we also need to make sure we are clear on what is hateful towards an identifiable group and what is freedom of speech. Sadly, this motion is very misleading on the topic of Al Quds Day rally that happens here. It is far from an anti-Semitic rally. It's a pro-Semitic rally that happens yearly, with the roots of its creation being on supporting Palestine and opposing the illegal occupation of Israel on Palestinian land. Let us remember here that Palestinian origins is of the Semitic region and the legit land behind on supporting Palestine and opposing their legal occupation. Let us remember here that Palestine, rally against an umpire state. Rally against an apartheid state bears no hate for Jewish people, but a rightful opposition of an apartheid state and illegal state policies that are happening by the state of Israel. We need better guidelines on what hate speech is and what is not. I must caution all here and those who still have that opposing. I must caution everyone here and those who will state that opposing a government and its policies should be classified as hate speech. It's not. In fact, deeming to question a government as hate speech goes against all the principles we as Canadians hold true in our democracy and in our democracy itself. All governments and states, including Canada, including Toronto, including Israel, are held accountable by folks who question policies. Like, for example, right now, I am practicing a fundamental freedom of our democracy by deputing right now with a policy set forth I find problematic. Why, as Canadians, as Torontonians, will we ever want to deny that freedom of protest to anyone else, to deny that right of Palestinian Canadians to have rallying to oppose the injustice happening in their homeland? No. Where else have we denied this? It is dangerous to even put it in a municipal level that questioning a government is hate speech. That is the true value of fascism, not democracy. We need to amend this motion to defer it indefinitely, as a similar motion has been reviewed by City Council and the Toronto Police Service Board this previous month. We need better guidelines on differentiating hate speech from free speech. Please do not be fooled by this motion, as it targets a group of individuals and limits the rights as Canadians that we all share in this country of ours. Again, I encourage this committee to strike down this motion and refocus the efforts on the previous similar motion that does not violate people's rights to assemble, to protest, and speak upon. To compare a valid day of resistance to white supremacy and Nazism is to disrespect all those who died and fallen persecuted by such horrific ideals. We must condemn hate, we must condemn persecution, and we must be a city that encourages freedom for all and not let hate speech be defined as questioning the government's policy. That is not who we are as a people, as a city, or as a nation. Palestinian Canadians should have every right as any other Canadian citizen has, and this includes the right to speak on the conditions of their homeland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions of this deputant? Yes, Councilor Pascal.
Yeah, I don't see anything in here about Israelis or Palestinians. I see reference to white supremacists and neo-Nazi rallies that are the trend in the United States. I think that...
Oh, we're talking about...
Wasn't that what is written in front of you? I don't see anything...
That's not the issue. That's not the...
That's what
not what I have the
about. It's
problem.
not before us. I'm wondering where you got that from.
The Al Quds Day? I'm speaking about the...
That's an Iranian Ayatollah Khomeini day. I don't know what that has to do with white supremacists and stopping neo-Nazi rallies.
You put it in your motion right here.
There's actually no motion in front of
Not motion, your administrative inquiry was pretty much submitting that Al Quds Day was a hate rally, which is not true. It's rooted in legit Palestinian resistance, which means in Arabic, Jerusalem.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see this as trying to stop white supremacist and neo-Nazi rallies that are emerging in the United States and preventing them from coming up here. Would you agree that we have to do more work to stop those?
I believe we had a previous motion that does, that has been in City Council and in the Toronto Police Board. And I do agree that such rallies should be limited to not to in city policies. My issue is not about white supremacy and the Nazis, and it is something we should fit. It's your definition of what Al Quds Day rally in Toronto is my concern.
Well, Quds is mentioned as reference in passing, but I'm not going to keep repeating myself. We're here to stop white supremacist and neo-Nazi rallies. I hope, would you agree that those are not welcome in Toronto?
I believe I stated those are very not welcome in Toronto.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We have next Kevin Metcalf, Canadian journalist for Free Expression. Mr. Metcalf here? Excuse me. Rosemary Fry.
Can't believe we're all here after 9.
Thank you for your patience, and you have 3 minutes.
So I'm here just to say that I think you should proceed with great caution if in deciding how, in looking at Councillor Pasternak's request. Now, I'm Jewish, and I've known Councillor Pasternak for 20-some years. We used to belong to the same Orthodox synagogue. I've probably eaten your Shabbos table. I think I have. You've probably eaten at mine. And I've davened or been at the same shul, same synagogue dozens of times with you, all of us there on Yontif and on Shabbos. And I understand your point of view of your love of Israel, and I've been there. And I've been to Israel many times. I've done the whole thing. I've studied there in Orthodox institutes. But I've changed my point of view. And I used to see things as a, Israel good, Palestinians bad, black and white issue. And I now see it's a very complex, I really believe it's a complex issue. And I think all sides are being manipulated. They're all pawns in this global issue. So, but what about Al Quds Day events? I believe that to say that Al Quds Day is distinctly anti-Semitic is misleading. What participants, my understanding is what participants at Al Quds Day make a point of doing is saying that Judaism, yes, Zionism, no. So to say that Al Quds Day is clearly anti-Semitic, to say it's anti-Semitic is a pretty non-nuanced point of view about a very complex issue of Israel. So I ask the members of this committee to understand that, and to not fall for the false paradigm of lumping in this type of event with neo-Nazi rallies. I was in Quebec City, as it happens, this past Saturday at the clash between La Meute and Storm Alliance and the people, anti-fascists, if you want to characterize us. I have friends in that, and they're people who are simply trying to stand up for pluralism and democracy and socialism in Quebec and the rest of Canada. And what happened? The police pushed back the anti-fascist people. They left. I saw it with my own eyes. They left. They pepper sprayed the anti-fascists, and the day after, or 2 days after, yesterday, the Quebec Mayor Lebaume said, well, both sides are wrong, and there's a lot of waste of money here. And yet today he changed his point of view, and he's saying, wait a second, we have to look at more scrutiny at the right-wing groups. So he's seen the light today anyway. So I think you should take that into consideration, that it's a whole different ball of wax, the neo-Nazi, the fascist movement here, and to say, well, it's interesting that Councillor Pasternak has lumped this in this item with Al Quds Day. So I think that you should think about that and maybe not fall for that. And the presence of the JDL here scares me, quite frankly. And the fact that they're here and back this request, I think, speaks volumes. So I think that should give all you.
Thank you.
You all pause.
Right. Do we have questions of the deputant? I was going to ask. May I just ask one? Given what you said, and the previous deputant said the same thing about the march not being about, it was about a sort of a legitimate, shall we say, foreign policy disagreement. what do you do when at that very same event it's recorded that people say things that are anti-Semitic about Jewish people being inhuman, Holocaust denial, calls for the destruction of the state of Israel?
I was talking to somebody before, because I didn't know whether to say anything or what to say, and I called a friend of mine, can I call a friend? So I called a friend. She was there. She spoke at this year's event. And she said, yes, in past, there have been intemperate remarks, but they made a point. They now make a point of saying they're really working at it. They said Judaism, yes. Zionism, no. They're not going around making, it's not, you can't just say yes, just like at any event. There are people who say really inappropriate things, but to cast aspersions at everybody there and the whole event is too facile.
That wasn't quite my question, although I appreciate what you said. I don't know what happened this year myself. I can't. So you've got an account that's better than mine. Yeah. But in the event it starts to happen, and you've just conceded yourself that in prior years there were people who said things, and it has been recorded and reported that they said things that were, clearly were anti-Semitic about Jews being inhuman and about Holocaust denial and about destruction of the state of Israel. What do you do? What does one do? I mean, you spend a lot of time around here, and you're right. These are very difficult issues you have to proceed to address very carefully. But what do you do? I just wondered if you had any comments on what you do about that. Do you ignore it? Or do you...
I think you have to, I do support freedom of speech to a large extent. I think it scares me, the state. I have gone to that rally on Saturday and going, oh my God, there were hundreds and hundreds of right-wingers. It's a serious force here. I think curtailing freedom of speech does, to some extent, play into their hands. So I think we have to, I'm not an expert in this. I just thought, okay, I think.
Well, we appreciate your coming. And are there other questions? Councillor Pasternak, I got a question for you.
Just very quickly following up on your comment that they cleaned up their act. Are you aware that their keynote speaker in 2017 at Al-Quds Day was Kevin Barrett, a notorious Holocaust denier from the United States?
A friend of mine who's a Holocaust survivor spoke at that event.
I don't know.
I think,
I don't know who your friend is.
I think she would, I was just on the phone with her, and I think she is pretty sensitive about the Holocaust, and so I think I'd have to check into that, but I respect her.
This is untrue that Kevin Barrett was not their keynote speaker.
I don't know, but I think I can have you speak to my friend who was there, who's very sensitive. I mean, she's a Holocaust survivor, and neither you nor I are, and I think you have to respect that.
Any other questions of the deputy? All right, well, thank you for your patience again, Ms. Fry, and for your comments. Miroslav Glavic.
Three minutes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be honest, I am slightly conflicted. I want to agree with Councillor Pasternak that we should get rid of all hate speech. And there has been some hate speech that that keynote speaker you just mentioned is a pile of garbage. But this, if you're going to put a hate speech, anti-hate speech at rally policy, it should include not just this event. If you want to talk about hate speech, ask Councillor Mary McMahon about your ward news and James Sears. That's a hate speech beyond belief. But this motion sort of touches what the previous deputant said about free speech. Who's going to define what's hate speech and free speech? Is Councillor Pasternak going to do it? Are you going to do it? Is he going to do it? That's one of the biggest worries. I fully support getting rid of all these hateful rallies. I only attended one time, but who's going to define? There's no real definition of hate speech. It's more general, and that is one of my issues with Councillor Pasternak's motion. I'm sure some of these next deputies are going to mention the same thing. Where's the divide? There's a clear divide between this table and this table, but between hate speech and free speech, That is my issue. That's why I can't support this motion 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich. Any questions for this deputant? Councillor Pasternak?
If we sent this item to the city manager to work with some legal scholars to answer your question, do you think that would be a worthy endeavor? Good. That's the motion I'm going to be putting.
I would challenge who's going to pick those scholars and what's their qualification on defining hate speech and free speech, with all the respect to the city manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich. Stephen Ellis, BDS Toronto. Well, yes, if you're representing Mr. Ellis.
As efficient as you have been, so great. We're pleased by
3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. My name is Karen Rodman, and I'm doing this on behalf of Stephen Ellis, who is a lawyer here in the city, and on behalf of the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions Group's people here in Toronto. I'm here to speak directly against Mr. Pasternak's underhanded attempt to undermine our democratic rights to protest. And I say that underhanded because, in my opinion, I'm using Stephen's words here, it was introduced very dishonestly. Let me explain. On the news, his proposal to limit free speech was framed in the terms of ways of dealing with the far-right violence that we have been seeing at Nathan Phillips Square. I've been there. I've been seeing it. I've been seeing it with some of our friends that are here that scare me, too, that have been in the room all day. Back to Stephen's comments. When his question gets to City Hall, however, it becomes a proposal aimed at the annual Al-Quds Day. Very strange, I thought. Was this intentional? Is this the same old bait and switch? So I looked up Mr. Pasternak, and lo and behold, some years back, and many of us know this, but I guess Stephen just figured this out, that you were at the front line of the assaults on queers against Israeli apartheid. Then it all does make sense. This man appears to be
No, ma'am. What we're here to do is discuss an issue of public policy, but not to launch ad hominem attacks on people any more than you'd expect that to be done to you. And so I'm going to ask, especially you're going to speak later for yourself, and if you're reading somebody else's submission, I certainly hadn't intended to have you get up and read it if it was going to just sit here and attack a city councillor or anybody else in the room. So if you can confine your comments to the issue that's at hand here and avoid getting into the personal attacks, that would be appreciated, and otherwise we'll have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. Well, I'm reading directly from the text, so I will respect it, but it is context. It is very important.
No, but if you're reading from the text and it goes on attacking anybody else in this room, we will ask you to conclude.
The context is correct, and context is around queers against Israeli apartheid. I think it'd be hard to deny that, so I will.
Actually,
I will refine as I go, Mayor. This all makes sense. So, and in this point, this is 50 years of illegal occupation in Palestine. It seems that we don't want that truth about Israeli apartheid to be heard. So now, with some help from Amnesty International's report this year, I'll say some words about it. Mr. Pasternak does not want us to know that Israeli forces unlawfully killed Palestinian civilians, including children, extrajudicial killing in both Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. It seems maybe this motion does not want us to know that Israeli detained thousands of Palestinians from the occupied territory in Israel's continuing military occupation, holding hundreds in administrative detention, which in fact is a war crime. It is against the Fourth Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law. It seems we do not want to know that torture and other ill treatment of detainees remain rightful and was committed with impunity.
I gave her 15 extra seconds because of my intervention, but she's speaking about an issue here, and I can't, look, this is the very principle we're talking about here. She has her views on these things. They may differ with yours or
No,
mine.
she's not talking to the issue at all. She hasn't even read the documents.
I have certainly read
All right, well, look.
No, she has
in
no
any
clue
event,
what she's
in
talking
any event,
about.
ma'am, all right, order. Come on now. Order. In any event, your time is up. I gave you 15 extra seconds because I intervened to
get
tell you to
lost.
stop attacking anybody.
Pardon? Did you
Ma'am?
just tell me to get lost, sir?
Hey.
Excuse
All right.
me, I'm going to name that. He just told me to get lost.
We are all right. We've had enough of this. Ms. Rodman, we'll have to ask you to...
Reverend Rodman, and no, I'm not going to be leaving. He just told me to get lost. One of your council members, one of the city council members, just told me to get lost. I'm covering international humanitarian law, 4th Geneva Convention, universal human rights, and I've just been told to get lost.
Reverend Rodman, I thank you very much for your deputation, and I see your name comes up later on the list.
It'll be there. I'll be reading some others from Elkoods.
Well, all right.
But I'm not going to get lost, quite frankly, sir.
All right. Michael Mostyn, B'nai B'rith Canada. Mr. Mostyn, I didn't see him here. Okay. Zach Potash. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed a name at the bottom of the page. Meyer Weinstein, Jewish Defense League. You have 3 minutes, sir, and I'll remind you of the same admonition that I gave to...
Absolutely. I won't go off on a rant.
Thank you very much.
I do have some documents that I'd like to share with the council members if I can.
You can make those available to the clerk, and I don't know that we could have them distributed at this hour, but we can certainly make sure they get distributed.
Thank you. Right there.
Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. It's a long day, but thank you for giving me a moment to express my concerns about Al-Quds Day, and Mr. Mayor, the city council members, and Councilmember James Pasnick, thank you for giving me an opportunity. I consider myself an expert on Al-Quds Day and certain aspects of anti-Semitism. I lead the Jewish Defense League, and Al-Quds Day came into being after the Ayatollah Khomeini seized power in Iran. And every year they have events, Al-Quds Day, in capitals of almost every country. And crowds are incited to hate Jews and call for the destruction of Israel. They burn flags of Israel, they burn flags of the United States, they burn flags of England. This past Al-Quds Day, there was a gathering in late June at the Ontario Legislature. I have a document from the American Center for Democracy. They filmed it, they translated everything. Just before, and there was a lot of speakers there, so-called anti-racist speakers, as well as radical Islamic leaders. And they played a song that started the rally, and it's from the Islamic Jihad terrorist organization, and it's on the list of terror groups in Canada. And this is a short version of the song. Let me just see, okay? With a Palestinian woman armed with a knife, we defeated them, filled a bottle to the top with gasoline, and snatched from him, Israeli soldier, the M16. Stab whoever you see, 5, 6, 10, 12 Israelis. Filled a bottle to the top with gasoline, and snatch him, the Israeli soldier, the M16. Stab whoever you see, 5, 6, 10, 12 Israelis. Declare it a popular revolution. Oh, masked man, inform us of the special line. Make us happy with the bombing the bus. Oh, masked man, inform us of the special line. Make us happy with the bombing of the bus. Cut off their heads, stab them, run over them, launch an attack on them, and it goes on. This takes place in front of the Ontario Legislature. This was done just not a year ago, half a year ago, late June. People are incited to hate Jews and call for the destruction of Israel. This is a recruiting instrument of radical Islam and radical Iran.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up now, sir.
Okay, as a son of survivors of the Holocaust, you know, we pledge ourselves never again. And I take this very seriously, and I encourage support of the motion and a legal body to determine exactly what is hate and incitement and to implement Canadian law.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Other
very much.
questions of the deputant? Yes, Councillor Pasternak.
today, thank you very much for coming in, but today, all we're doing, the only motion before us today would be to refer it to the city manager's office to get legal clarity on the rights and responsibilities and authority a municipality has in stopping neo-Nazi and white supremacist rallies. Would you say that getting more legal advice is a positive thing or something that's valuable for city councilors to make educated decisions?
It would be fabulous to have that, such a committee set up of legal scholars to determine.
Other questions of the deputy?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your patience. Next is Zach Potashner, Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies. Mr. Potashner here? Okay. Next is Barry Weisletter, Socialist Action. Barry Weisletter, Socialist Action. Karen Rodman, again, on her own behalf. Yeah. And I will ask you again, I will not hesitate this time if you get carried away into attacking anybody in this room or anywhere else.
Well, I trust that I will be protected from being told to get...
We will make sure the rules apply to everybody. Thank you.
And that will not, yeah, and
Please-
probably by G4S while you're
Please
doing
go
it.
ahead.
Okay, so Karen Rodman, I was ordained as a United Church minister 2015, was sent by the United Church and by the World Council of Churches to spend time doing human rights observation work right across Palestine and know the issues very, very firsthand. There are 2 submissions that I'm not sure have come to you. In fact, 4 submissions that have not come to you that I trust that you will look at. One is from Dimitri Lakaris in regard to the status of the Jewish Defense League. Also one from David Mivisher, who is a rabbi who has submitted that as well. I won't have time in my 3 minutes to read the Ontario Civil Liberties Association report, submission, but it somehow got missed by being put onto your packet this morning. I gather that may be corrected, but you may not have read it. I would have preferred to read that into the report. What I will use my time to read into the report is the letter that actually came from Al-Quds that was submitted to this committee, to your committee late last week on Friday, which you did not get in your package. I'm not sure what
It's
happened
been
with city
distributed, actually.
administration.
It's been distributed.
What's that? They have been now? Well, I'm
It has
going to
been
read it.
I have a letter. I had it here. Do other members of the committee receive that
Was
letter?
not posted online. I'd stop the clock maybe if we're having a discussion.
The letter from Al-Quds.
I'm going to read
read
it
it.
just if,
There we go.
I think I should read it given.
You're welcome to use your time as you wish.
Yeah, I think I should read it given the situation. So by way of background, the Al-Quds Committee is a group of very concerned Canadians and Torontonians for justice for Palestinians and their human rights as noted by international law and many UN and Security Council resolutions to end the occupation of Palestine. The Al-Quds Committee organizes its supporting committees to participate in almost every solidarity action event in support of Palestine. They did the Meminar one with Rotinga very recently as well, held in Toronto. In particular, the Al-Quds Committee echoes international actions around the globe organized by the Al-Quds Day here in Toronto. The purpose is to affirm the worldwide opposition to the 50-year occupation of Al-Quds. Al-Quds, of course, meaning Jerusalem. These actions typically do occur in the last week of Ramadan, the month of Muslim fasting. According to the motion that you have, that Al-Quds Day is a hate-infested rally and anti-Semitic. I have been there the last 2 years. I certainly did not hear any of the comments that we have just heard at all. Sometimes there is things that are done in translations, very poor translations, that are used for slander campaigns. Going back to their letter, these are very extremely serious allegations that have been made in the form of this motion, for which councillor fails to cite an iota of any evidence at all. And so very much the committee has indicated that they reject and object to these allegations in the strongest possible terms, and in fact that the committee is unequivocally condemns anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and Nazism
All right.
in all of
We're not going to
their
get to the
various
end of the letter,
forms.
unfortunately, Ms. Rodman. The time is up. So
That's
I'll have to
fine.
ask
So
you to
you've
just
got
wrap-
the letter in front of you. I
Yes, we
encourage you
do.
to
It's
read
been
around the
distributed, and I'll have to
international
ask you to wrap up,
humanitarians.
please.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. I'm just saying if you could take the chance to read the letter. If you haven't had a chance, the factual information is there.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputy? All right, I seeing none, I thank you very much again for being here today. Karen Brothers. Karen Brothers? Ah, okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Brothers. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Brothers. I've been a member of the United Church for over 40 years. I've taught Sunday school. I've also been an associate member of Independent Jewish Voices since its inception in 2008. I've attended and spoken at Al Quds Day events as one of many interfaith participants, including the one this year. And I have to say, I would not recognize from your description of Al Quds Day what I've seen and the many times I've been there. Events such as Al Quds Day that describe the tragic Palestinian situation must not be characterized as hate. They are in the public interest, particularly given our government's involvement in it. Al Quds events, Al Quds, as was pointed out, means Jerusalem, are annual international Muslim-sponsored events designed to educate and encourage people of conscience to work for a just and lasting peace for all those who live in Israel-Palestine. Al Quds Days in Toronto are inclusive interfaith events that bring people up to date on the situation and hopefully inspire them to reach out in their various communities to work for a just peace. These events are in the public interest and they're held in good faith. The Israeli-Palestinian situation affects all of us. Canadian schools, school programs, and even libraries have faced censorship. Our freedom of speech and our civil liberties are threatened. The Israel-Palestine issue is at the root of Mideast violence that threatens world peace. This even affects our own government. Some of our elected representatives seem to prioritize Israel's agenda over the interests of Canadian citizens. Justice organizations of all faiths believe that the only foreseeable solution to this situation is worldwide grassroots activism. And if one is not part of the solution, one is part of the problem. So Christian organizations have also called for, sponsored, annual events like Al Quds Day. In 2005, the World Council of Churches called on its members to hold an annual focus on the Palestinian situation. And in 2006, the United Church called on all Canadian congregations also to hold an annual focus on the Israeli-Palestinian issue. I'm disturbed when I see public officials elected by Canadians who seem eager to jettison our civil liberties, like the freedom of speech that our democracy depends on, to benefit the agenda of a foreign country. Those who support our freedom of speech will reject this characterization of events describing Palestinian life and the organizations that sponsor them as hateful.
Thank you. That was 3 minutes on the dot. Good timing. Other questions of this deputy? Hearing none, I will thank you again for your patience and for your contribution. Appreciate that. Floydine Charles Fredal. Floydine Charles Fredal. And Emily Daigle. You are the last for this evening. Oh my God. You're on this item. Did you want to speak to this? Yes, I do. Okay.
I'm going to speak of this because my adoptive father, and I'm sorry if I sound weird, I'm in pain, I have a really horrible gallbladder. My adoptive father, who adopted me after my birth father ran away because he didn't want a cripple or a vegetable for a child, my adoptive father was a survivor of Auschwitz. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1999. I say, Shalom, Daddy, because he told me stories. He showed me his arm. I say, if these days must happen and we want free speech, let's keep it civil for everyone. I don't enjoy the thought. I told Daddy I'd never stop fighting for justice. I'd never stop fighting for accessibility. He loved Toronto. He was multiply disabled like I am. But he also knew that the day would come that I'd have to fight for the beliefs that I was raised on. I got very upset a few minutes ago with another speaker because I've read this motion and I agree with it. I read this motion because hate speech can come in many forms and many ways. Some forms that people are not even aware of that it's happening or that it's being said. Some people are played like pawns by both sides. But through all of this, we must come to an understanding that this is not a place for hate. This is not a place for hating one another. This is a place for discussion, for being one love, but most of all, this is a place where we must respect. That's the word, respect. I hope all of you have had a fruitful day, and I wish you peace, and I thank you. And James, I thank you most, because this is vital. I did not go this year. I couldn't go, because if I did, I would have been crying my head off, seeing all the pain and the hatred. Palestine and Israel are there. We are here. The fight is there. We are here. Let's not bring hate into the conversation. Let's not bring anti-Semitic, derogatory garbage to the conversation. We are who each of we are. We are who we are in our hearts. And may all of us work together, hopefully in harmony. And I thank you, and shalom.
Thank you very much, Emily. Questions of the deputant? All right, thank you very much. All right, we're now ready for questions of staff. Hearing none. Then we have speakers. I don't believe there are any members of council not on the committee still with us, so we go straight to member. Oh, I'm sorry, Janet. Councillor Davis is here. You want to speak, Councillor Davis? No, no, thank you. Okay. Then we have members of the committee wishing to speak. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion. We could put it on the screen. It's been advance circulated. It is not making any decisions about what is free speech and what is not. It is not making any decisions or judgments on politics in the Middle East or world conflict zones. Some of the people who deputed had no clue what we were here for and what was before us. They hadn't read through the documentations, nor did they wait for the motions. Some of the speakers who are here today defended their annual rallies, which invited keynote speakers, Holocaust deniers, and also are currently under investigation by Toronto Police for hate speech. This started from an administrative inquiry on how we as a city can have the legal tools and what tools do we have to stop some of the white supremacist and neo-Nazi rallies that are taking place in the United States. An example used in the wording was the Al-Quds Day, which has a long history of making racial slurs and inviting bigots and Holocaust deniers as their keynote speakers. In the response came from two letters of correspondence. One was from Deputy City Manager Julie Corbani, and the other one came from Toronto Police Services. On the second page of Ms. Corbani's letter, she makes a reference. I'll just sort of read the paragraph here. It is important to note that certain activities are protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What specific actions may be permitted would require analysis and legal advice that considers the rally or protest as it occurs at city space, especially where one occurs without a permit. We are simply asking for clarity on the response that we got both from Police Service and from the Deputy City Manager. I've spoken at length with the City Manager today to make sure that what we are putting before him is workable, is doable, and I think it's always incumbent on us to seek expert advice in complex social situations. Toronto has a reputation to protect as a respectful, tolerant, diverse city. We don't want images across the news wires and newspapers of racist or neo-Nazi and white supremacist rallies that are taking place in urban centers across the United States. We need the tools, the legal tools, to decide whether what action we can take, and we need the expertise of legal experts to make sure we work within the confines of the law. So I urge you to support this motion. It is really an offshoot of the correspondence we've already received on the issue. It is very important that we keep this city as a respectful, welcome city for newcomers from all over the world, and that we don't let the white supremacists and neo-Nazi rallies flourish on our streets. So I urge you to support it, and we're asking the city manager to report back, I believe, in the second quarter 2018.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Are there other members of committee wishing to speak? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Question of the mover. When you're asking with respect to preventing public gatherings, we're not identifying any specific gathering, right? You're basically asking for clarity and direction and definitions.
That's exactly right. We worded it so it's wide open enough so that staff can get to work and don't feel pigeonholed into certain groups or world conflict zones, as you heard from some of the deputies.
So this has nothing to do with just one specific event. This is going to be a broad look at.
It's a broader
concept.
look, and it could very well work as a legal roadmap to help us guide through, guide policy as we govern an increasingly diverse city in a complex world.
I might just have one that just goes a little further on clarifying what you asked, Deputy Mayor Bailão, which is, Councillor Pasternak, not only does it not mention a specific gathering, but it says preventing public gatherings, and then a few words in between, on the city's property. And so it is confined to what we do vis-a-vis our own property, our own places, public places that we're responsible for.
Well, that's exactly right. The question is, does the City of Toronto, through its public space, want to enable white supremacist or neo-Nazi rallies or hate fest gatherings? We have an anti-discrimination policy. All permit holders have to sign it. They have to adhere to that policy. And as mentioned in the letter, legal complexities emerge when they do so without a permit. And we need to know what legal framework we're working in order to react.
One more question, if I may. Are you prepared to accept the fact that you might not get much more back out of this, notwithstanding best efforts, beyond what the letter that you already had said, or the two letters?
I was warned that I may not like the answer, and I was warned that it might not go beyond what we've already received. And this is an independent review by the city manager and community stakeholders and some legal experts. I would say it's very important to the city to go down that legal path.
All right. Any speakers? We had questions of the mover. Are there any people wishing to speak to this? Yep. Councillor Shiner.
Is my microphone on? There we are. No, I am fully supportive of Councillor Pasternak's motion, and I would ask our staff to dig as deep as they can to try and help to find the ways that we can mitigate the ability to use the public property that we've been given the trust of for hate rallies. You saw some of the vociferous comments that were directed towards my colleague, when that's not my colleague who is on issue here. It's the issues that he was talking about. And you could see the way that people deal with them. And we are, as a city, so proud of the mix and the diversity that we have here and how we want it to be fair and free and open for everyone. And rallies such as the ones that you're talking about remind me of the stories that I heard and things that happened before with anti-Semitism, the way that my parents struggled and the way that their parents struggled, something that I never had to go through and I was fortunate not to have to go to. But the battles at Christie Pitts, the inability, if you were a Jew, to be able to even buy product because they wouldn't sell it to you, or properties, or the way you were kept out, was things that went on in the city years ago and doesn't go on anymore and shouldn't. But the fact that people are starting to use public property to have rallies like that is something that would totally embarrass me if we allow it to go on, and we should be taking the extra effort, because today it could be a Jew, but tomorrow it can be someone else. It's not Jewish related, and it's not specific against an organization. We own and we have to protect and have the proper use of these public properties. And the fact that my colleague is Jewish is taking it on these issues is, I appreciate everything that he's doing, and I appreciate the stand that he takes. We have to support that, and we have to find ways to make sure that our public property isn't abused in any way, in a manner that any of us would be ever embarrassed to see happen.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Others wishing to speak? I'd like to say a brief word about this then, if there are no others. Just to say that, that I think on this day, especially when we just finished passing not too long ago, a couple of hours ago, with some very moving and eloquent remarks from some of our colleagues, an anti-black racism strategy, I think it behooves us to take a look at, there's a reason why we have hate speech laws, there's a reason why we, the city, have an anti-discrimination policy, and I think that you know, that those both indicate that the freedom of speech that we do cherish in the Charter is not absolutely unfettered, at least not as regards, say, under our anti-discrimination policy, the use of our public facilities. People, as the councillor pointed out earlier on, do have to sign a sheet to agree to adhere to a policy if they want to get a permit to use public lands. And so I would, if this was a document that was taking a stand on a given foreign policy issue, I probably wouldn't support it, but it is a document that is asking for further information. Being honest, I'm not quite sure that you are going to get back much more than what you've seen in the very thoughtful letter that came from Ms. Carboni, or the letter that came from the police service. But it's worth asking the question, especially in my mind, only in that it relates to public gatherings on the city's property. I took a point of view earlier this year as the mayor, and I felt that it was an appropriate point of view to advance. People can hold me to account for that, that when it came to the funeral, I forget now, of a Holocaust denier or a white supremacist person that took place in a library, that permit should not have been issued. And the library board is presently reconsidering whatever their policy is about giving out these things. And I was very comfortable in that on the context of free speech, because I said there's a million other places you could have such a funeral service, or a memorial service, other than a public library. And so I don't believe we do have an obligation. In fact, I think we have an obligation to protect the sanctity of those public places by making sure that people do adhere to the anti-discrimination policies, and that if they are inciting hatred or preaching this sort of thing. And so I didn't deliberately get into any of the expression of views today, including even as a member of the United Church, the people that show up all over the place with views on BDS, which I completely reject, and nobody ever asked me as a member of the United Church what my thought was on that. But having said all that, that's what free speech is all about. I don't believe in what they do, and they belong to the same church as I do. I just think this is an examination which I don't think will come back with much more than what we have today, but it's worth at least asking the question as it relates to city properties and to making sure that in this place, of all places in Toronto, that we don't do anything to encourage or to otherwise be seen to facilitate anything that goes on that incites hatred or discrimination. So I will support the motion on that basis. All right, any more comments?
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote. We'll have a recorded vote. We're ready for the question, which is the motion that's in front of you here. So, Madam Clerk.
All those in favour? Councillor Bilal, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner. Those opposed? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor McMahon. Motion carries.
Would I be correct, Madam Clerk, that concludes the agenda for the day? Well, I thank the members of the public who've stayed all this time, and I thank our staff, our city staff, for a long day's work and all the work that preceded it, and I thank the members of the committee, and we stand adjourned.